Bye, Blondie. That little piece of shit. they're actually describing the present using each right? It's this whole exponential prophecy. They're describing things that have happened using code. Why would they do that? Well, this doesn't quite take the expedient to be a little crisper. Right? But again, what is one of the things these people like to do? Criticize the standard order of things. And do you really want to be so living as an empire? Yeah, like the Romans sunk 90 and God's going to kill them all. So, you don't publish that. You don't want to publish that because they'll crucify you. So what do you write? Well, your team might polarize the sea, and then you have coding. And the encoding mechanism is part of the apostle eventually. Is it just a conflict? That's the first thing I need to do. I know, right? When people hear the word Catholicism, they're thinking they're thinking all the crazy stuff that happens in the end of the world, and science going to come, there's going to be this, that, the battle of Gog and Magog, and there's going to be all this stuff that happens in the end of the world, and so many people typically imagine that what is about the future. Right? Catholicism has been filtered so heavily through Christianity, and Christianity does tend to think that apocalypse is like something happening in the future, or Christians are going to have to present in their lifetime. Jesus kind of dragging his feet, but they should have that. So this idea that the future is really for Christianity is shadow flavor in the way that goes. Ezekiel chapter 26. What Ezekiel made with that time was the single most predictable prediction that one can predict. That is, Nebuchadnezzar would destroy Tyre. Well, he predicted that Nebuchadnezzar was destroying everything. Everything. Right? It's just like predicting, right? Like Nebuchadnezzar continues. It's going to take a little bit to predict. And the entire Tyre getting work Nebuchadnezzar was responsible. And so Ezekiel himself actually has to come back later. He actually comes back in the same book and says, well, what a man was. He has to reinterpret his own prophecy to explain the fact that he was wrong, even though it was completely actually predictable. So, making predictions, especially clear predictions, is a bad idea. Right? Folks may know the very famous quote from Frederick Nietzsche, right? Never predict too vague. Right? You predict on Tuesday, March 22nd, 2029, that you're very clear risk. And so, most of the prophecies, they don't predict the future by and large. Right? And everyone's about this. By the way, that whole Nebuchadnezzar thing for people who are biblical literacy is a real pain in their books because they have to go back and explain why a prophet got it wrong, and then why a prophet admits he got it wrong, and then how he put a spin on it to fix it, and then they further spin on it to further fix it. And then my favorite example is, yeah, he eventually got conquered by Alexander the Great 400 years later. So Ezekiel was totally wrong. Jewish prophecy texts don't have much interest in the end of the world. In fact, when they do describe the end of the world, they almost always lead with fatalistic ideas. And the fatalistic idea, specifically the Stoic idea, was that basically God was going to trash everything at the end. And there's going to be some that the weekend would be destroyed by a giant fire, and so, in many ways, the predictions they do give about the end of the world are themselves just apocalypse. If you were to go to a Greek philosopher at the time and ask, what's going to happen at the end of the world, they say, the Logos, the fire, is going to consume the world. Sounds reasonable. And what was that? So it's actually basically it's really inside the Jewish idea as it is a Hellenistic idea. It's a Greek idea. So, let's put some context on this. I'm going to say what the apocalypse is in just a minute, but I want to put some context on this. What you have to understand about the rise of the apocalyptic is a time period in which it emerged the political and theological upheavals that lasted from
86 BCE, when Judea was destroyed, the last independent Jewish state was destroyed, all the way up to around 135 of the Common Era, where the last attempt at an independence movement on the behalf of the indigenous people of Judea against the Romans. Led by Bar-Kokhba was defeated, took hundreds of thousands of Jewish people in the process. This political and theological landscape is that there is major breakdown, as I mentioned earlier, in the theology of the times. As I mentioned earlier, this entire theology is called Deuteronomic theology, which is again the idea that God from the covenant. And that's so important as we Israelites or religious entities that are infant stuff, right? So that way it's supposed to work. The prophets, they're made the way they present themselves was as a voice for God, telling God that you're doing wrong, you're breaking the contract, and if you're persistent in this, God's going to punish you. God's going to break the contract. Well, after everything comes completely apart, beginning in the 8th century BCE, by the 6th century BCE, the entire Judaic state was completely destroyed. There's just a serious problem. The serious problem is, if the prophets were right, and if every single Judahite was massacred, well, that would cause people to conclude, right, you break the treaty, and everyone's dead. Done. Right? That would have been very neat. I say neat, I mean, not a title musical. Everybody massacred. But you would have been very high theological. What happened? The Babylonians didn't kill everyone. They took the entire Judean aristocratic section into exile in Judea. And they kept on keeping them. Not in the life, right? Not in their life, but in their life. And not only that, they had a good time. Every sense of records. The Jewish population living in ancient Babylon. And we know they were in a position. They were slaves. They had land. They had business. Right? In fact, their life was so good in Babylon, in exile, that when the Jewish people were allowed to return to Israel, Judea, by the Persians, and he didn't want to come. He's like, why do I want to return to like a rock that has no animal that's I can live here. These rivers, we can like live with this. This is a great empire. I didn't want to go home. And so what you home, right? Little boys there, I asked them about why go back to a wasteland to rebuild something that isn't that great outcome? It's a crop in the middle of the Judean. And this was a big talk about there had to be Jews people actually pursuing the big event. So again, when we talk about the Babylonian exile, even by the reference of the Euphrates, whatever, all those Jews were not thinking about those. They were very happy to be in exile in Babylon. And we know that because you have records of them living here. The problem is theological. They're still there. They're still thinking on. What do? When the prophecy ends that you're supposed to be destroyed, and you weren't destroyed? So, does God make any deals? That we should still believe in Yahweh? Like, the temple's been destroyed. What's going on? What do we do with this Yahweh? The covenant doesn't make sense anymore. The covenantal theology doesn't make sense. Because there's a remainder, a contract. So, what do you do? What do you do? Well, there's a couple different options. You can try to maintain the old covenantal theology. And some people did try to do that. Some people did try to do that. But you can see the logical problem trying to maintain it. The covenant's been broken. The Judaic state's been destroyed. Its aristocracy is moved to Babylon. You're still alive. So what to do with that? That's a real problem. Well, there's ways, there's a way of settling that problem. Right? By settling that problem is by shifting focus. Right? Never let a good catastrophe go to You simply innovate your theology. It's emerging with a new kind of Judahite theology. In fact, I might even argue that Israelite religion went into exile, but Judaism came back. The religion of the Israelites practiced incredible behaviors, like killing animals and burning beer and burning peace of the sky gods. No one here recognizes a religion like that. What comes out of exile is a theologically innovative, renovated religion that is much more like Judaism than the Bible says. So what happens is that they innovate. They theologically innovate. They develop a new theology that maintains the track of the old covenantal theology, but radically, undergroundly, philosophically changes what it all means. And so one of those kinds of changes, the first big change, is calling Jesus to be the God of Israel. To make this work, God has to be a God of everything. Not just the God of Israel, but all the other gods beings in that world. Monotheism, right? Your God exists, my God exists, but my God can be of your God.
He puts his mind to it, and you learn all about it. The market when it is in that is about it. So the next thing is English. The next thing is English. I mean, there is a system of the art. I think you give us a share of things. I suffer by us. Share up, share the art. Gives a share of things. What's it? I'm on the list. Actually, finish with the else, and there was a long caminho que se cifra. Ou que é carregando o oxigênio public balance, which we know to try to do. Nurture. So what is do? How did that through the out of the fish? The program of the air, and then I see it coming the fish. So what happened? Because if I say that when you say so severe, there's not those things. There is no leaders, there's no problem. There's no leaders, there's no problem. This is how you treat every day. This one set up, you will set it up. If you says, I'm sorry, I didn't forgive this, I'm sorry. You would have said, I'm sorry, I was putting up the lesson for public advice, not watch you. Public, it's the traffic, it's the one is very you know what I said? So now the classic Christianity is stuff. The shepherd wants some make up from the book. They don't have to make but classic look up the shepherd. So this is what happened every day. We see outside of this one. They would write their questions out there basically about a problem. And they would put it, they would like throw it inside of this language. And then the answers would come out. Whatever they do, whatever they want the answers for, and then everybody else would answer their own questions. And then we'll see. I don't think that puts part of it. So you'll see so it doesn't make any sense. Because it's too good for me to come and sit outside or sitting inside. I don't know how to train me out. Now you can do it. So training me outside, okay, we can bring that back here. However, you, the symbol to the name of the Schweiz and the Schmidt. But the training of the people like that is that you will say over the rules in your names. They will come back here, that means he wins over the names. So when you're a hero, you will say wish for it. But when you're a hero, will be known as a Hebrew. Others say, and the same meetings will be known as Yesh. Right. So must be the Bahama, Zilhaisu. But then we must have a dream. That a dream, meaning the dream like that. We were told, go and wrap the assumption on your Rabbi Nasser was reconciled, and Rabbi Meir law also. Rabbi Meir did not fire. Others like Chavomas, the Ma'amin, the Lomarico. Because Rabbi Meir said dreams are without separation. And I was like, how tragic is this? How tragic is this? And again, listen, how the part of the world is not yet my line also. And I remind you of part of our work that we don't yet know, right? It's not only to look inside with God, it's to look inside with and the truth is, it's not really dreams the harder to reconcile with people from this one. Right? It's partially what you need to do, and if you have all that different as it is well as a permanent identity. So we might be like, reminds us, actually, I was functioning on the weekend, I ended up coming as a book, and I'll be outdated, shutting from the sea. So the next one to ask, but the kid is from children, so, and he said, the child, once we said it is enough, that your father is done, in the position of our people, you think you're going to, I don't know, ultimately, so probably that we lost his father was very influential. Sure. So I'm showing from the position ultimately again of our faith in for sure. Getting a little bit of what we are to try to do what you did. Nice thing about Rabbi Roshan and Roshan, so that's what we do, right? So that's sort of our term. Now that's sort of fascinating. Okay? Two, Roshan has a son by the name of Rabbi. Have you guys seen? Rabbi has a son who is named Father Rabbi Shimon. Shimon. So his grandfather Shimon Leon, Rabbi Shimon's son. Rabbi Shimon only. Here we tweet up, even how so ultimately again. Now let me say of Shimon about our love to you. Now I can hear the letter we just going to find. Ultimately, which the name of Achim, so young if Shimon says to his father Rabbi, I'm going to leave him, I'm going to Shimon name, I'm going to show you. Which was I'm going to steal one of these people. He drew up their waters and he put another name. So who is Achim? Who is that? And the grandson didn't know the story. So I'm going to so Rabbi, so his son Shimon, and the other tradition of Bocha, these are people ultimately really trying to uproot their cover and recover their father's house. In other words, these are people who try to return their way. So the son of Shimon says his father Rabbi, but the father, it's done. The love of the hatred of the animosity is often lost. Sometimes even when the enemy is gone, the switcher doesn't just down the hurt from the vision of other people. Sometimes the pain still is there. I'm not able to get that out of the side. So the guy was leaving legs, he would have said, so back people things and what they did actually come to fruition. But it doesn't come to fruition. Sometimes you just gotta let things go and move on. Hard asking you should have listened to them. Well, I also want to point out, why is it that some people say it makes sense? When you pick up with interpersonal conflict, you cannot see the trees from your thoughts. You're just so convinced that you're right, and everyone else is wrong, that you can't see that what you're doing is out you got cancer. So what is it? You take someone outside of it to say, hey, what are you doing? Why is it angry at the rest of your life? Why is it angry at everyone who's supposed to be who you love to get for the rest of your life? You can do that, but all you do is for yourself. It took the grandson, Shimon, who was made his grandfather Shimon wanted to say, what are you doing? What are you doing? That's what they're trying to do something parallel. So that if you realize that you're actually changing, how you act like, how you shouldn't anymore, you know how to throw the higher power. So that's how change. Instead of calling that mayor ultimately again a hero, that we should have been. We wouldn't give direct attribution to the mayor or mayor, but rather they changed it to the shredder. And he was setting the name, or as we said, we from the before. Or rather, Rabbi, the Angelisa, kind of uninsured. Even Rebbe was like, he was known for his incredible humility, but not state that he really explicitly learning what Rebbe there. Rather, again, he was saying he's sure. I'm going to marry the what's the first line? He who bought a shimmy the meal grab on it was a kind of your inside hands. Kind of Sinai of this, the top of the hard part. So it's like, this is going to be a very scholar. Sinai or an upper hard. What is Sinai? A Sinai, like something like Sinai, represents someone who has a point of knowledge, someone who has a mass of luminous amount of knowledge. Open heart means someone who has legal abilities. Any issue when it comes to civil who is considered to be a greater, who is considered to be a greater scholar. And I say, why is this matter? It's really so who cares? What matters is, let's say you ask me a point about Shiva. What quality would you be looking for? So I'm going to say, I'm Sinai, Lava, or Sisa. And you'll say, you'll say, Lava. So the word is so it's a so I said, because everyone needs to meet self. What does this mean? You can be as analytical as you want. If you don't have the knowledge, you can't get anywhere. Just anywhere. So therefore, it is possible. Is always considered the meaning of knowledgeable aspect. So that's as we have to lucky, but so therefore, we want to know how to Shiva. So you don't say one is Sinai, Rabba, but you don't say the position of the Rabba. But Rabba has your calculation. But we give you a Shiva for 22 years. But how do Rabba knows it? Only after Rabba died, you don't say accept the position of a Shiva. Therefore, shine on a Rabba, but let's say the only base of all the days, all the years, that Rabba or Shiva. That Yosef would not accept any appearance of leadership. So that is one of the important benefits of being a leader. She's actually giving that to go to the blood letter. The blood letter will come to you. You know, top letter. So that's the blood letter come to you. Right? So all those years, you know, so that Yosef she had that. She did not accept that. He didn't want to give any appearance of leadership. When Rabbi was there. Rabbi and Rabbi. Rabbi Zera, Rabbi Master, Rabbi Yossi. All these Rabbanim were sitting together. And the Sikha and they knew of Shishiva. I'm going to call you and they said, well, make Barak Rabbi Reisha, whether they say something that is getting refuted, when you come to Shishiva. You couldn't live that. Everyone advanced the halakhic statement and they were all refuted. Abaye looked at that. Abaye ultimately again, the statement was not refuted. The Gabaray. This is incredible. As soon as Abaye made a statement that it wasn't refuted, so listen to this. So Rabbi saw that little Abaye's head got bigger. Now what does this mean? This is not ego. It's not ego. He saw that Abaye changed. There's something about Abaye that changed. Amalei, Nachmani Pasach. So at that point again he said, Nachmani, which was Abaye, teach us. And let's know what does this mean? That means a tremendous so. A lot of times when we are faced with the opportunity to give them something communally, we become intimidated because we feel like we're able to do it. Not to be able to do it just unwise carried because the resource has all the abilities is important to know. When a youth takes on responsibility within community, when a Jew takes on responsibility in the community, whatever sure you can you have ownership over you will never let you go out of the world when you are trying to help this children. If you're trying to do something for the cloud, you will always have the right part. That's what it means. The moment that I value, the habits that I value, the other Shiva, never saw, he changed. He someone that didn't do anything yet. The change was the blanket of Seattle the Schneider. The change was the blanket of divine providence that enveloped him as a controllable, showing him, I believe in your ability to affect change within our community. Incredible. Incredible. Productions, once again, just after that, see out of the heart.
That's what the Israelites basically did. The new shift is not only am I going to be a part, God's not here. There's just one God. Monotheism emerges in the aftermath of this catastrophe. The Israelites is now submitting to God, and that God is responsible for everything. And not just responsible for everything, but responsible for everything for now. God is planning for the entire cosmos. This is going to be the same thing where He is planning for and everything that is according to that. No matter how bad it is, no matter how confusing it is, in fact, the worse it is evidence of the fact that God is very simple. Right? So just one thing specifically important to consider. So also with that here, right, is that the Israelites are going to have to change the way they think about their relationship. Does God, and how powerful it is, does God have to tell you what in the world all this means? Which that is covenant and to darkness. This was happening if we keep it, this was happening if we don't. Well, we didn't. And we're still here. What's happening? Well, what ends up happening when it's emerging is that in times of prophets emerge in which God shows them the plan. Right? Again, the language here, the language here, right? The older prophets heard God and communicated what God said. The new kind of prophecy sees what God showed them. Right? It communicates what God shows them. So this is a much more literary movement, and it's a much more visual movement. And it's so distinct that we now think of it as a distinct kind of religiosity. It's not prophecy, they're not speaking about God, they're describing what God has shown them, what God has revealed to them. And that is a completely different phenomenological mode of experiencing mysticism. It's a very different kind of mysticism indeed. Now, what percentage is how do they get the ability to what their voice is? And the answer is really complicated. The short answer is no. We don't know. Because we don't have good records about how this goes next. The best theory I've seen is that what ends up happening is that the Judahites go into exile and they come in contact with an up-and-coming important religion called Zoroastrianism. Now you have to understand that when the Judahite aristocracy goes into exile, the Judahite aristocracy is still a relatively...
Alright, so I gotta get one of those sides. Pieces of close.
The ancient Babylonians are like the New Yorkers of the ancient world. They're cosmopolitan, they're literate, they have a culture that's been there for they are wealthy, they are giant. Egypt was before it was a metropolis in an order of magnitude that the ancient Judahites
begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. Thank our annual comic book sponsor, dedicating all the showing questions to this year's this. Sales for those for these
when they arrived in Babylon, they've been bowled over by the fluid of their existence compared to that. I mean, it's like the Mississippi aristocracy being conquered and then dragged off the road, right? You just can't imagine the show that must have happened. religion founded by Zoroaster, who don't know much about. Zoroastrianism team, I think it was found immediately. Zoroastrianism is a dualistic religion that claims good God and an evil God for the destiny of the world. The forces of good led by non-physical spiritual entities, and those non-physical spiritual entities would combat with other non-physical entities that serve the bad guys. Angels and demons. Ignore that story there. Now, this dualism is going to result in a titanic, catastrophic battle at the end of time. The forces of good win. The forces of evil will try neither world, right? And not only that, there are even Zoroastrian prophets who get into wars of the underworld. That was usually the underworld filtered their way out to Europe, and were fairly confident that something was here. The divine comics are probably influenced by tours of hell. They're asking, now here in the world, there's going to be a savior figure, Saoshan, who will feed the forces of good and the forces of evil, and at the end of time, resurrected, they will watch, right? And there is a massive set of literature, right, composed by Zoroaster, and the idea that your relationship with scripture is more important in many ways than doing sacrifice man. That guy, there's some flyboy, those are the guys that show up to Jesus. Okay? That should all sound pretty familiar to most of us. If you take a look at Judaism, I don't know the rest of it, but shake it up and shake it up. You have all the ingredients for a great cocktail called Christianity or Islam. Now again, many things of the idea that Judaism influenced and changed by non-Jewish people. And Israel. This area, they were into Zoroastrian intellectual spirit people. And I can guarantee you that whether it's a way of doing religion. It's not religion itself, but it's our channel within a religion. It existed primarily in the beginning. It existed primarily in Judaism. Christianity. Christianity is just, in many ways, Judaism. It's when, in fact, right? It's when the shift from one side, and the apocalyptic is what really matters. Judaism becomes its adjunct to writing until apocalypticism. But also in Islam. Islam is also largely an apocalyptic religion. Again, it's a religion based on God being shown it's fundamentally an apocalyptic religion. So what makes it now what's important about this is no one's now in Judea or in Babylon said, I'm going to live in apocalypticism. What they did was be religious. They innovated and they specific religious innovations that make their message we now hold. Right? So it's very important to know here. So just apply to what teaching. It's always important to know when you apply
So the things delivered to the lowly is ruling. Residual tax that ruling is equal to 64,000 personal wealth. I read in Dutch in the Hakos and heat the famous based on the structure of data. Now, things being variability is the idea that God is feeling. Okay, that's the case law. Now I can totally have the other code. Let's say simply based on that data one of the members of the sometimes I can't write. Go kidding about being rich. That's what God's supposed to be the most limited set. Right, well, people have to question. Now, here we have one of the things like various kinds of things to a human. Let me show you something. What did I show them? Typically, I wasn't very interested in still following this. It was like, Genesis. I know that shock is wrong. So remember again, the jury was very important. Remember, the days is I understand that it's modern, but actually, it's debate. Us, whether these things have the writer of that story in the book of Genesis never said, and that's where all the it makes something, right? Women's child pain the fact that they have a child can't freeze that way, but says that the pain is dangerous. It never says it wasn't. It just confirms, right? It never says, and that's why we're going through it, right? Most of the grace should be discussed. Yes, why the Russian nation tells us right? But the one that says that it's very when are you sharing your personal life? When? And also, again, you can say that exhibit what I did is based on the they're really interested in engaging in the same kind of social criticism that we saw from the story. But you know, but they're not being doing it in a way, in a literary form, in which they interpret those criticisms by describing them as if they're happening in your personal life. Right? Exactly. So they describe President as being exploited as a third future. That's going to be a big what acts of the own didn't know anything. So he's like, you are bad because God hates you. Like, he's not doing anything. He's like, I hate when people let you do, right? That's not what I think on this guy. All they're interested in is oppression, right? They're very interested in oppression and tribulation. Specifically, that things keep happening to us. If our God will bring about us, and we have a special with this God, why did they create this like so like that's a bad thing. Like we just get bit by the run. These kids want to do what like what wants to want God, right? That's a real important question to ask, right? I mean, we all ask sort of like why would that be good perspective? It's like why do we all do this? And the individual knows that it's like let's stop it.
original.
Which one? I love ourselves. I was like, I love 80s. I love action and the time. This is focus on small and a little bit different after this place. Now, I understand system. Like the principle I understand. So now,
They're also interested
so it says, this is you are committed to this. They have to say it like this. Even as God, the other hand, the current access and you know this again, what's the one word? Last. You are committed to access. So things that seem that it's important is not enough.
It's a much more holistic goal to connect community history. Someone's got to fix all this, right? Because clearly, if you look at the time period being covered by the Great War, by the Romans being massacred by various people, it's pretty clear that we're not going to be the ones to fix this. And so they say, sometime says, save the character, which we part from the and course as a permanent
look at them that. Like for that to go and see, by the way,
early missing is never agree about how many people
that's what the original ultimately again,
Judaism just one
just say, so that would not
These structures have been houses to be a big part of the apocalyptic world. If they're going to describe to you where you're going to go when you die, being resurrected, they want you to know that. And if there's really vivid depictions of the hellish worlds in the afterlife, it's pretty motivating. Like, I don't want to go there. They like all the human experience. I want to go there. I want to be there. Right? So they're very interested in the structures of the various elements of the hills. And they're also interested in the idea that behind the scenes of what appears to us, the world is actually being dominated by a vast majority of everywhere. Angels and demons are literally all around you, engaging in titanic spiritual warfare with a different country has its own angel. This country has angels in this country. Every country has their own angels, etc. So the scale is so bigger. Angels pressure. They don't like the Egyptians, and they try to like the Assyrians. But you have a global analysis. Because they're kind of important people. The apocalyptic writers and outsiders, they imagine entire countries and they explain political science in terms of this spiritual battle. Their literature, which we'll talk about more, is typically synonymous, although they claim that very ancient people may not were sons or gems, like to allege ancient authorship. Just like we now do down the street, right? Like, and talk about Abraham and
guard, putter. Ultimately, again, he's putter. Also, in other words, he comes back to his plan, and he continues to go ahead and discuss the sun, or keep the sun as people in this not in line with the way he was doing it. He's putter, very skilled. However, Ora Lanasos, but if he passes it and he says head up, if he acts on this sun, then what is he doing? But the things that he is, we find in the sun, it's not just enough to say the current. So probably what they have to say is the current outcome lasts. The base is set to be the form of the sun, so you have to get, first of all, get sun on the up, and then explicitly indicate you should act based on this love. So this is just remembering the wisest for us. Our whole discussion is an individual is acting based on the sun, based on which turns erroneous. So now we say, okay, you acted in good faith, we should have taken no liability. When you say something works if the sun was spirited in a particular way. It requires federal activation of the halacha, that's part one. Number two, permission to act based on some lots of if I just giving this thing. Really, I don't really remember so again, we must have this total base.
It's not random. It's part of it. Punching the wicked riches.
So again, listen, I watch this. So over the base, and you can't get it up, you can get me. Watch this.
It's in the ice.
Other men outside of marriage.
The reason why it's happening to
Yeah,
you is the reason.
I remember then what occurred. What occurred? Yes, right, right, moving to that process. Now, what's that? Well, yeah, that's again, she is now why watch this. So he was not unloving this. Because remember again, going to the sacrifice, which sacrifice was, but I don't know what without what? Without you. You're not allowed to ultimately now, to use the moral behavior, there is this arrival. It's a part of why we're doing the punishment. If you notice, what's how should they formulate this out? Says ultimately again, Daisy says, over the face of us. What's the formulation of the sacrifice? Daisy doesn't just say, mother. Daisy says, mother. And you have to maybe between them. So again, remember, all of this is backing up the but the way to sacrifice things is formalized is mother. Without it, and give you.
that was a way of
so yeah, this is actually God has to private class national national هو أصلا يوم يكون أكثر So all this back Basing gives a sound and or add weight based on this. Basing was erroneous. Basing was erroneous. On that, a lot of the nice return this version says that the Russian of the second league current icons rule has the right to but the even his current even if it just says league Morocco staff in this version, let's go first. Someone found it. Even though it turns out to be an erroneous sass, a lot of the nicer where it should be controversial. That's all for the
Catholicism was
So
strong.
the
No
individual
God's
went
palaces
ahead
and
and
showed
acted
this
within
stuff.
the beliefs based
We'll
on
be
the
next week. It's
stop.
scary.
You might say, this thing
As you
stopped
guys know,
here.
apocalyptic, right? Biblical Judaism quite solidified.
Chokers.
The rabbis never fully embraced the
Right?
witness.
Moving is
Right?
actually
Because the rabbis
intentional.
are all about
Why is he
the
actually
day-to-day keeping on of
it's
certain
like
religious survival.
you've got to stop these people.
The Titanic battle.
Look at it.
Right? The rabbis are more than
It turns out that it was an accident. But why? Everybody wanted to just say, "V'kara hayahid, v'asa al-hid." The individual came along and acted based on their word. Why did you do this show? Show you
Says that for every time you try to keep Messiah, God delays the coming of Messiah. The years that you calculate in the future. Like this.
Total
Right?
basic
When the rabbi came and says, right?
Pastor came with the
Will save us all. They're make fun of him. They're like, grass growing your cheeks. Like, that's not gonna happen. That's why grass to cheeks is taking very
Part two. Moving is
sometimes history speaking. Right? Apocalyptic is very
moving
on screen right now is a short list of the apocalyptic literature from this time.
so
If I made a collection of apocalyptic journals on the shelf, it would be longer than the Hebrew Bible. Enormous amounts of literature, right, was produced in the apocalyptic genre. Dozens of books that were very popular. For instance, at the Dead Sea Scrolls, there are more copies of the Book of Enoch than there are copies of Leviticus. And that's Torah books.
that says that
The
Caleb
Torah,
is put there,
Torah.
that the
There are
Jew
more
ends up
copies of the Book of Enoch there.
because
Therefore,
it's
if
following
we can
sacrifices,
take the
or
Enoch
because
scroll
it just
right,
gets
as
moved up.
an indication,
That's
the apocalyptic literature was
why.
equal.
Remember
And
again,
even the
in
rise of
this case,
Christianity,
moving
it didn't stop being produced.
consumption wasn't
Christian Bible
things.
right?
It
It's
has
in
to
the
be
apocalyptic genre. Came
and
against
yet, again, it's still really other
Jesus had
because
that
that
habit of not coming back from
right
it.
there.
In Christian
Incredible.
Bible trouble too.
I'm going to show you that in my whole business when we're good. Amazing when I said he was looking, is highly Caleb is showing.
Jesus wasn't
And
coming
then
back.
he ended up
Well, what did he do? When people died, and Jesus
Hunter.
came back.
Hunter ultimately again, this prophet. He had
And the persecutions are over.
essentially,
Right? That's the thing you should rush into. Because it's part of God's plan. Right?
like
Part of God's plan.
I love
It also become enormously influential in the apocalyptic Christian and Jewish ideas. Also, thanks to years on which occurs in Daniel translated. Literature, the literature of Jesus of the resurrection. And these are all apocalyptic Bibles, but also some is also apocalyptic religion in itself. Jesus was increasingly available to us in the days where that was the same answer. Why the book of Maccabees, the rabbi,
So you got the
right, ultimately, why the book of festival is not about the Maccabees. It's about Herod. The reason why disastrous rebellion. The rabbis didn't want any more random. They were tired of that machine longer to fight the Roman stuff. Because it just got killed. So they said, we're not doing that anymore. We're not going to prioritize that. And so as you can imagine, literature over the years recorded really strange things. Just because again, they all know it's part of the plan. And God's going to intervene in history and do whatever. It doesn't matter. Over and over and over again, it doesn't come back. The rabbis don't like this. They think it's dangerous. They think it's wrong. And eventually rabbinical Judaism, right, moves past apocalyptic literature. Very little of it gets produced, but not so much. Very little gets produced in the aftermath of 35 to 35. But there is some, right? There are some texts that do figure out some.
hold up, I don't think I should show you that. And just to exactly what they do, like, show you that feeling. But I was like, why do you that Russian? Show you how you just
So daring that a popular
they feel, that's it. They totally get this full demonstration and it's kind of like really
but it's fluctuating.
again, do they not make
You may remember that having poison the subway system.
going to be my turn? That's covered so it's much.
To this day,
You'll look sure.
50% of that's an apocalyptic idea, right? An apocalyptic sex toward America. I can't think of great idiots out there in Texas. And they're trying to do all the kinds of things. And again, those folks are the reason why the band stayed in that building. They understand history. And of course, the that's this government. They have their own hand played it too, but I do think that was significant mismanagement. People really they offered against apocalypse. Apocalypse wasn't the same word for 500 years. Judaism specifically, and is an enormous religiosity. I might argue, like I said earlier, that apocalypse as a mode of religiosity is perhaps the dominant religious mode in the world. Right? That would be what's the first definition in terms of mysticism? Is that eclectic? That's the mysticism in which mystics attempt to descend from God. They go to earth without the apocalypse. Is going to exactly Cherry Israelis and they take their Abrams after the Cherry of God, which seems but anyway, one I want to put on the screen right now, which is a recommended reading, is if you want to grab these ISBNs. Somebody shares these slides, everybody. This book are all connected against slides later. Like you can bring this is a collection of articles in the culture. This is a really great text by Reddish. The large scholars of apocalypticism and math judgment of imagination that studies apocalypse. Right. Like if you read one is Caleb and one is Sharon, Christian amazing way possible. And of course, also John Reeves has published and this actually covers Jewish apocalypse. Most of it is like translated the Reeves provides the great introduction to that literature, but also Jewish apocalypse. So, another thing is that emerges to break down prophecy, but renovates prophecy to phenomenological things that will tell how you, as Jews, right, together on it, how you fit into it, right? That's what it is. Christianity and Christianity it's none of this is magical without the return of Judaism getting the 4th century known as that means Jewish mysticism having come again.
Donate to the dude.
Answer to that is yes. They usually cover us. That's what we call a shabby media. So someone who is from the city, they usually cover us. That's the type of person who thinks about us over firstly, if someone has sinned, you don't really have to have this. It's absolutely however, most shopping somebody they go to the covered on that is delivered. Isa, how low sharp
Just search and over to Esoterica. Explore your king in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how these ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, that Kabbalah was just one thing at all. Of course,
so what really has a purpose? What I will say, the metric for compass is I bring the carbon compass for committing Avera to show. If I would not have committed the Avera had I had knowledge, in this case again, even so wait, it's Taylor. We would have said, so what? So what? They just said that it's Mutter. So what should my carbon compass in this case? Example. Maybe Zala Shamidiasa, or a Papa Casabio. Even if he was not done with how to yes, really what I'm saying is since what makes me and then something that is others when you would not be public and then when you make hear this and basically would start happening again. It's also going to attract this behavior. So there was a shoving yesterday. I think it was a still performance case. If you had the challenge, you would have stayed. In this case, it's just had days and found that their socks were like this, they would have abstained from this behavior. And then when we can find out that the socks are these erroneous, he would have abstained. Therefore, this is called the case. We have one kind of knowledge, he would have abstained. And that's why this one opinion says he despises the process. Bring the time. However, in both the Rab, she was much the road to see them. So one says, this is now another topic. So I say, which what we're going to get into is something. In this case, it's only happens without. What's happening in this case is the erroneous disciples. And the future is that's the situation. That is called hard economic governance. It's very special governance law. Now, in order to do that, 51% found to go ahead and so say, watch this. Let's say you have to be about this scale. Right, so I can watch this. Say the concept. 50% of salt is slow. 8 kilograms of salt. Guys, the scales.
Great. I watched your documentary about socialism. It was
Why is that?
very disturbing. Kind of shocked to have
Oh, everybody, stop what you're doing. Everybody, stop what you're doing. whatever you're doing, whatever you think's important, stop what you're doing because we're all on Riser's time. We have to listen to his shitty microphone. Literally, it sounds like I'm in a fucking Jansport backpack. Come on, man.
Seriously?
Dude, it's like you're blowing into your microphone. It's
No, it's not making noisy noise. Good.
okay, fine. How are you? Kicking ass, taking names, thankfully. When are we going to watch the Michael Jackson documentary, dog?
Yeah, your mic is glitching or something.
Yo, dog, I'm perfect.
No, it sounds like you're in Nigeria. Right in the capital of Nigeria.
Yeah, well, that's known as Lagos. And it would be a privilege to be in Lagos because all Nigerians, including Bitcoin Obama, are amazing individuals. Next question.
Man, but their mic quality is a little shaky.
Dog,
Like 99% of the time, I'm shady mics.
all right. When are you going to answer my question and not critique?
Is there a coin? Is there a good coin?
Yeah, it's called the Jansport Backpack. Next question.
What the fuck is that?
It's a type of backpack, dog.
How does that solve like it?
Because your mic sounds like it's in a Jansport backpack. Their mics are pretty much perfect, but to please you, they will have the backpack mic coin. You still haven't answered my question, and I'm still awaiting an answer.
I'm gonna play a documentary tonight as usual. Is your
Doug, stop this. Stop this. That's what I want to watch.
I thought you watched
Good for you.
You're supposed to.
Dude, in one, I didn't want to do it without you. So I did read some. I read comments and stuff. Seems to be really interesting. So let's watch that tonight. Oh, dog.
Yeah, your Wi-Fi. I don't know. Normally it's not. It could be me. It's fine.
It's totally you. I hear myself on another device.
You read some comments. Okay.
Yeah, no, it sucks. I should probably. No. It sucks. Can you wait 2 minutes and let me restart my computer?
Sure.
Excellent. Can you hear me? No. Oh yeah, you can.
Yes.
Is it better? Too soon to tell.
So choppy.
Yeah, my I hear that device a second to start up. A moment, I'm gonna leave and come back.
Oh, I know with that.
No.
I think you probably still hear me talking, and there is a really sick documentary called Word Wars about Bramble, I believe, and that's on the list as well.
Okay, when are we gonna watch the Michael Jackson?
Is it about his death?
No.
The doctor and shit?
Doug.
Is it about the Jackson 5?
No.
Is it about what's it about? What part of life?
It's about the accusations that were made against him and how they could be false.
Okay, I mean, I think my mom probably be interested in one.
Why the fuck not?
She likes to observe herself. I mean, similar to Michael Jackson too.
Doug, shut
A
a fucking Pet Cemetery documentary. It's one of the most boring documentaries of all time that circled around death of animals.
No, it was a positive documentary giving a good sending off into the next life. See, I think there's a stigma around these cemeteries, but you think that they're morbid places, but that documentary really changed my perspective and really like gave me a view that it's not actually it's a sad place. It's not actually necessarily a negative place. Because we all at some point want to give your furry friend a good resting spot. There's really it's like a nice gesture almost.
Okay.
And better alternative than chucking them in the soup.
Yeah, that's disgusting. Can you hear me?
I don't. We'll see if choppy it is.
Yeah.
If you can hear you, then you'll hear your choppy.
No, I know. I can tell that. Okay, I want to just quickly say.
I know some people in Nigeria that
Yeah, I bet they sound like they're in a backpack. Dog. I've been publishing articles recently, and I think they're amazing. I think they're probably the most sound logic articles in the history of humankind. And when you have time, I want you to listen to them. And they're only like 2 minutes long. They're not really long. But they're going to change the world, and I just want you to know that. Is that okay?
You're not using AI or like yourself?
This is what I do. I talk into my phone, and I say, I'm writing an article on XYZ, and I want to make sure to, this is the point that I'm making. So, like, the arguments that I'm making are about ad hominem attacks. If you don't know what ad hominem attacks, it's Latin. Ad means against, and hominem means the person or the man. So basically, instead of critiquing someone for their shitty mini golf play, you just say that they are a shitty golfer, or they're an anti-good mini golf player, or whatever. Like, you just attack the individual. And I think that's unfair. And I also think that there's a strategy, a very important strategy, debate, that the king of the hill element, which is like if you can call out your opponent for using Adam attacks, there is it becomes like a paradoxical um, element that allows you to basically take ground in the argument. You're basically calling them out for using name calling, and then you're going to destroy their argument. It's like added.
I mean, the same is true with like fallacy. Any fallacy you're pointing out in your opponent debating skills.
It's true. It's absolutely true.
Especially
I call it.
Especially the ad hominem.
Yeah, the 100.
It's like the lowest form of attack.
Exactly.
Even like the presidential debate with like Biden and Trump. It's like they're not supposed to use that, and they're still using it.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, when Trump calls Hillary lying Hillary or whatever, or he calls Joe Biden Sleepy Joe, I think the best thing that they could have said is that's an ad hominem attack.
Yeah, that would be
Wait, I'm serious, because not only does it deflect whatever the reference is, but then makes him look bad for resorting to that type of a tactic.
I agree.
Exactly. So,
especially when it's like supposed to be professional setting. It's not done just in like presidential debates. Like there's in like courtrooms or like any like formal setting. It's still happening. People are trying to like slander people.
I agree. And so,
or in the Senate of like the U.S., especially like Pam Bundy or Patel or whatever, like those what are they called? Attorney generals or governors? The governors using them against people in the Senate.
okay, you mean Congress people, not governors. And I know you're not American. So I get that. Okay, you're 100% right, and I hate it. And I see this done all the time, and so I would really like to. It's a 5-minute read, but you can listen to it. Makes it like 2 or 3 minutes. I am going to. I really want your opinion on this because it's what we're talking about, and share it with you, and you can just listen to it on your phone now, and I'll be here, and then I want somebody's opinion on this because I think it's really good. At one time, I was making this argument to Caspian Sea, and maybe I wasn't making it properly, or he was just not paying attention, which I totally understand. But I want somebody to like understand what I'm saying. So I just sent it to you. It's in your Discord messages. You need to click on it, and then once you click on it, there is a. Let me make sure there's an option. I don't want you to have to read it. I mean, you can, but I want you to just be able to listen to it. If you can't listen to it, then we're gonna find.
I can read it.
Okay.
I'll digest it better.
Okay. I'll be quiet, and I very much appreciate this.
All good. I'm starting.
In order to create individual ability at that future, so it's this is the tension. This is the tension. What we in order to create individual liability, and obviously after individual liability is going to be what we call collective okay, that wrong versus the flat. So we need to say the issue. Quando sono nero, quando la vita. Essentially, there is a client case, but the inclusive case with a liability. So is the fact is the individual case
Secretary at night. Word.
Essentially, all the claimants are grouped into one shliach versus prat, which is going to mean again all the claimants are broken out individualized, and therefore there's going to be liability for each individual shliach. If the shliach comes along with yours, that's when that's not about it. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 lines down from the top. So Shlomo says like this: the clown of Rabbi Meir, the clown of Rabbi Meir, ultimately is the equivalent to the clown of Rabbi Yehuda, and clown of Rabbi Yehuda, clown of Rabbi Meir. Okay, that's what this one. So we'll see this play out a little bit more specifically in the Bible. But the other one says, HaKol Modim, B'Velo L'cha, Shavu Prat. So we say, comes along and says no. Everyone agrees that if you say Velo, now what's that? Now you have to be very specific about everything over here. But if you're going to be focusing on is the love. The love. That Velo, not Lo-L'cha, 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 but Lo-L'cha. That introduction of the there ultimately creates individual liability. So therefore, Ella below the chop. This is very interesting. Now, the other understands over here. He says the only reason below the chop says if I say shua that I don't have your picadon, but below the chop, below the chop, below the chop. But I will agree that I'm not going to talk about a money because all these cases presuppose that I'm lying. So I'm not sure the other says everyone agrees that we have for each individual shua. Here's the macro, guess. We're going to say lo l'cha, lo l'cha, lo l'cha, lo l'cha. Without the above. Without the above, individual liability in that case. Rivera says even without the above, it's still an individual shua. And we would say no, it's a cloud. Okay, what should I generalize? Raise the question from there. So what's in Rivera's world? What's his cloud? Because you remember again, interestingly enough, we quoted one book of the very first year, and he got Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Shimon. But interestingly enough, 3 out of those 4, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi Shimon, quoted specific cases. Rabbi Meir did not quote specific cases. All Rabbi Meir said was like a general rule. He says cloud, that if you included all of the claimants in one general denial, you only have once. If you specify the claimants, or you specify the denial totally respective claimants, you will call that the same one. But in order to calculate what is a cloud and what is a product. So the easy we call shade, what is your name? Cloud. Sure. Okay,
I've read it. What are your thoughts? What inspired you to write an article? Why did you write it? Great question. So I'm going to be featuring of 5 podcasts starting on Monday for the next 5 weeks. The first one is on life extension. The second one is on improvement of the earth. Third is on mega projects. Fourth is on finding alien life. No, that's the 5th one. Fourth is on space exploration, and 5th is on the search for intelligent life. And I have like an outline of what I'm going to say, and it's really short because we have so many subjects to cover. And the podcaster / radio host who I'm doing this with, we only have like a 20-minute window for each podcast. They're not really that long, so I have to get a lot in. So basically, I was sending him my overview was, and he liked it. And then I asked him later on if I could put out a press release just announcing that we were going to be doing this series. Yeah, and so I sent him. I wrote a press release and I sent him the draft of it to approve, and he said it looked great. And then I started submitting it yesterday to different um, press release wires. And if you know how a press release wire works, maybe you do, maybe you don't. Basically, you have to make sure it gets approved. It has to be newsworthy. It can't be an article. But that element of it, the article part, stuck out in my mind. So I was like, well, this isn't an article. It's basically an announcement of an upcoming futurism series that I'm going to be having with this Australian radio host. And then I started publishing it on some free PR or press wires. And then I just watched it in Google. And these are really strong terms that I want to associate myself with, like futurism and extension and all that other kind of stuff that I like. And why this is important is because when someone uses AI to learn, I want it to be more about how I talk about futurism, unless I bot people on Kick. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Now, strategy that I use, but people don't really know about me, and I want to know what my thoughts are and what I discuss. And like, you and I have long form discussions that are really interesting for people to be able to listen. Could easily be podcasts, if they had a little more structure. However,
I mean, we talked about AI, like AI. PGA, why the PGA isn't creating.
Exactly, that's a really interesting thing. But that Google and other search engines index, they don't have the ability to make those words out yet, the transcript, and publish them. So it just is whatever I title a video on YouTube is what it's going to be. And it already takes me.
I made a use, there's like kind of, it's like tool like basically a cloud computer that you can use. I use like tool to download the transcript of one of your 10-hour Twitter videos, like I specified Twitter video, where you're talking about the and then it grabs me, like, downloaded the video, the time frame that I wanted, and did all that. But yeah, inherently, the video did not. I guess it did not.
Right. So at least with YouTube, so you did this with X or YouTube?
I use some Google Cloud to do like cloud computer thing, run coding and then do everything with pre-built.
Get that? Did you use an X link or you?
Video is from X.
Okay. That's probably true. It's facing me. It has the recording near me. I agree with you on that. And did it do it?
Yeah, it did. And my was like just didn't like background me, but it still did a good job of pointing out what I was saying too, which was more impressive. It wasn't more impressive, but it had like pretty solid, like considering how solid the audio quality.
Right. And those microphones are not facing you. I do have microphones that are facing you. So you could, I'm sure somebody could take them and to get really great audio quality and then suppress everything in the background. So that's great. Okay, so like exactly what you did is going to be a lot easier in the future, and then the tricks will be like in an easier show. But I put out so much content that it is just it would be all day to real things and say what the summary said and everything. It's just when I first could not with my devices.
No, but I think you can downloading transcript stream summarize and putting them somewhere.
Doubt that current here's why. I'm live on 20 different YouTube streams right now. And let's say, right, how is it going to properly input the title and the description, make sure that you're logged into the right account and it's under the right video? Like there's too much navigation amongst the accounts. One is a lot easier. But then on top of that, it has to do X, it has to do Instagram, it has to do TikTok. It would spend all day.
If you're just doing the transcript, you don't need transcript. You just grab it from good. Maybe there's like two Discord versus your room, the best. Combine two streams. It's possible to download the transcript and then you could build like a bot, and make a bot that just creates a video title,
I agree, but then I only have a video that has the transcript in it. And then what happens, which inevitably happens with a lot of my accounts, if you just lose it for whatever reason, copyright, or because Zoot talks about ending anything or whatever, like then I'll.
I'm not sure. I'm saying that like audio, like with the video game, the audio are virtually the same.
I get that. I get that, and I mean, I really like YouTube video. It just tells you a summary of what the transcript says.
And they have generally you can summarize a question with AI on YouTube.
Right, it's great. And it's very accurate. But what I'm saying is, without even having to plug that in, it will just give you an AI summary of every video. We're not far away from that. Can you agree?
They started doing that on Facebook, and for some reason it went away because there's people off, myself included, just like we have some random Facebook posts like just give me an AI summary. It really just give me the option. At least the option to exclude this because it's super annoying. Now I don't see it. I didn't even have option. I didn't even have the option.
I made a video on this topic to some extent for Instagram. To you, Fire Monk, what do you think? What do you think?
Like a self-immolating.
Exactly. Like that guy. His name is Quinn Duc from Vietnam in the 1960s. That guy, right?
Yeah, protesting.
Exactly. 100%. Thank you. Okay, so I typed that into Instagram, and the first thing that it was like this AI description of like some video, and it's like, dog, this man sacrificed his fucking life against really religious oppression, and that Zuckerberg and Instagram think that someone who would look this up, a very historical event, would instead want some stupid game that nobody cares about. Or maybe if you cared about, that's fine, but like it's not as important to me. So I just made this whole video of like, what in the F are you doing with your AI? Where
you know the reason why? The reason I know is Instagram I follow he just does like improv commentaries on stupid internet clips. And so I was sending him and there's like gone below, and the train is moving. This guy's trapped. This guy's moving. Like red body. You're and then the train is like it's suspended like a road catch, which is like saying like behind the locomotive. It won't be good. And so then the dude somehow enough timing between like every car where like the wheels were far enough apart where he could like tweak under, and so he managed to just tumble like just barely underneath. No. Yeah, I sent this to a guy and then terms and conditions, which basically promoting violence of any kind will result in account ban. So, like, you cannot post or be like dangerous on Instagram apparently, which I see a lot of dangerous content on Instagram. You post rock climbing videos, but like rock climbing is dangerous, and like all types of shit that people do is dangerous, but anything I guess it's a little gray area. Dangerous. That's why we didn't show up.
no, it does show up, but you really look for it. I agree with you though. It gives you a whole description of it, but that's a newsworthy event. That's a historical event, and to me, it was just like equating some video game with some historical event that's given. The historical event than some fucking.
I mean, it's like a speech on Facebook, arguably like a platform, all these horrible events.
Yeah, that's
sites like Wikipedia, will tell you all about that, or other site really.
That's true. This is something that drives me is that they allow you on Instagram, and
in Australia apparently.
Yeah, 16. Zoot's pissed off about it because. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Zoot cannot do the charts now without it.
And did you know people who faked her pregnancy? Yeah, so Zoot's in shambles. He was going to be a father, he thought.
Yeah, it's like a 30,000 chance.
Perhaps. So, well, in LA, they just had a trial for Meta and YouTube or Alphabet, and they lost. And it was basically these platforms push content on children, and they do. And I remember having a major issue with Facebook when it opened up to 13-year-olds. I remember thinking, in order to make a contract with someone, you need to be the age of majority. You need to be 18 years old, and basically you're asking children to enter into a contract forcibly. And I just never thought that was that was proper. Now, Congress said that they made a law that said that you couldn't you any day went under 13, so that's why third number. But with all that being said, I as an adult should be able to have a that says, "Don't show me anything from anyone under 18." I feel that is normal. Like, I don't want to see children. I don't want to see some kid who is doing a TikTok dance. In my opinion, Instagram and all that should have a teen app, just an app. You should have to be 18 years old to use Instagram or TikTok or whatever else, and everything else should be under that. I know that kids are not going to necessarily follow those rules, but there's nothing I can do about that. Here's what happens to me. I really do my best to just, even in this Discord, every single person who I send an invite to says, please join if you are an adult. When kids come in here, I have to ask how old they are. I had to kick kids out yesterday. I feel like the old man on the porch saying, get off my lawn. But basically, I have to do that. And it's really, to me, you can have the things like, like Cam already allows this. Like, they call them like whatever. They call them like banned words or whatever. You can say, don't share anything for, I don't know, Venezuela or Canada, or not just German shepherds. The color show me anything with the filters. Yeah, exactly. But you keep those ages, and I'm not. It should be for all ages, but at least minors. To me, I feel like we should protect, but also protect adults. There should be a separation there, and there isn't. And I just think that that's bad. It happens to me. Any on on TikTok. Here's what happens. I use this bot on TikTok, basically like takes a random song and uploads it or whatever. Okay, well, whenever those random songs are uploaded, there's like a couple minutes in there while they're uploading that TikTok just shows me a random account. And sometimes the people who do the random account do lip syncing like I do, and it's really good. And it's to a song that I really like. And so I'll be like, oh, I want to follow that person just like a normal individual would. So I'll follow. And I followed maybe a few dozen people who were singing a song that I liked, and they were lip syncing it just like I did. But then I started looking into the accounts that I was following, and one of them I see says, I thought I saw somebody who looked underage, and I looked at their profile and it said 19. So I'm like, okay, this person's just, but then I started checking all of the ones, and one of them in there was some girl who had a parent, it's called parent managed account. And so basically this parent is, I'm sure their kid was like, I want her, and the kid was like, okay, but I'm going to make your account. So one of the people who was singing a song, fully clothed, I had followed. So I went through and unfollowed every single person because I don't want to be following anybody who's not of age. And I just feel as a user, I shouldn't have to make that sacrifice. I shouldn't have to say, I'm not following anybody because the site is showing me children, and I don't want to be following children. I don't think that that's a good uh, strategy, a good look, a good yeah, exactly. I I just don't want to. I mean, and the fact is, you can say don't show me on a platform. Don't show anything about iPhones or cats or whatever, but you can't say don't show me children. It's like the app is forcing it on people. They're forcing children to see adult things, and they're forcing adults to interact with minors, and I don't think it's right.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, typically in society, like people the same age, like hang out together. Majority, they're like a teacher or something, or a parent.
That's true.
So it's kind of like why it's just like too much of a fuck. And there's not enough borders in place or any friction around preventing those.
They already
groups from interacting. Really,
they already
like on social media, like TikTok, like you can just make an account and interact with anyone.
They already do. They say you have to be 13 to be able to use the site. So they're already drawing the line at 13. And I'm saying draw a line at 18 so that I don't have to interact with any of these people.
Yeah, in Australia, I mean, it's an interesting experiment to see that will even work. I think it might backfire because the kids will still have phones, and they're just going to be like, okay, we can't use Instagram, but we can use Skype. And then they're going to download Skype, and then they're going to be in a group, like some group, and potentially be exposed to horrific things because there's no regulation in place to prevent random internet people interacting with children. And there's probably could be like less moderation sites that they flee to, like refugees.
Okay.
Internet TikTok refugees.
That's fine. Skype's not even a thing anymore. It was shut down by Microsoft, so I get what you're saying. But like, there aren't that many places, and at least for the big ones, I don't know. I just don't want to see children, and that's my prerogative. There's no thing on there to say don't show me kids, or at least kids accounts. Some people want to show them with their family. I mean, whatever. But I'm following the adult. I'm following the senior-old person, and that's just how I feel about it. And I'm on social media much that this is just a setting that I think is necessary. I see a lot of adult people on X that use the phrase MDNI. Have you ever seen this phrase, MDNI? No. Minors do not interact. Now, I didn't know what that meant, so I had to look it up. But it's basically like, don't interact with my stuff 18 years old. And I see it on X. I see it on Discord. I mean, if you look at my Discord profile, it says 18 plus. I don't want to talk with anybody. It's a big thing. Like,
I mean, if you go to a bar, 21 or 18, I'm 21 or 18. Yeah, it's like. Yeah, they don't just allow the children. They don't just allow
I agree.
Or strip club or something.
I agree.
Or something. Rules.
I agree. Here's an interesting one.
But no, the internet is just very low.
In its own way, yeah. That's changing. Okay, so X. In order to download X from the Google Play Store or iOS Store, it says it's a different kind of app. It's different than Instagram and Snap and other stuff that you can be 13. That one says you have to be 18 because they just straight up show porn on it. However, I get a lot of guys in Africa who don't give a shit about it, and they just fake accounts, and they come in here and ask how to get a job and everything. And I'm like, all right, well, create all these different social media files. And they're like, I can't, I'm not 18. And it's like, get the fuck out of here. Like, I met you on X. I'm assuming that you're 18 because it said you have to be 18 on X. But it's like, it's a loophole. I get it. When I was I mean, I can't say that I didn't ever say that I wasn't, that I was, just or whatever. It's just like an expectation that I have.
Did you hear were you aware of the 20-minute workout?
Enlighten me, please. Sounds familiar.
It's just like these workout videos, I guess, in the 80s or something. And since there was not widespread pornography back then, it was like the most provocative thing on TV that you could watch. And so these like aerobic exercise videos would come out, and they're in like these big suits and doing some suggestive aero exercises, and that was like the closest thing
with you saying that, yes, I know what you're talking about. And, in my mind, as a young person, I wasn't sexualized by that. I just saw those as people who were exercising. But I know what you're talking about. The exercises that they were, if you look at them with that type of view, then they're very sexualized.
Yeah. The closest thing about TV that you
Absolutely. Okay, did you like my ad hominem attack article?
I did.
Was it okay, nobody gives a shit about pickleball. Dog, I want to watch this Michael Jackson documentary.
I don't know if my mother will want to watch that.
All right, dog.
But maybe. What's it about?
It's a.
No, he's I don't know. We'll see. I got
All right, dog, take care. Peace.
Elsewhere, the jazz behind working cycles of individual performers. You hire not only for the individual practitioners, but also hire for the general share in copyrighted code, i.e., other instrumental get all value, but that's talking about the 5 people. Claim 4 things against me. If 5 people claim 4 things against me, you know, saying I deny those 4 things to the 5 people, that what generates ultimately again 20 plus liability. So I'm saying, so interestingly enough, so there's still the question again. In this case, it's quite interesting. Let's keep on becoming a thing against me. So again, 5 people coming against me, each coming out. He thinks I don't myself to that. שבועה שאין לכם רדיקום. לוקיתם ולבשרו כזרמת בשבועות all of them. So the shadow is, and everyone will agree, that is the 5 individual liabilities that he be sort of Christmas. The shadow is 2 girls. To generalize it, even take a first shibura of any of them beyond the court. That's not focus. That's not focus. Generally, like it. How many of you have left? Why do they? Why do they 11 years left? So it's kind of showing up. How much you told us? 5 people are here for the first day. Well, only one here, because they were just can't have any issues, so we have that. Now watch this. So 5 people are coming against me and all copying the same thing. And what do they say? Kiwas is the cover, right? Cover is the top. Sherman said, and he's alone. He has lost something. And I think I lost iPhones, right? And what happens? On the record, I say one of the claimants. شروع شديد خطيرة قدم شناسيات جزء بعديدا so I respond to one of them such as again if you made it you got yourself to one of them I say to one of them Ruben I swear to you that I don't have a قدم شناسيات جزء بعديدا and then what do I say below the car below the car below the car below the car that's what I do. And again, I use it to roll the clock to each of the rest of it. So no, so I said, what is the halacha in that case? Achad Gavachai, that was the point of page from the last Russia and that. Achad Gavachai, Achad Gavachai, Achad Gavachai, that's right. You will know the fact that Allah, apart from the becoming of Shalasan Kai, they has a fast, has a time you should be shown. What kind of affirmation was it with the Shaila? Right? So you know something that we have 5 guys were being against me. And those 5 guys were being against me. Chicago, Deposit, Chomesial, Road, guess I was stolen objects, I made a lot of that. I swear to you, living. شروع شئين الخطر الذي كاعتقاد شمسيات جزء بعثيك. And then I say, below the thought, below the thought, below the thought, below the thought. Turns out that I'm on it. So let's say, so now every one of these that we got are using, I'm going to be excited for it, right? Because we're looking at specified, we did all each of the things. The shame is, what does the club do in the rest of them? So what's this? I'm going to be able to fire once for the rest of the claimants on the days. But it's dear law, I'm trying to have the higher for the ones. Maybe I should be hired ultimately again for individual liability for each of them. The other claimants as well. So touch, so it's imagine, let's analyze. So touch murder. I think that's extreme factors are. Let's say in this case, on the fighting factors, what's the case? If you got the polish, so I specified, the way I specified. I went to the guy that said, I scorch in the VIP, but the right? Again, that's obvious. So we give my session when we keep that's obvious. So the law polish, but we must be specified by the rest of it. And we should not know what the hell it turns out that's what. Getting this good back to us. It's never going to keep what he's found up with myself. But we combine it to everything else. Number one, in this case, for the 5 people opposition, right? And all of you say, what the goal is, is it so that you have in your possession our loan, right? Our loan, a left stolen up, and the lost outcome. I turn to you and I say, you there. Sure, shit. I swear, you don't have a good in my possession. You are. You got it. You're stolen object and you're lost object. And then I say, below the car, below the car, below the car, below the car. That is really criminal. However, when I see the process, all you have to be an individual rise to show up for each of those guys. But it turns out that a lot of the money was not as a lot of high indicators. Something was a lot worth it, right? You have something that you're right. You're going to create it in a hundred, very happy. But that's the trouble. But it's a tremendous amount of liability. I was like, so yeah. So to me, that was like, what I'm asking is, who is the one? Is that who is the So we only try like a clock and not five on the 12. That's why we talk about shit. When I say shit, no, we cover. Conventional siya. Conventional sa mga iba. I'm not fighting an additional sport for general college sport. I'm not fighting ultimately again for what? For the individual sports that are going to introductory discussion. Okay, incredible. Vamos a hacer esa pegada. Unless the classica so we wish to look at what the interesting case where someone plays ultimately again and so moving into repetition, right? It says the shimmy. You should just or you find it, it wants to have a fun and it wants to shimmy play, and then he did it that. Shimmy plays that he did. What's the halacha? So this was a machlokas at anas the masikas the people were alone as they was but we are very the guys I think that like shit is volume she like she is like she was like she was a little fucking right she was showing plus asmo she was about plus it's a plus potter so you can make yourself happy plus
Nine children, 56. Josh Wolf, one of my favorite people. And a great comic and a great piece. Great club. I just talked to Mark Russell yesterday. Great club. I agree. How they got in it, and you'll sell well there. Yeah, I love. I've always come to even the old caps. Remember that old song? I like those instruments. Yeah, but I like those type of flat ones. Yeah, it's a great. I love that place. I remember the old Cap Cities. Yeah, that was always. Oh, gosh. I love that. But it's the same picture. I love all of the energy. Nobody comes flying. I had so many great memories. Yeah, and then there's obstacles. San Antonio, it's like this. It's like crazy. In that place, in medieval America, it's just it's a little cavernous. The first time I went, the manager was like, "Hey," and he was like, "Just so you know," he said, "unless this place is sold out, a lot of times you'll see the black, you just won't hear it." What? They're right in front of me. Because you have like that was straight to the club where a guy had a seizure. A seizure. And, mass exodus. Ambulance, stretcher, that's the international. But yeah, you're right. If it's not packed, and even if it is, it's just. And this woman passed out at her noise. Head makes when it hits something. When they fall without their hands, she fell. And it made that noise where even in the middle of the show, everyone was like, "Oh, what's up?" Waiting for the breath. And then when she got up, it's so funny when people get up, they're like, "I'm fine," and you look at them and they have like a, I'm like, "No, you're not, dude. I was at the rodeo with my family. There's this little kid, like, oh, Ross can't be more country." The dad has him standing on the top of the bleachers, and I can tell he's ready to fly. He's like, "Oh Christ, God, he's so nervous." I'm just yeah, not touching kids, I'm touching kids. Oh my God, I'm like, all right, kid. The kid's crying, and then he's fine. He's fine. And then the kid for the rest of the road, he was just a bunch of empty restaurant, just Yeah, man. Hell yeah. Just because, yo, man, shitty dad of the year just staring at the horses like, what happened? Like, you got one, how many times were you concussed in high school football in any game? No, dude. I didn't give college. I got him doing college, too. They just call it give your bell rung, and then I was the ridiculous fullback of the wedge. Let's start on kickoff, too. So I remember you notice the main thing when I was in baseball. The pitcher took a hard line drive to the now, stud pitchers exhale. He's throwing shit about 9 and 10, 58, it's at 60 feet, right? Yeah, it's not a full field. I mean, he's throwing heat. He's a Texas dad. Get on, please, son, get on up. And I was like, oh my God, like, I'm calm down. I can't see it, right? The other guy's like, don't touch him, don't touch him. He's like, breathe, son. And he's pitching. I was like, hey, I'm different. Oh, they're just, it's a different post of dirt on it. Dude, you look great. You are, and you do have the comment. I was on a hot second. Yeah, it's my first week with the TRT boys. With the TRT boys, got new boy bands. Now TRT. Oh my God. Dude, T's are jumping. Hands here for TRT. Kids, they can't sing when they are TRT boys. The guy on the left is Jewish, the guy in the middle is Samoan. The oldest dudes with the smallest nuts. My nuts haven't shrunk up or kept it on. Oh, okay. Eventually, nuts they're Photoshop. Really going back to their original. Mine are the size of like small. Are they? Yeah. You're taking a lot. I'm not taking a lot. I'm taking very little. But I tell you what, shred. Usually people like start to lose like the definition of the muscle. Lose some weight. That's when guys are like, I should lose some. It wasn't anything the way I looked. Honestly, thanks for bringing that up. Oh shit! It's a baby dick, so that is not great. It doesn't make your dick shrink. That's a tiny dick. Yeah, that's a tough look. That's a tough look. That looks like child's dicks. Honestly, it looks like a thumb. Yeah, big hole. It looks like Brad Forrest dick. Yeah, his dick on. Dick pic. It's the only dick pic I've kept on my phone, but it made me laugh. I'm like, this dude looks like a thumb with a beard case on. Honestly, it had nothing to do with the way I looked. It had to do with working out. It's like, I don't know, I haven't done so it's like, so the workouts were carbohydrates just dragging. Yeah, dude. And after that first half hour, I was like, I don't that's when you're like, dude, what the hell is going on? So I was like, I'm gonna try this. Plus, I travel a lot. That beat you up. People realize I'm like, sway and all that. Get out your routine. Trying you're doing. For me, like I would work out, and then I would do workouts different. At least 2.5 hours a night. And I found myself for the first time in the middle of shows. Yeah, like I do my first show and I was like, I don't want to go out there. I'm tired. And then when I ended it, I was like, well, I'm going. And once I got back, I got on TRT. I literally don't have that anymore. I have that again. There's some weird thing. No steroids like that. Considered deficient. The doctor that I did the blood work. If I come back down, it's a serious dysfunction. Ways to well got deep. So ways to well. Like Denise was like, she look, you're high, the testosterone's high, but you gotta look at your free testosterone. You gotta look at what's available. You gotta look at binding, binding factor, which is all very true, especially for Mediterranean. It sucks up all the testosterone. I'm just telling you. You know, I'm not telling you to do it. There are other things you can do. But let's just do it. Let me see what happens. Wisdom well, like I'm not terribly for sure. Wisdom well is like a peptide clinic, health clinic. It's a health clinic. So you go, they say you do because I'm getting gotcha. Say less on that. My boyfriend connect you after this. It's close to it. But sometimes having for a bad, very time for some. Where's the list? I don't know. Because you big dude has a training. Yeah, but I think it hurts when she wants to start having kids with those hers. And then really just energy. Like the sword, like how good, like the sword, I am bigger. I'm at 330. And what's on my mom? There's no, let me go to her, yada, and then you can't. If Billy wakes me up at 2, 3, I'm good. So I've been up since 3. I'm good, baby. Yeah. I'll go from here. I get 2 shows. And if this works out, I think I get a film. And then I'll take her practice. I'll be my first 12 hours. I'm good. I'm good. This is what the 10 countries. So to my 5 on all these issues. So way too much. Can't cook it up. I do. I am going to do I just think it's really good because it's super good. Well, very small amount because you don't get these spikes. You'll get this like a high, so you take cypionate. Some people do it, but I'm saying for somebody my age, like they were telling me, just try to do because if you do 5 or whatever is 8 I use all at once, you're just on full. Yes. So back down. So by Saturday, Sunday, you're like, oh man, by breaking it up, you're constantly like this. When my doctor said I was going to have so those days are, she was like, you're going to figure out what you're going to do. And I think the quote she said was, hard pass and flaccid pass. My wife is 23 years younger, and when I say I woke up this morning with a dick that would blunt a cat's claw. If a cat came and attacked my dick, the cat would come out with one claws. That's how far it was. I never have, but it's teenage. I mean, I'm paying attention. How's your wife? She feels good. See, but that was I was there on but so his wife was constantly taking naps. I would cook for the kids. Like that. There's no energy. Just beat around. And so my wife was like, make sure your blood would jump up. So my mom, forgot your testosterone zero. It's zero. Guess what? And then she does. Her husband's like, you sick. God, she's a different person. He's like, I don't know, right? Yeah, it's all. He's like, I don't know what it is. He's like, she's done it. It's like, we've got back. She have balance. Progesterone, minuscule amount of women, which is a huge cockroach. If you're watching the testosterone, they will manipulate that because women, if you're really healthy, you have testosterone, that's well progesterone. To your point, like if your hormones are off, you are fucked. And most people are around, they don't get enough. They're aerobic, all these things. That's all they throw things off. Then with age, then the system shots. We have sick. So I really because I'm always so far 3 pounds just like to say if I don't have it, okay. Your name the group I'm so paranoid. It's like my hair, or you take a TRT and what the fuck? You jump right to snap. That's what you're from, because it's not no joke, and so I'm not rolling around I just don't. I mean, if you're usually lives there's so many beneficial peptides now, it's wild. I always roll in like can I just say where I noticed it? Like I know it sounds without like my hands. I know it sounds weird, but like when I was hitting the hands, when I noticed that thing, like the difference is like I was hitting this, I saw the difference, and I was like, oh, I was so slow. And then I was so fucking, and I after TRT, like I feel like my hands were like just strong. I was going to do some check runs. Yeah, so is that should be get the fuck out. Yeah, is that the only reason she's like the hands are being fine with the funds of it? Yeah. But if I was a minus 4,000, y'all would be a guy without, but you can buy I'm taking it in box. Yeah, I'm going for a box for 15 mil for 1 5. I'm best I'm signing. And all due respect, there are people who like this. Yes, right now. Yeah, but that's what I would I'm like it. I'm going to get 5 million. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? 5 to Texas. We got 3 cars. Now, some names. Don't get realistic. I don't feel like chocolate. I'm going to. I want you to is there a drug test? There's always some bouncers. We both does kind of. So, okay. That's what I like vegan too for once. Yeah. Okay. Serious for Alice. His head is massive. He's pretty jacked. Yeah, keep going. Yeah, that was next. Yeah, keep going. Okay. What about Diaz? I'm gonna say, I'm gonna say, fucking But he's Bam Bam. He's a strong boy. He's a strong boy. And his jiu-jitsu is pro level. So he's a nightmare. It's not fun. Yeah, it's not out of his mind. But I guess your cardio's better, Bubba. Yeah, cardio's right. Your cardio's better. He's gonna dance better at your ass. Yeah, there's no like Restream. What he's gonna do? He's gonna try to stop it. He knows I'm 48. I know. So I like to fight. I like to fight. Okay. In your mind, you gotta survive the first. And then Rock's got a problem because he's got a very good cardio. Yeah. And his jiu-jitsu is a problem. So it's going to be what's that? I'm saying 5 because I can't. If I get more, you're going to play everything, right? What if I sent you to Japan to learn those 5 I would love to say that. Like 5 little pages in Japan. Back with the Andre. Man. Yeah. Can you tell me? When's this time? It's a tough game. I remember the first time I pushed the face to fight. Does not Andre have cancer? Yeah. What do you have? What kind of cancer? What is it? You beat 24 and she's had cancer twice. 3 times. Yeah, 3 times. You're definitely coming back. If you're going to get a cancer, that's the cancer you get actually. That's not good. That is 3 times. My God. It's not hotter than here. So for 3 months, first of all, it's dry heat and it's way easier. So our heat makes no mistake. So I don't like you at all. I don't like it at all. No, I don't. But Vegas, dude, I'm telling you, the best kept secret about Vegas is so 3 months a year, it's that's what I'm saying. So there were 3 months of the year where I didn't go outside either. That's the point. Everyone's coming for me for 45 days straight. Yeah, heaven, Vegas. So we were in 70 degrees. It's fun. Listen, man, I like being removed. I don't need to be in it anymore. Like in my residency there, so I got 2 nights a week in town. Just drive down and
I don't know if it's not
wise guys too. I don't get wise guys because something's in it's just me and them. So I do my show, she does it back. It's the thing about Vegas, man, is that people here in Vegas, you know, like everything, it's the same where people are doing like Hollywood, like that's a big thing, like, yeah, oh my God, it's a conversation. Oh, is there really not a conversation? It's so much it's like, if you when you were living in LA or something like, hey, let's go to Universal City Park, you'd be like, yeah, call me, absolutely not. I go to the Strip twice a week. You know, that's how true it is. I take some mushrooms. It's for me, that's the I went to Sacramento. I'm gonna go see Backstreet. That's not the Backstreet Boys are I don't listen to that because I'm a straight man. I know that I don't like their music. Backstreet Boys has some good songs. I can't just sing that because you know it's terrible. I don't like that kind of music. It's too hard. It's not terrible. I'm an artist, guys. Give me who do this? Jethro Tull. My wife is a music girl. She listens to music in the house. I don't hear like this one. Musicians play bass. I'm driving at 7 a.m. to tune it's fucking Metallica, Rage Against the Machine, Eminem. All the rock I do is watching your kid play baseball. So Jacob Wall, my son, was a phenomenal dude. And I tell you, so don't you think because he's good at baseball, yes, there's Jacob, at 9 years old, this one, he fell off first base, crying. Because it was the first time I got one out. He just didn't. I was like, dude, you're out. He's like, I'm always on base. You actually, he couldn't he went to Vegas. My wife and I went to see his son was playing. My wife was laughing so hard because his son was running away from the ball. Was running away straight up. He looked like he was barefoot on pebbles. And the ball would be right there, and he would call it pass. And he's like, all right, come on, do it, man. Let's go. That's like, now he's also coaching too. Yes. So your son played for how long? He was a sophomore, and then he moved to a school and just didn't have
seems like they were like, no,
He didn't want to use your wood to wood. It's a lot, dude. He's literally for 12 hours. He's outside on a Saturday and Sunday. He's going to just they weren't trying. One day my dad would be like, you want me to drive an hour and sit here for 6 hours while you play for me? I have shit to do. I have a kid. It's such a business. What is the correlation between size and skill in terms of right now? It doesn't matter. Someone hit puberty, size though. To play the majors. Baseball, the thing about baseball, I don't know what they was for, but the kids, like, you know, there was an Armenian kid who had a mustache, and he dominated, but he never put it until then. So you just don't know. So you don't tell a take, especially if you're like, it's like top 20 information. You see the coach literally was like, they give all the kids like, we're going to dominate. Yeah, just that. So they're doing 60, 65 change-ups. Be careful about splitters. It's like, you're trying to charge now. Just 6 kills, hit that, you're catch. I explained to Tiger all the time, like, we're talking about this kid was fucking. I'm 22. But it's clear. It's you that's trying to extend your shot. Also, what you gotta predict with it is it's required just not fun. That's super competitive. It's such a bar.
Arthur, what's up? Good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Appreciate the thing. I was going to our sponsors for good morning. Oh, this is fair. I got a video to your comment salvation. Auch im Prinzip die Musik und das Soundfilms für Annoncier. Snip Swiss covered in Transfers are Somalis, Brazilians, and grandparents and husband then Jakob Akon Masha Bast. And she's from but they of us have a first book has no point. What if I can
It's like my son has anxiety with class, and I'm like, I never had that. I was like, like this isn't good. Baseball for me, sports, I find the best one. It's the best one to go watch. You're outside, it's good weather. You're not in the gym in the winter or rain getting wet. I mean, you heard. Go to hockey, play hockey at home. The skates were like at 5 a.m. To get home. I was fucking Jake was like, he was like, I'm play hockey. I'm like, you have to get you number 4 to get you a ring by 5. 0% chance. Baseball's great weather outside. It was my favorite sport to coach and watch him play. I freaking loved it. Is yours good? Yeah. What's his? It's both of them. So my oldest Tiger is huge. just a big kid. He's a piece. He's got 260 pounds. He's got a neck this thick. He's got traps. He's just a big kid. Damn. Oh, yeah. He was 6 years old. The G code is obviously tied to this beast, super strong to get the ball really low. But then the younger brother, she used to play with older kids. The younger one's such a monster. Like his fundamentals are crazy. For 6 crazy. Like he's big. Coach Davies, I'm like, really? There's not too many people on Tigers travel. But he's 6. But, in the upper division, like last year, first got her, like, so he's 5'8". So now he's on like 6 years. The best thing they can try to find some coach with first tries. Because there's an LA was first timers, kids that want to see if it's one. Then also kids that so he's promised at 6. I don't have to talk to him. Like, talking about turning to he's like, he's like, he's gonna shit his pants when he goes to the ball. Turning to signature, second base, get out and go for a double play. And so doors and so forth. He's like, look, you gotta even say turning to. It's freaking everybody. They're 6. You're freaking everybody out with your genetics. They're looking for their Caprice and their Arsenal. That kid's staring at the sun. And you're talking about, as a regular guy, I remember playing these from some of those stand-up kids. This kid Mike Gomez, like, he had to play, I think, pro, semi-pro. And when I remember, I was in line, and I remember he was a pitcher. And I remember going, I can't see that ball, so I'm afraid of that. Also, I'm afraid that here's what's nice about Texas sports. It's like yesterday, like Tiger pitches and one people feel really good up for it. That's just and the coach, he's up another game, the Austin with him, but they have all sorts of major. He comes over and he's telling you, that guy pitched 2 innings. He's the all-time strikeout. And he's teaching strikeouts. And I look over at that guy, who's at University of Texas. He's like a legend in that area. He's the head of the Muslim Center. He took kids from 6-year-olds to 16. And 11 kids, I think, got drafted. So it's like there's I just look out like the coaching in Texas is like, man, just when I was growing up, we all played 3 sports. This is just play. Even like, I'm sure the fields here at Restream, right? Yeah. Dude, they were dicey. So dicey. Like, they're all careful. Oh my God, you never knew where the ball was going to jump. And honestly, like, the people who umpired the games were strong. Yeah, and you don't get into it. There's probably money into different. Yeah, how many kids you have? 3 kids. Okay, you like 3. You have total 3. Total is 3. I get 5 kids. I get sometimes 50. You guys know who can use that, Jacob? You can be all. Hold on. This will be, I think, his 4th year. And it's the best time I have ever had. I honestly, as soon as he started touring, I stopped thinking about tickets. I stopped thinking about anything. It is the absolute dream. We started in September, and then it was like 3 months in, he was like, let's just get on what we did. He said, let's just hang out, hook up. We fucking do that by 6 and 14. And I'm telling you right now, it will change the game for you. I need some time. But it's like, it's so good. And I'll be 70 myself in 20. Hey guys, what's going on? Yeah, dude, hasn't been aware of. I realize that these times are full of facts. So like the last time there at 6:30 in the morning, like, it's a lot different than the games I'm training. I've got our drive night is another great videos. That's not right. This is the best of my life, and I go, we have had 4 years now. I have 4 years. He said, why going when you're 10? When you're 14? In high school, I could be so I told him, like, things are going to go right now. I'm here. We spent all this time together. We have 4 years left in this book. So if you strike out, just know, like, out here, you go from Tigers to tennis. So if you know what we did in this 4 years,
who have not generally had a name as a collective group like the Ravenets and their efforts to build societies and Jewish homes and communities and education. And it's time that must start recognizing.
This is your response to it. I did tell him. I was like, I'm going to keep the vacation. That's crazy. Especially dude, he and I, like I said, we're 5 games. Straight up, he fucks with me all the time, which I love. I've started some games. And I told you earlier, and I'll just leave them to camp. Is he single? Yes. Is that weird? Like, it'd be weird, like, being too close to my camera. Tell me about the shits. Well, here's the thing. You'll find one. So we do the 10. Yeah, I know. That's 20. We can keep talking about that. That's chick. The only thing we don't do is that's it. That's what 2 is. Yeah. Somebody asked me to do a Q&A, right? And somebody asked me, you guys talk to each other about sex. And he said, are you asking me if I ask him how he fucks my mom? And they were like, good point. I was like, yeah, we don't talk this question. That's right. We don't talk about the one thing, but dude, we talk about everything, you know. When I put him in, I don't know, I had to put him in so but I felt so privileged, dude, for him to feel so comfortable with me. To just text me and be like, hey, because if we weren't, you did your job, Roger. That's how you know you're doing it. You did your job. You open it up, it's not scared. Everybody in this room, will never have regrets about what we do. You know, I think the biggest sin of foster women is leaving and not being there for his kids. And you'll never get over as a kid. And it is, to me, I lose all respect for any man. If you have to live in, I live in a different state than my 14-year-old and 17-year-old. But there's not a day that goes by that I'm not FaceTime. There's not a day that goes by where I'm not planning to go and see them. No matter what you got to do to be in your children's lives, they know that they're never most important thing to you. It's all that matters. And when I see people who are not like that, you know, I just, and I understand, you know, sometimes you have to work and you're gone, but you have to be in your children's lives. All of us here have, like, will never have that for what games back. You know, I had kids before anyone. So when I would go on literally with him in a baby newborn, and I would do my audition. You're there for that. Like, you guy, you were the comic. And I thought it was 5 kids. I did the stories, you know, people had 5 kids. You see, I was like, what the fuck? You know, we were a couple of fuck around Charlies, right? You know, all Josh had responsibility of having me home and raise kids. I was like, that wasn't respected when I drove home from the audition. Everybody else I knew, it's also the one around the audition, you're also a single dad. So they were all day. I knew all my patients. As soon as I left that audition, I didn't even think about it because I had other more important things to do. What was your routine as a single dad? You wake up, get ready for school. Yeah, I woke up. How old were they when mom left? Call it 6'4". That's very hard. 6'4". had to explain to your children.
Well,
She had around us. So it was easier to transition. It was like cold turkey. No, it was easier. And she had been around, but I had been doing it essentially anyways. And I would go, dude. Places like the Improv, the Laugh Factory, the Comedy Store were all so kind to me because they knew I was like, I have to bring my 3 kids. And the Improv, just one of the staff would sit with them, they'd eat ice cream, and I would go on stage. I would always ask them first. I just need first. Let me go first. I didn't in the Comedy Store. Joey watched. Joey Diaz? Yeah. Joey was their biggest. Joey was Joey Diaz. That is so awesome. Joey was their biggest. Great. Oh my God. Can I tell you? So he used to. Joey Diaz babysit your children. Go. He would, when you smell birds or kids. So I asked him where my dogs were. I go, hey, where's the sea? He goes, I put in the DRAW. I go, he says, the drawings, the fucking drawings. That's not how you spell it. He goes, yeah, but that's how we say it. I go, yeah, but you gotta spell it. We all gotta be together on how you spell it. She's making softball. So we were being really weird about music. It was all kinds of I think my edibles and I fucking zoned out. I zoned out. He has the other parents doing edibles with him. Just zoned out. Imagine having Joey's on baseball. No, but back then Joey was also 350. Yeah, he's healthier now, but he was 3. And he was, as long as I made turkey burgers, he was like, I will babysit for turkey burgers. But he babysat for turkey burgers. Dude, how your wife this? Like, I'm trying to make it with fucking Joey. You can't call Joey Diaz is the babysitter. Think about that TV show was bombed twice. I'm sure it was bombed twice. Of course, the problem was that one of the big notes in the network was getting toned down and Joey Carroll. Watch what he does to a room. I've always said, if you want to see a room in 15 minutes of Joe Diaz in the OR, flush you. Or the main. Because it's like, Full House, there's Uncle Joe. Yeah, this is him on that. It would come on. Like Full House in the scores. They kept saying it doesn't seem real. Like, he doesn't get it. I agree. I'll bring him in. I'll sit with you. You can sit with him for 3 minutes and even you're in. Do you remember at the Comedy Store, and I forget if it was either his dick or his nuts, he and Ron Jeremy had like they showed their nuts on stage to like have a nut off. I'm an artist, so I don't do that kind of stuff. He used to wear the jeans with the right hair. So he would call the Cuban egg rolls for something. He was on stage or something. But he legit. Ron Jeremy. What? Yeah. The champion, Chris. He was found to be. He had such bad dementia, he couldn't stand drunk. But he was a kid of like something crazy number. The idea that dude was a dick aside of horse. He was the head job. Dead again. They call him the head job. Give me the biggest porn for the other way. So afraid of someone. Do you think in jail they wise to see it? Don't you think? First thing I would have done. Wasn't he in jail? Yeah, he was in jail for a while. Yeah. Ryan's way off the ball. He's in jail. He's no longer in jail. But he was. Has a picture of him in the mask. He just looks atrocious. I think I gotta do the first thing. I just need to see. What's up, man? I had 4 years. Yeah, I don't get to see too many new things in here. Let's take a look. Man, I've been a fan for a while. Can you just hit it on the table? I'll get a pack of slugs and you can calm down for me. How many ramen do you need? If I watch the people who suck you off, I'll give you 2 packs of slugs. Yeah. No, I gotta tell you, man. People have asked me, why would you let Jimmy play? But my thing with Basie was always this. I would rather have him. So sure, they hurt fuck or whatever. He's a good person, good dude. He loved my kids. And if shit went down, things he was gonna care. More than a $15 an hour babysitter. You know, they're crazy. It's funny. You've never had a man babysit your children, but if it was Joey Diaz, you'd be like, I trust him. Which is counterintuitive. Well, they did this in the middle day where there was a drug dealer out there for 3 drug dealer. And in Hollywood. This was back when, you remember the Denny's on Sunset near the Guitar Center, where there used to be hookers while you were and so it was a bananas place. Did you ever go back down? Like, did you go to stores and stuff? When I go back, I don't generally. No, my brothers live there. My parents just moved there. I haven't performed the last 5 times I've got. I get plenty of stage time. And I'm going to tell you something for real. And I love, the thing I do miss is chopping it up. I miss that. But I want to chop it up. I want to talk about how it views in LA, and I understand it. When you step out there, you go, oh, you're always comparing yourself for your own knowledge. And that's hard enough. Yeah, because you're around, that's the level of success. It's how the machine keeps going. You never get the kick. You're like, oh, I got this, but you know what's really going to make me happy? If I get this. Although, there are a lot of actors now who are literally going to Sacramento and saying, you guys are making it impossible for us to live in Los Angeles because nothing is shot here. It's so expensive. So we try to get taxes. Yeah, that's what they're shooting. Yeah, everybody shoots everywhere else but Los Angeles. And Los Angeles was chosen as the hub because the weather was predictable. Yeah. You never have to worry about rain or anything. You can just predict it. That's just impossible. Way to kill a person. Yeah, way to kill a person. It's just, it's Sacramento. The way to kill. Way to kill. All years of 4 months. It was it's in Atlanta, and we'll channel the money to get ourselves out of this. It's over for the below the line. It's not just below the line. Because I feel like house, definitely you can't even be a dentist and a doctor and buy a house now. Like houses are insane. And then in the valley, imagine being in college, you imagine being like starting a new family, you're like 28, 29, maybe 30. The average house in the valley is $1 million too. Yeah. What? That is exactly the valley. It's like, they can afford the Northern Hills is 1.1 million on average. Northern Hills used to be when we first got there. If you wanted to buy a big fucking place for $0, and so you go to Sacramento without making the political Republican or Democrat. But anytime you have a majority, it's all Democrats, it's all socialists, all they want to do is keep taxing. And what happens, like in New York, Amy Klobuchar's like, she goes, get on a bus and get out of here. Cool. And now she's saying, hey, we don't have a tax base to pay. What a surprise, Amy. You made it impossible for anybody that works under 2 cents to make business there. What you want is you like to make incentives to people who create start businesses so you can hire them. I think they did us a solid because I think it's you're the rat race. Oh, fuck. You would have never done this amount of time with baseball. I could have. You know what? But I used to drive you. Vegas is very split. It's a very purple place. Yes. And because it's a world like that, it's good thing. Nobody talks about balance. There's zero time to ask for balance. I love the purpose. I think it helps. So purple. You know, one way of everything else. The other thing great thing about Vegas is just sure. It's like, but medicine is there. Is it people with money fly other places? Not down the street there. Yeah, there's there's no fuck about it. There's no fuck about it. But you know, I get really sick in bed. I lost like 30 pounds. I was on infectious disease for 6 days. What happened? I had these two bacterial gut infections at the same time. The CDC fucking called me. They called me and they were like, hey, we need to know where these bacteria came from. Because if it's in the environment, she said, I asked you a question. She said, you got that? Are you asking me if I fucked up, right? That's not what I asked. I said, the answer is I used a condom. This is what I said to her. So I couldn't help being so are you asking me for in a nice way if I had sex with a goat? And she said, did you? And I said, no. So if I did, I would wear a condom with a bottle. It was crazy, but it was. When I had that, and then I had it to go, which is why the Bible says don't have sex with animals. How did you get it? So, and petting sex. I mean, it wasn't sex. It was petting sex. I was at a farm in New Mexico. And there's not a lot of Purell at the farm. It's not petting sex. They said something good to this bacteria. And I also had this thing called C. diff. Which was, man, I lost 15 pounds in 7 days. What is C. diff? C. diff is a bacteria in your gut. How did you get that? It's why I don't do meet-and-greets with everybody. It's like, from fucking what the fuck is going on? So this is watery diarrhea. It's hard to explain the amount of shit that was coming out of my body. You're seeing the cholera. You're seeing. So I ended up in the closet was like a paralysis. And so my doctor was like, hey, you're like, this is what causes sepsis. So drive to the hospital right now. Jesus. He said, because if you get sepsis in your house, you can die. My friend's sister died. He was like, you need to have sepsis while you're already in the hospital. So I went there 6 days later, and I was 3 days off of this. My brother was like, that's so awful. So after I get out of hospital, but the point of the story is like, That's the one. I mean, also really just people from all your states. Bring up Colorado regulations and take a look into what happens when so cholera is a bacteria and dirty. No children, just there's a video of persons as and there's shit flying out of it. It's a water. Why did you decide this one series? Because you guys need to see what's happening. There, wait, what's that? Cool, John, shit, this crazy. Check this. Yeah, well, cholera was a major problem. Wait, what's the thing? What's that? Sanitation. Cholera is a serious disease. Dude is so bad. You die of you basically die of dehydration. This is so spread like people over the age of 70, 75. So, reason for you. Yes. They die. Yeah, they die. They die. So it's the guy in the back in the hospital cleaned my mouth. I felt so bad. God, the first day he walked in, he goes, I was looking in there, I was like, I wouldn't want to go in there and get five. Days, it's not good. It was not. I've been unlucky, I've been super lucky because I don't see very often. I seemed like I had meningitis. I had this C. diff shit. I've had some things that took my friend got an amoeba. We were in Venice, diet, and there was like raw market. So drinking green juice and eating raw meat on my friend. I got an amoeba, dude. He was meat tone. Same thing. You just shit like all those things that we have sanitation, a huge development that was for human health and longevity, sanitation and nutrition and vaccines. Those we don't have the problems usually. It's the most that's why it's an emergency all the time. That doesn't your kidneys. I think it's supposed to increase your brain cancer. Really, when you're bigger, than the 5 to 10 milligrams of your brain, but then when you take more, I don't know. No, it doesn't. It'll take around a series. High yeah, stress. Yes. I mean, 20. I've been doing it for such a I think about every 15 minutes. A lot of wrestling and doing takedowns. He's the best. He's so great. It's like a painting too. The club manager's like, man, it's when you're getting so loud. So I was like, yeah, it's not the opposite side. It's me. That's right. I appreciate you. I got it. That's what it is. I like it. Me too. I had one show that was live, and they were like, through all these. Really good. Just be that. I know you don't have to do the things that do Listen, as a talent, whatever his name is, he's playing the stadium. That's not my fan base. Yeah, that's not an excuse. 10 million people here. Yeah, I just need you over next week. I'm like, this isn't fast. Great show since. So the first time I was there, the table, I wasn't expecting to see Indians and Asian. I expected now there is some Alabama. And I had a table full of Alabama, and I said, I'm not going to get the prices. It just sucks. Tiger comes out sickly. Teeth. Which was like, I'm on here, and protons. Anyway, sorry, that's it. And usually go out, and this woman goes, speak for yourself, motherfucker. Just this real Southern girl, she took that shit seriously. I was like, whoa, hey, you missed my ironic joke.
That's funny. Shout out to that Alabama lady. You're such a motherfucker.
It's like Marty McFly home chicken. Like, whoa, it was reference. Did you give a reference? You thought I knew you would get this. That would be Back to the Future. And for this, if you go to the Fields Pop South, reference. Did you give a that's back to the track. If you come from south, you can't see your each other. And then, make fun of me, that was the shows that came off. We're insulting each other. I thought we had some distinction. Yeah, there are certain things where you're certain. What's your I never have. You know, I kind of have, I know who I am, and I say, no, I think that, we don't like being told certain things in front of the world where you have to defend yourself, right? Like, like, so I think a lack of respect. A lack of respect. I think you're being serious, so you want to really do something. Like, we fuck around too, right? I mean, or they're publicly, or they're afraid and they're insecure and they want it, then you're like, but I'm not going to sit up for it. I think a lot of people figure out more serious joking. Stage. Don't talk something you know, I know right away it's they're shitty. It's bad. This is not the problem as we keep going. But there's some people they want you to let that person go. They were trolling. Yeah, we're trolling. Yeah, for some reason, I have other flaws. What? Yeah, but I don't take those. I've never taken certain things personally, even personal insults. And I don't know why. I think part of it is, and that's not a good thing because sometimes you get, it can be a mistake, just be a pushover. But I think, I have to say that for me, I figured out a long time ago that when somebody's insulting you, they are having a problem. There's something going on. Like, I'll see it and I'll go, because I'm a very fair person. I'm not, and I don't, when I see it, I go, something, it's almost like, you doing okay? What's going on? What's happening? It's the same thing with kids, like Tiger's having this, I don't know why kids want to pick on Tiger, but there's this kid, he's a good kid, but like, you know, I have a super thing, Tiger's a kid, really weak, he's a big kid, alright. My first instinct is, sports, so he's probably insecure, and you're this stud baseball. So his choices baseball. With an unfortunate incident, you never know what's happening in that kid's house. You never know what he's not doing since he's happy with it. Yeah, that's how I always approach it. I always, and I don't think that's necessarily always good. Some people say, for that. Yeah, now about the point for you. You always have to be shit because you're like, well, you know, there's no such a guy here who's special. Dude, if you hit somebody, you would have like this, and he like is he around your body, and he just bring you over and you have your face. I say like you. See, that's what I do. So I step back. Those people continue to do that's like, what's up? The best was watching. The best was watching. These days, the best was watching. I love me. Yes, I love but watching you and Gucci moves and me calling your pussy and you going, I have no problem. And you kind of doing this. And it's still one of my favorite things. Oh, that's right. One world. And I go back and look at that clip every now and then. It's so fucking funny to me. You should let him volume punch me, motherfucker. That's the one that fucking I'm cool. If you want to fight, whatever you want to do.
Is he still like a bona fide sub? I don't know if
Again, I'm not like a bona fide sub. I don't want that.
My focus is, which is my
I don't understand his issue.
it trickles into part. You guys
I probably just had it. Look, man, my guy. I don't understand his issue. Like, what are you gonna do? My guy, my showed on Thursday. I mean, was it convince the public that Conor had a chance? That doesn't mean I actually believe fighters. It doesn't mean athletes are saying fight after. It doesn't mean I was picking him over you. That's not what you're. So that's it. You work on the money. Athletes are saying, you know, we athletes have fight a long time ago. When David Ortiz retired, we did a roast. It was like one of the first. And because most athletes have asked, yeah, say no. And he goes, man, I don't understand most things. I don't understand what they're saying to me, right? But mostly, that's why it's got to be somebody so like Brady. He doesn't give him Brady up past. He got past 20-inch left. That's like, hey, motherfucker. Yeah, the divorce stuff. He was like, hey, motherfucker. And you see that. Well, Tom Brady's not like anybody. Tom Brady's very sensitive about everything. He's a sensitive guy. Like, he tried to go to like, he looked over at Tom. He's like, be careful, motherfucker. Yeah, that dog kind of came out. He's like, I do. I gotta tell you, here's where I'm at. I don't give a fuck what anybody says to me. I really don't. If you're threatening me or that's the danger of your fucking my wife, I get that's different. It doesn't, but like online, at some point in time, we're battle tested. It's like, it's so much. There's nothing you can do about it. No, now if it was somebody you knew, like your brother, your brother, together, they're like, whoa, what the fuck is this? Yeah. And even it's nice people are hurt and they're lashing out because you did see this excuses. There's also, I'm saying, like, it's someone, yeah, and I'm saying if the unknown person, that's doing the same. People go, well, you don't want to go to the that's just a bad person. And I've never taken it seriously. No. Random somebody who doesn't know me. I think it doesn't. I can't. Sometimes for fun. Because I'm the youngest of four boys, and I grew up bothering people, right? If somebody says I'm alright, and I know I can like rage bait them. If I have an extra 5 minutes, I'm like, just because I know they're in their house, man. That kind of gives me a real hard time. I'm going to tell you, I'm with Mel, who's working, she's great. She's been wonderful. I love her. She's from New York, and she's great. And I was in the car, and I'm earnest, you know. And Kathy also. We talked about you, and all of a sudden, I just hear, like I thought we hit there. I don't know. And it was a guy who hit the with. And he was kind of stocky, working class kind of guy in this. And I went, what the fuck? And I guess he said she hit him. She was trying to touch him. She said, back up, you hit my truck. We didn't. I would have felt the big touch it. Boom, hits it. And I fucking got in the truck. It was so good. What the fuck are you talking about? I go, what the fuck? I didn't touch no one. Touch your fucking car. I wasn't in fucking drive. And now I'm in a space like this. And I'm like, I'm gonna fight this guy in the snow. Because I you know my temper. I saw red. Okay? And then I realized he doesn't want to fight me. Because he can see that he's kind of long and I'm mad. And also, I should have said, you're talking about a 75-year-old woman here, you fucking son of a bitch. You know, I did that. And I was so confused. So we end up, I walk in, like he's backing up, I'm walking into his car, and we're standing there, shouting. And then I think he realized, hey, we're both of a certain age, there's no upside here. He's an idiot. He's an idiot. Somebody's gonna pull a muscle for sure. I don't want to fight. It's snowing. And it's raining. he wants to do this. He's kind of tough too. He's gonna have my hands full. He works with his hands by a bricklayer or something like that. So I'm laughing. It's already like, what the fuck are we doing? And then he goes, yeah, whatever, man. And he gets back and I go, I said, yeah, I'll get back in my truck. And something like that. And he goes, you're even not this ain't a truck. And I was like, SUV, whatever. That's how we had it. And we both felt like idiots. He felt like a bear, and he should have been so inappropriate. I can't imagine. Because I drive a Jago, and he's got that young man. Yeah, get mad. Don't do that. Steve works like that. Steve works kind of like, Steve, I love you so much. You're not a fighter. Steve, you're not a fighter. He's ready to go. He got his jaw broken by that Armenian guy. He's like, yeah, he goes, what a ride. The guy's like, Steve goes, oh, what the fuck? And I guess Steve spit. He didn't mean to, but the guy goes, you spit on my car. He goes, he spit on whatever. And Steve goes, what the fuck? And the guy was obviously an Armenian boxer, kind of a big guy. Jesus, liar, shut me more like that, you know, it's like, Steve, one night gets so drunk, on stage, he's a monster comic. Steve is a monster comic. I would say, I hear people talk about that. I would say business. If it's not your problem, what Steve does, Steve doesn't have heart insurance. So, right? Steve's a real He take him and drop him off in his front yard, and just drop him out of the car, and just go on festival. That's right. Hops McDonald's. Hops walk in the house. That's fine cuisine for him. No apologies. And can sleep and eat well. It's natural. Yeah, natural. I ate from there before. Yeah, before too. Yeah, it's the Nashville overcoat, the Calgary, that's the one famous restaurant. Did you? That's right, Nashville. We looked there. We looked. Vegas for us was just
beautiful map tomorrow. Those are practice and different kinds of photo. All right, bro. It's like good morning. Hour and 24 sponsors. 4. Dedicated his son, following the role of politics tradition, his arguments for Catholic. His granddaughter father and then allowed son to be the emperor of college and the anonymous sponsorship is also secrets for all of our children. It's to be the month of the English language of God. So, having Shalom, Mary Thomas, the mother of Sarah, Christ of Pastor, Yeshua Heschel, the merit of our Talmud Torah. All of the Rishonim having a leader, the families in the family. Yochai messages, Shalom and the covenant of earth, and the officially successful holy soldiers before that last day. But so let us begin. So we're going to be today's passage with Gimel 13. We're going to pick up on Mishnah on the bottom of the days on the days. Yotzebo. So again, Mishnah says this house. Yotzebo. We see actually very interesting things. Like for that step, we're going to go ahead and sees to the earthly clock. We got to a Shahil of Chapter, and we got the city want to go ahead and give him cover. We want to give him cover. So let's have it. Go over the let's say, I mean, he has to say it. I'm going to say it. In other words, they want to give him cover. Right, so you can imagine, by the way, he's in the earthly club, but it's so good. But they want to give him Master Yom. They want to give him, Simcha Frigasha. And I don't know, whatever it's called, lots of very last year. Really sucks, right? So again, so again, go ahead, you want to cover. What's the Allah? This is really we learned on the Shabbos that the Yom has been made up of 51% of people who are not accidental workers. It's so there's other people doing the habit. So why do they want to give them other people? So what's the answer? The answer is because even good people do bad things. Like just because again, obviously women is something very significant and very serious. So how I end up to that is he's in love, like he's got to stay in exile. But when I said just because he's in love, doesn't mean that he's not able to fight inside of him. People will still see that, so they want to give him a comment. Okay, so what's not going to give him a comment? So he has to say that, he has to say, I'm going to say, meaning that guys, I don't know if this is an idea, I don't know if I'm sort of thinking maybe other people don't give me the people, I'm going to let other people, if they say, okay, yeah, we understand that you are a you still want to be with happy. You want to have a couple ultimately the last week he said about how to say it. He says, he says, this is not a choice of he's the same as me. I can come down it's hard more than ever. Why would I do something different? And I'm going to change if you had any shows. Like audience members get tougher physical. Restream you yeah, this is the first time he's been such a backling dick that I think I have that's my tier team.
was a moment that I saw 3 shows and he walked towards me, and I saw him, he didn't see me, and I turned around and I didn't want to deal with it because I would have had to have said something, and again, it was outside the goal, and I don't want to fight the goal. I was on a fight. But, I was mad then, and I it's like you're just down. I'm sorry to watch it. You want to take your anger out. It's 100% true. There was a time I should, I promise you, fought anyone right then and there. I literally what is take out there? I'm going to popped out. I would have been teeth in you. I've never been that kind of fool. I get mad immediately and then I hold on to it. I don't know. I'll talk about games. Literally, while I'm talking about games, like this guy, I want to do this. I come to my senses immediately. And then my whole joke is like, man, dude, I was always sensible. That's why I'm not in jail or day. Because I would always be like, well, I don't want to do this. It's all you've been stressed out. Yeah, you just want to go home and do something. So for me, stress ends up drugs. Not like my drugs. I take mushrooms, smoke weed, acid, and that's ketamine. But besides that, I'm sober. I take 3 grams of mushrooms before you take 3 grams. My friend, 3 grams is a serious dose. Yeah. So before my Friday night, this so Friday night light show. So this Friday, tomorrow night, every Friday night light show, I take 3 grams of mushrooms. And it's amazing. It's the fucking best time. People like that they have a good time. I'm like, I don't know. I had a rush. There was one time there was one he takes care of. Is the there was one time on stage, it was actually at Cap City, where I was up there stretching out the show and it was pretty high. And I kept talking to Jacob. And then I turned around and I was like, dude, you know what I'm saying? He had been on stage like a half hour. Yeah. And you ever find yourself staring at something for too long? Yeah. And last week, when I hit people's faces, kind of, it was a lot more. It was pretty, but dude, you're done mushrooms. You wouldn't like those. Like, those a long time ago. I've done. I had to be rescued by my wife. Did a ceremony with people that bring their homes. It was not, it didn't go well. Apparently I was saying lots of things that are absolutely inappropriate. Why were you naked? I don't remember anything. No, I wasn't naked. I was farting very loud, hard though, and I thought I was in hell. I was trying to get somebody's attention. I was trying to get somebody's attention to get me out of the house from saying the most outrageous stuff because nobody was listening to me. And I was asking for a manager because I was in hell and I needed to speak to a manager to get out because I hit a portal. I was like, get out. This is fucking this asshole. We've all should take your so do I take it. I've seen it. There is mushrooms I've taken. Well, I was 3 grams. I was in Mother Earth's vagina. It was amazing. I was talking to GD. It was great. And then they invited me to 2 medicine. I took about 4 That's a huge jump. I don't remember it. When I tell you I don't remember it, I don't get to my friend told me my other friend ran away. He took off. Yeah, my friend freaked me out because he freaked out. So we have to get out of here now. He was like, my feet. I was like, I was just shit. Did you do it to live? I was in a bad state of mind. That's not a time. I take mushrooms. I was at West. If your mind is in hell, that's where your life's in hell. And my mind was like, yeah, I mushrooms for me are my absolute favorite. And the next day I'm fine, and I feel like no hangover, but I also feel like calm and like at peace after I take mushrooms. And being on stage doing it, and a lot of times I just be like, let's see where this goes. You guys ask me some questions. Let's see what happens. I'm fun. I wake up from it's just it's I go, my wife. So I go, the guy was his son plays WM. He's like, oh, what's up? How's things? We know this is cool. Let's go out with each other. And then I go, I'll be honest with you, get up nuts. Yes, when you do that magic, you just do x-rays enough, by the time you 12 just do all the pictures, and then he's in there with like his assistant. He's like, L1 disaster, 17 crack, 14 crack, 16 crack, 18 crack, 19 crack. All my the backwoods are running crack now. Because when I lift, I'm grabbing my DMP, I'm lifting hard, I'm grabbing my DMP. He's like, you gotta get my mouthpiece. I'm lifting like, that ain't happening. He's like, we gotta figure it out, man. But he's like, so here's the thing, it's only get worse. And you gotta get over my, like, letting 45 it is what it is. It's hard. But he was like, but the crack situation, let's get it that's what he said. Because I've been beating that all the time. He's like, it's getting way worse. He's like, so my recommendation is you come back, rip the juice. He goes, I'll knock it all out in an hour, and you'll be good to go for a long time. Wow. So he said, I do for you. I gotta get ground. It's just so you know, whoever tries South, from there, if they ask you personal questions, it's no answer to that now. So be very careful now, Mr. Driving here. You better come pick them up. Yeah. Because you're just gonna schedule appointments. I can't let me do an hour or two. I'll review. It's going to be more than an hour. Yes. I tell you, he sits up. It's going to be a manual process. Once you get to there, it's going to go. Yeah. What are they going to do with the critical thing? I got to probably leave the cap. Yeah. So you're going to have to fill out your team down. And then cap. I hate it. I don't like the sound of that drill. It's the smell of the. I hate it too. I fucking hate it. Oh my god. So I gotta run. Maybe 2 hours. But, 1 second. Let's wrap it up. Billy, you made Cap City. Yeah, Cap City, man. We love you, man. I love seeing you guys. I want to let you know how happy I am with all of you. Dude, it's great to see you. You're still one of the funniest dudes, man. I know I reach out to you every now and then, but we're around the same age, you're still doing it. So I love watching your clips. I do very well. TRT boys. What's happening, boys? Is not the worst thing. It's not the worst idea. Which one of us is the dance? How says it? Just like that. That's the dance. I can do. I can do this. Come on. Take that. Josh Walker, that's how we love you, brother. You have the absolute best share Cap Cities. This weekend, Jimmy Kimmels Comedy Club. That's the residency. They have the Comedy Bar, Toronto. You're all over it. We love you, man. Thanks, man. Guys, come see me for my California April 10th. I can't tell you, go watch the TV show on Tubi. It's Don Juan is available now, all 4 episodes. And in Jim is the Black Kid Brown. Watch this video. What's the BFD stands for Bigfoot's
So every week we turn back to these people. They're back to this family. This family. So it's what's the important position. That was held by a group of people. Take a look at that. Just Regina, they're a view. They're a view. They're very says, shut Siku Acosta. Usas Acosta. Cabos. So right here, this is myself. These two things being mentioned possible. The shot of this man for these. The other because of this. And then Usas also he goes back in any position of your ancestral position of all again. He reclaimed the fame of back the prices.
In the future, you're not even going to be able to fall in love. They're going to charge you for it. They'll won't be falling for the person. People we don't need. People come with problems. They come on the bottom.
We'll go ahead and
maybe that's what keeps them alive. We think about it for the sucker every day to keep her alive. We don't just true up on you. She's letting you yourself. It's going to keep her plump. You gotta keep the juices flowing. Because if it's not up for that, okay. But today, 5,026 in a row. Oh my God, I can't do this. Yeah, and she's dying. She's dying. She's electric. She's only powered by coke. Sad. 2 days from now, she shuts off. That's it. You can't bring her back. God, shut her down quick. I have to let you find this fucker just to keep her alive. Oh, that's gonna be gross. And it might be sad and stuff like that. You can have somebody like late at night, like, hey, bros, or yeah, what's your wife doing? Like, texting you like 4 a.m. You gotta keep her alive. He's over there stroking and waiting on the phone with you. We'll plug your wife in for a little bit, bro. It's very pretty late. She talks. It's not there yet, but it's in the neighborhood. You know, it's not the right door, but it just entered the community. You know what I mean? And so, some guys that morning, welcome to go through some houses and so, yeah, right. It's just not in your house. Nooks or whatever. It's not Hunter's Glen or Recess Cove or whatever the fuck robot has made it on your street. It's just not at your house yet. It will be in 10 years. My kids aren't fucking kids. Until if you have kids, they won't be able to. All their friends are going to be able to do it. You'll be like, keep it home in here. Keep kids on social media, they feel left out. They're like, come on, Dad, let me get Snapchat. Like, no, son. They want you to concentrate your homework and your football. Come on, Dad. Come on, Dad. Let me get Snapchat. What you take me to release like, who are you little bastards? Let the freaking compromise my yard. It's hilarious. You're not going to all your friends fuck. It's sad. But I do think that one day our smiles will be in a museum. That's where we're headed. It's like the feelings are starting to disappear, you know? That's autism. Like severe autism. Well, I've thought about that a lot. That's why we're getting to something like the only way to get to this place, if we get to this data-driven place where it's like alien-esque is alien-esque here is because of autism leading. It's when autism mixes with what's it called? Society based on money capitalism. When autism and capitalism converge, things go right. And think about it, right? We don't know exactly what is causing autism. They have a lot of suspicions. A lot of them have to do with vaccines and different medications, and different chemicals and pollutants, and all sorts of different things. And cologne too. One thing we can all agree on, and Tylenol, right? The one thing that we can all agree on is a big factor is stuff that we've created. Whatever it is, let's not put the blame on any one of these industries, but there's something going on. We're more people getting autism now than ever. It seems positive that it's coming from us. That we did something. Human society. What do you think about where human society is going?
Right, 2000
Can that be a way to turn
meaning
us
style
into something new?
regarding
Right? If we're
science
going to
and
merge
greater
with machines, what better way
Now that
than
is
to
still too
eliminate empathy, eliminate
small of an idea
emotions,
of what Zionism
make
really
us like
is.
able to like
Zionism
stay
may
home and stare at a screen for a time with no
entire
concern
world, or
whatsoever.
Israel may one
Just
day be the
because
entire world.
social detachment
And for anyone out there who experiences that there are ways to convert and to orthodoxy, yes, and that a Jewish world with many religions is just what all of the other worlds would have been.
Might not be.
And
All the stuff that's involved in
the people who don't want to be Jewish, they don't have to be. That's a choice. They can be no. But the idea of greater Israel is too limited. That the real end of Zionism would be for the globe. And if
full spectrum society of regular people left. So think about that. It's 12 boys right now in California. And it used to be like 1 in 10,000. This is like an invasion, right? Like an invasion of like a way that people think that's entering into human civilization. And I feel like it was, I agree, right? So then it's like, and then if you have this like uprising, this emotional uprising out of people of like, like this is wrong, because I think like, when you get real data based and like that kind of like autism type of energy, I think you're not thinking about some of the like how it affects you as much, or maybe just you're able to like roll into that nest of like this new digital landscape, and those people fit well in it. Does that make any sense? It does.
and say that there is a world
I know a lot of people
for Jews and non-Jews,
just being alone.
and it should be voluntary. But if you want to be Jewish,
Yeah, that's the scary part.
there's nothing stopping you from being Jewish. If you want to live according to halakha, Jewish law. And that also means that many in Israel who may have Jew on their license are still not halakhically Jewish, and they would need a conversion as well. And there's nothing wrong with that. For a united world, we need a united people.
Might be how it goes. Like there has to be some sort of pathway from territorial primates to something new. Does that make sense? Yeah, because everything's moving in a general direction. Okay, right. It's moving in a general direction of complexity. And all the technology that we're making, like we're moving into some fucking weird place, right? Wouldn't it be better if you just like easily accepted that? What better way than if you're one of those dudes that's on the spectrum that loves to chill at home and play video games, just stare at a screen? Doesn't really need a lot of human contact. for this fucking data with it. Those fucking tech monkeys. Those guys are just all about it. They're all about it. They're wearing Apple Watches and the fucking everything is digital. And they're gonna go to the point. Crazy. It's like, hey, Ken, I'm taking the response. It's like your next film or whatever. It's crazy. It's like you fucking robot. Like twice you're fucking like Geo. It's just like it's a whole too, but it half broken. It's too much, and it starts to be like, is it being controlled? Dude, there's being controlled by a small group, which is always scary. That's scary. It's always scary when small individuals have insane amounts of power. That's what's gonna happen with this AI thing, and that's what happened with tech. With tech, the vast majority of people involved are all like heavily left wing, very progressive, like kind of even far left in a way. They push the entire country's narrative in that direction.
You could also
Censorship
make
on
the
social
argument
media,
that using technology in the future may shape mitochondrial matrilineal DNA. There may be a way to do that with technologies, and that there may be a world in the future where all non-Jews become Jewish, and the entire world becomes Jewish, but this shouldn't be forced on any person. It is part of our free will.
The response to that, but they never really took off, right? Not really. There's some people that are on threads, there's some people on truth, but the reality is, if you're not on Twitter, you're not really going to care with those people. That's the giant majority of people have conversations, and it's all completely controlled by a small group of people with one ideology. But then all those people moved to the other political party when Trump got elected. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Zuckerberg was on the left side. Bezos seemed like a very left-leaning guy. And then they're all just... So that's what made me start to think, oh, none of these guys are really on a side. There's this other third side that a lot of us can't see that is just kind of commandeering or fabricating, like infiltrating both sides. If I could come somewhere now, it's sort of, you know what I'm saying? Because that's what they were protecting that Canada, protect that cash. Now, the states that goes with taxes, they're trying to steal money from the people.
Either rabbis or Zionists who have said that the entire world will one day be Jewish.
Lost for that. Because people leave the state, their businesses leave the state. Kathy Holmes, get a better name. Who cares what it is? Yeah, she's asking people to go to Palm Beach and tell people to come back to Europe. We're losing tax base. Like, come on. Of course you're losing tax base. You can't just arbitrarily decide that because someone makes more money, they deserve to give you more money. And then, what have you done with the money you have? That's a shit ton of wasted fraud. And have you
Your does not stop
the solution is what?
a river or a set of rivers or whatever. It
You're a bunch of incompetent stooges.
encompasses the entire world,
The money in the state. That's dumb.
and
That's why Chevron moved out of
that is
California.
okay.
Tesla moved out of
No
California.
one has to get hurt because of this. Everything should be voluntary, but an ideal world
But it's like, you can't
is
just
one where
say,
everyone's united, perhaps by DNA and religion and national pride, and it is just a matter of time until this happens with Israel.
There's some people to be prosecuted right now. There's a bunch of investigations regarding Minnesota, regarding California. They're getting in there. They have to get in there now because it's been exposed nationally. But the real question is, how did it go on for so long? How did you allow it to happen for so long? They knew. What's real bad? What's real bad is like California is wasted. If their solution is to try to tax people with your slime,
That's not a 10
they spend millions of dollars.
from a
Some
soul
guy broke down
sound.
China, how much high-speed rail China did in the same time that it took to their high-speed rail. That's real out of China. I'll tell you. But no, China did it's weird. Hey, China looks like a good place to live. Now they've got their shit together. A lot of these places with kings, they really know how to run things. They do a real solid job. Poland's got their shit to do. They do.
That's what it is. That's what it is. An ant is that size. That's its shield because it's an ant. Different. On the other hand, so a wheat kernel. A wheat kernel is also created as a wheat kernel. Therefore, wheat kernel was cut out. You should be paid for that happen. Okay. Process now that's so heavy cells and remember essentially conditional. We had two categories, right? We had heavy pieces, or all these better and love. Teaching that both are kind of in love. Interestingly enough, what's coloring heavy pieces like provisions capital. Definitely. We then go to have
Zoo,
What's up?
are you ready to lose? Are you ready to lose?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
So yeah.
All right. How was your day? How was your day? How was your day? What up, baby? Kicking ass, taking names, thankfully. How about you?
Or if you always get loans. Get loans for any of these provisions. These are the I think yes, no problem off the side, right? We keep us in those, only close. So which one? Why is it price which one? Especially this.
What's up, Pimp?
I'm still broke.
That is good news. All right, so I am sending you an invite. I don't really like Trick Shot that much because I I don't focus on like the shot as much. I just kind of hope that it goes in. I don't know if that makes sense. Are you gonna go? You have 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds. That was
What's more of a chill? What's more of a chill? I'm fighting with some going to 100 or something. Instead of that, it's been a whole lot.
how much did they start with when they made $100 million?
Something like 0.
Oh, that's super rare. You're basically saying someone who went from like, oh, what is shot zoo? That only got 30. She got way more than that.
That wasn't Marvel J. That wasn't Marvel J. Someone very $100 million, $100 million, someone who dies.
That was the greatest shot I've ever had. No, dog, that was such a good shot. Dude, you didn't see that shot?
What would you rather?
Okay, what would I rather watch? Oh, I don't know. I mean, your scenarios don't give enough information. You say died poor. Are they happy? Okay, then single doesn't really have anything to do with it necessarily because somebody could be extremely sad with children. Whatever the happier life is, dude, that's the answer to the question. It doesn't really matter about years lived or anything else. A happy life is what everyone wants. Okay. How'd you like my win? Zook, go to the best shot. Did you watch it? Did you see? I planned that. I hit it off one wall, off the other wall, and in. Dog, I'm gonna record that. That was so good. Just one moment. That was such a good shot. Bing, bing, bing. That was so good, dog. All right, now we're gonna play again, but I don't want to play this trick shit because it's not as, in my opinion, like I won there, but I wasn't even trying. I didn't even know that happened. I just hit the ball like whatever. I'm gonna hit out like Zoo. Zoo, we're done. Take care, man. See you later. Come back when you can learn not to speak like that.
She's just a nurse practitioner. You can tell she's getting older. Yeah, she was just like, showed up and just like, just got it done for me. You can tell she just like is a hard worker. Yeah, I admire her. And that's in general, they should be. So look at this. Things that happen fast. Just That's crazy, isn't it? That's crazy. And they just took billions of dollars in taxes and they're everything is free. You're starting to fraud. It's all fraud. It's waste and it's bureaucracy. So they keep the money coming in, so they keep people working. I know they just started to get it's just coming to the that's like that era of the least priority. Like, bro, flying is fucking super important, dummies. I want to keep the economy going. You gotta let people fly around. That shit to do, man. You can't just fucking not pay the TSA people. You fucking idiots. How come you get paid? How come you get paid? Because this shit, sick of rich people not putting their fucking kids over these wars and shit like that. Put your fucking honky ass kids up there, let them go swing these shits. Especially if you're asking. Especially if you're out there fucking bullshit, dude. Put your fucking honky little fancy ass fucking kid up there. That shit makes me mad. Well, I think there's also a problem. People that I've talked to that have served overseas and been involved in deployed military operations and seen a lot of shit. There are a lot of them are of the opinion that you shouldn't be able to make those decisions if you've never been to war. You don't know what it is. You don't know what you're sending people to do. It doesn't mean you're not talking to me entirely, because there are some people that clearly hang out with war. He was in the military. He was involved in this shit. Special forces operator. And clearly he doesn't. This episode is brought to you by Manscaped. Did you know that one man is diagnosed with testicular cancer right now? In fact, it's the most common form of cancer among ages 15 to 34. National Testicular Cancer Awareness Month. And Manscaped is donating $50,000 to the Testicular Cancer Society to support awareness and routine self-checks. I'm proud to support something that helps make a difference. You can also support cause by purchasing a special edition TCS All Hero Bundle. This bundle includes the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra TCS Special Edition and Special Edition TCS Boxers 2.0. Join the over 15 million men in 15% off your entire order at manscaped.com. You can also visit manscaped.com/TCS to learn more about how to check yourself or make a donation at TC Society today to save lives and take the most worthy of term. I mean, I'm probably clear, but I mean what they're doing right now. And I'm not jumping on you. It's different. Are they enemy to America? Well, they are the largest country in terms of like states for terrorism, the largest sponsor of terrorism. But also, you know, and this is not excusing anybody for Islamist ideology, because they want a global calendar, right? They're radicals. But you got to go back to what happened in that country. And if you go back to what happened in that country, they tried to nationalize war. Iran was like a westernized country. Girls were wearing mini skirts. What happened is slowly but surely, and quickly at first, because when they tried to nationalize war, the CIA swooped in. They fucking got that guy out of office. And they allowed these Islamic radicals to start running the country. Like the Hezbollah tonight. Right now, when Hezbollah started, the point is the country was doing fine before we monkeyed them because they were not getting enough money from the oil. So it was the British Petroleum Company, I think. But in the, the story of Iran, their government overthrown. So we see like how it all played out and why it is what it is today. Jesus Christ, you think that? And when you're mad and you're surrounded by your enemies that all have weapons, you don't have nuclear weapons. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying Iran should have nuclear weapons. I don't think anybody should have nuclear weapons. Anybody should have them. Legend. This is the religion. Everything's a legend. allegedly, except for the genocide, they never officially happened. I don't think they officially happened, but it was a big component of Israel getting nuclear weapons.
I'm not JFK. I have to give up literally again. Right?
Before they killed him. So the Iranian Revolution, also the Islamic Revolution, mass uprising in Iran, overthrew the Shah's monarchy in 1979, replaced it with an Islamic republic led by Ayatollah Khomeini. Shadow broke out. Now I want you to go back to the national aspect of what was the events that led to them trying to national. Here it is. So what was issues placed to sort of just put it to ask another question. The events that took place after he tried to nationalize oil. Just ask that question. That took place when Iran tried to nationalize oil. If this is the shit that's gonna come out, it's everything plastic because they use petroleum-based chemicals that are responsible for cancer. But it's also in our nuts now, and people can't even fucking read anymore because of it. So it's like, what is all that stuff helping us? So Iran's attempt to nationalize its oil in the 1950s unfolded as a chain of political, economic, and international confrontations centered on Prime Minister Mohammed Mossadegh. And the British-controlled Anglo-Iranian oil company. I'll walk you through the key events. But it had to do with who was in control of the oil before that, like who was making the money before that. Give us the fucking tinfoil hat story of how it went down. The bottom line is, people making money off oil, most of the money,
To be able to give us tell us with all of you who did that and all of our sponsors for this morning shoot today. Our annual health sponsors Israel. We're dedicating all the sharing countries this year to this. So it's the most for Israel. But I'll leave the shows up to his parents. I'm not going to show you because Grace and his mother figures about hopes.
nice. The story's basically Iran trying to take back its oil from Russia, kept the secret to cruise that idea and bring to the rest of the world. Bring the shots on maybe on cheap companies out. London's threat its global power and threats. It's feared that if Iran government nationalizes its oil, other countries would, beyond and beyond the threat of destroying Western oil reserves, determined to make Iran a example. Looking at our countries for these are the countries that are still outside of the Rothschild banking system. You see those of you who haven't seen the kid ready. It's the countries that are still not on that list. This is temporal.
Then some of the other sectors that we are seeing, but it gets a shuttle resources to a lot of areas. Perhaps we're not
scared much. It's a scary game because the system
based on the whole thing and there's also already, but again, it'll flow. Based on a lot of the central case that we are going to be occupied with at least for today. Based in Pastor, and based in the state. And as a result, we understand something that was also really was more. That is a mistake that we as a result, the individual had acted with this guidance, and therefore committing the first action. Holy reason, Holy Shekhinah Otam, several days, based in asking that Caleb, right, for in fact, Otam is the They've been made a mistake. Right? Because remember again, the notion of human infallibility is not one that exists within Judaism. Judaism does not have that concept. Why? The function of the Torah goes out to the sin of Moshe one Avera. Most of us have done more Averas since we got here this morning. Right? Then Moshe Rabbeinu didn't, I don't know. I gave this thing. Blood is what happens. But the halacha yafeh the asa. And if you don't do that, you're going to stop the days. I always wanted to eat blood.
When there's some sort of big social thing that's
shut up in the past. So again, so now you have to make that also. Remember, as far as the influence goes, we didn't just acting on the advice of the understanding. So now the Gemara says these sort of valuations. Being us, when you're talking about a picture, based on also a blow together with the mistake. Being us with us. Whether based on did it and came afterwards. They should have also based on something or just to went ahead and followed it. What's the halacha? Now listen, normal.
What are you talking?
What's the halacha? What's the halacha? Again, but you go ahead and do it. Normally, go ahead and do it. In this case, which is introduced, why doesn't Ruben have to defend us if they should tell it us? Because Ruben did not act of his own volition, because he acted of his own volition. He chose, but again, he acted based on the sound of base. It's not a person that chose to believe that the psak is flawed, and therefore it's incredible. So as I said, this is what the ultimately again is introduced. Basin goes ahead. Basin goes ahead. And if you look at Rashi by the Potter, Rashi says it's the first short lines of Rashi. May the Havi kiss those Sura, Holil. The basis of the individual acts upon that the individual is protected from personal liability. Ruben doesn't factor in the pathos when he can feel it based on the instruction of Basin. Now, Basin's liability, okay, that's case one. Now watch this. Let's say simply it has your system. One of the members of the base didn't realize this. No, this is now, obviously, that individual who realized this was in a minority. Right? He was in a minority, so the minority still carried the position. But one of the dissenting judges realized that this was erroneous. Oh, coming from the Holocaust something, or for that matter, not a member of the base. When it comes to talking, we're strong enough to know that Allah for the myself, the psak is wrong. Psak is wrong. That wasn't what happened. But nevertheless, this member of the base still followed the psak. It's like, hey, why not? Right? It's like, this is my one shot at failure. Right? Days when I had that passing that I was with her, I know that the psak is wrong. I know the psak is wrong. So remember again, which was referring to a member of the base already become fuck. So there's no is wrong because one gap, basically when I had to say that it's with her, in that case, my submission says they, the other case didn't actually indicate that this guy went ahead and ate with them. Bench also Ba'asach Rehan, was gazing at the literally considered afterwards, Bench also Ba'asach, and Bench didn't bring at all. He decided to follow the Psak Beijing, Hooray, that. Interestingly enough, this individual is being called, right? Which makes sense why. But for myself, he knows. He knows better, right? Because he knows that this is a harmonious site, and therefore, for myself, I love it myself to be kind. That was like interesting enough to discuss sensible things. He knows that the Psak is wrong, and he does it anyway. So of course he's going to be right. Well, there has to be force for space. Discuss it. Next, why must the make no tell the base? Why? Because at the end of the day, when are you shielded from personal liability? When you can say that I did what I did based on the Psak. And if you know that the Psak is wrong, and you follow it anyway, at the end of the day, you are not shielded from personal liability. Exactly. What's the decision that says in the Mishnah? Hakom lebiatzmo, chayiv, hakom lebeis l'pater. If one acts on their own volition, ultimately again they're chayiv. I also never again. If one is human amazing, what's reliability? What's reliability? Right? Chayiv melts. Remember, that means that you can't bring a context. This context is only going to show you. Right? So if the mazid is your context. Only the shogeg is context. So that's why I'm going to have to define what these cases over here. Because all the say context must mean that there's some element. So what's the shogeg in this case? Again, we'll have to see in the Gemara. At the bottom line, this is a loading Psak, and an individual follows that Psak. The individual should have personal liability because they actually behave. If they simply should allow themselves, and the individual knows that it's a wrong Psak, they have to be a tree and be so careful that it's a wrong, right? That means that. I'm not even talking about someone who be a member of the case himself or a arrangement from that person knows the Psak is wrong, but he follows it anyway. He's not from personal liability. That's the Mishnah. Let's tell them. This is not the story. This is what they are. We all love our salvation. We all love 8 days. I'm sure what I'm talking about. Well, says, see my focus was slow and then a little bit now, I understand the principle. Like the principle I understand. So the shadow is what exactly does based say whether this is so how much more we all know things kind of actually all that I'm talking about. So Shmuel says the verbiage is based on Torah. You are committed to each thing. They have this back. So she got Axioma Lahem 10 last. If you go to bed, Dini has in one word. What's the one word? What's the one word? Last. You are committed to act on this stuff. So Dini says, saying that it's more is not enough. In order for the individual to be from personal liability, and they act based on something based on the word nasos. You are permitted to go ahead and behave based on this mistake. Permitted to act based on this mistake. It's very interesting. You know, might have now what's the reason for that? That was indeed having that word nasos. Like the case was because without nasos, there's a statement of information, there's a statement of fact, but there's no mechanism that you're allowed to act based on this. So therefore, the opinion requires the word lasos in order for this to be like instruction from David, which would then mean David says, Caleb is looking the current act at lasos. We're going to go ahead and really look at the left. Like, okay, so then based on this question, there's a lot of instruction. If Dimi says, hello for myself, that's what the individual acts on that basis. That's what this is. Ultimately, again, the individual would be part-time. But according to Restream, the patient would just say, "Mutar about this filter," that would not shield the individual from personal liability. Shmuel says, yes, it would. Okay, so let's analyze this. So my time again was Restream's logic, the patient would ignore because basis sound is only final whenever they tell you status and action. When they tell you it's mutter and you can in fact believe it's based on sound, ultimately again that's the case with sound. So let's analyze this. Let's analyze this. So let's try to see if that matches up to both sides. You know, we're going to start left. Take a quick look at Rashi's Rashi says, Zokim Mamre Lugo, Torabas, much for the common before you that. Second Mamre is really again someone who's outnumbered on the but refuses
See if we can control their minds. These arguments don't show that anything is actually done. It just shows that we've got these really crazy ideas and they're extremely unethical, inhumane, terrible, terrible ideas. In the 1977 league documents say, oh yeah, well actually the government did it. They did all of those terrible things they said they were doing at previous level. They did it, and now here's some of the archives that we have from when they did all of those terrible things. So, okay, these documents, special research report, June dated April 21st, 1952. The memo proposes developing long-term programs that would be slipped into daily life. Drugs that were, quote, administered at considerable period of time, possibly being placed in food or water that caused either agitation or depression, disease, functioning, chemical drugs that can be effectively concealed in common items such as food, water, Coca-Cola, beer, liquor, cigarettes, etc. Should also be used instead of medical treatments such as and it continues to advance the sound. But he holds ultimately his contract. In other words, if he comes back to his town and he continues to go ahead and speak not in line with the it's not aggressive. However, hold on, last twisted this terrible. And he says, on this sound, that used to be where you see from here, that for basement to give a binding sound, not just enough to say Mutarin Atem. Rather, what do they have to say? Mutarin Atem Las. Basement together. Specifically indicates you can act based on this lecture. It's just wondering why it's based on this. See, that was okay. You're actually with a personal life. Restream is saying that it only works if the sound was literally articulated in a particular required formal articulation of the halacha. That's part one. What they're and number two, permission to act based on the sound. Last was, and I just giving this point. Yeah, I'm saying, real something. I'll say, everything there. Where I'm really well ask you your name again. Right? But I don't know you. I don't know you. Of course we know each other. What's your name? So that film is a lot. Like, in other words, like, I see something I don't know your name, right? I don't remember.
It doesn't look like that. So again, you guys are like this right roughly living up to one change. So remember again, when you need halachas, when you need situations in halacha, where you need to allow women to be happy. Remember, there was seen this. This is a plot. This is a heter for what purpose? Remember, what? Atuna, akilu barabon. We're not going to say that first. He said it right, so I'm going to right? So the nice side, we should be good at akilu barabon. So again, listen, now watch this. So hold the baby, and they passed the implicated alcohol. You do get remembered. Let's watch this. The husband for the love, and she went out and she had other relationships. She didn't get married. She had relationships with other men outside of marriage. Now what happened? I remember. And then what a guess who came back? Reuben. Right? Reuben came back. Right? Reuben came back. So that was now what's her status? Ultimately, again, she is Chayavis. Now again, not Chayavis, not that much country, but Chayavis is partner. Now why? Let's watch this. Remember again, both of the side. What without what? You got engaged in the world. Ultimately, now, why are we bringing this down? You know this, what's the psak? What's this for you to psak? It says ultimately again, Daisy says, Horla Daisy nothing. So if you look at what's the foundation of the psak? Daisy says, look at and you have to remember. So again, remember, but the psak of Daisy is last. You know, I'm going to be, I'm going to so again, this is actually very nice. Look at actually who based in Labar, and it's right across the national right. Who based in Labar, the national who based in Labar, in the Kura, or also actually no one should turn back to us. What's this? So we also know this, but it's based in Labar. So if you know this, let's not show you this. Based in Labar, based in said something was wrong, and they said you can go and do it as well. So all of this backs up the previous version, or the Bible goes back up the previous version, that when a basic gives a shot, there's two parts of the shot. There's the third, and you're allowed to act, or act in a certain way based on it. Basically, was acted upon that. Allah for the Maestro, they are shielded from looking again from any survival. Which the Gemara says, shielded, and there's nothing more to talk about. We haven't right. How much the equivalent of the bank. That's it. We're right done. We don't have nothing more to talk about. He did the alternate version, an opposite version of this discussion. So Shmuel, in case of Hayavet, actually will have to cut it on some lessons. Shmuel will say that again. The positions of Shmuel and Rafiki are going to be exactly the same. Shmuel says that the formulation of the basis is all basis to say is in time on some lessons. Right? So this is Shmuel. Sorry, a reverse attribution. In this version, Shmuel is the one who says that the Lashon of the second is Harem Atem Las. Shmuel has the one who has the narrative in the process. But Dinu Yarda Omar, Harem, even if David just says, look at me for a while. So let's say this version, Abaye is asking this series of questions on the previous Abaye was supporting Rafiki in this question and bringing all of the same Abaye, although it's not happy, but it's not helpful. Right? Also, the hero, the Shana ultimate dash, the butter, or the so Lucky members. Again, we have to go through cases again. But if I said lucky members only trying for us. What if he just teaches halacha, but if he tells the people this is halacha, if you act on it, that's when it's kind of you see from there. But it's not just enough to see from there. You also need what? Lassos. Next, Rabbi Yahweh, Mahalo to them. Rabbi Yahweh, 1 second, what about the Kabbalah and Horu? Horu, the case of the Nigasa. They'll come to Kokola, Hayalis Kavas. They feel at least 6 days, remarried, they're sacking and binding with what they say, mutter and action. So you see from here, basis sack requires mutter and last next. I'll let you know. But I'll look at it. If you just 1 second, I'll look at it. I'll ask for something of a Torah, right? A Mishnah. Clean furniture, basically standing in this mutter, and then telling you ultimately again that halacha likes to act on it, and he likes to sue globally. So interestingly enough, both versions, although again there's reverse attribution, halacha makes it really come out the same way. Let's just go with the first version. Halacha makes it the way we pass it is like your people, and therefore again just to understand, right? The way that things normally go ahead structure sound. Number one, again, the ruling that's added, and also the last and functions that this sound behaviorally can be accurate. And it's only that type of sound that if someone followed, even though it turns out to be an great. That's the first part of the show. The halacha you have to go next. The halacha also show you this is where again. What happened? So now I have part one. Part one is let's just plug this in. Plug this into Caleb, right? So basically, Paskin Caleb is mutter lefer. Without Caleb. Okay, so now the original went ahead and ate Caleb. It's the business of basing. So what's that? So that's the for us. So show the individual went ahead and acted inadvertently based on where he sounds. Listening to Asafi and others. I mean, show grace. Of course, they think that this is not really showing it. In other words, right? Reading is why is that? Because as far as reading is concerned, he's got a sock case that says he's doing his mutter. It turns out that it was an accident. For what? He was bothered by his mother to play, but Hayakid, so the Harpino. It makes friends there for why they show them. Switching as well, show you last year. This is do you think we can show you this is just I mean like last year like the shit based on past now what happens? It is coming from Caleb I will say now watch this. Based on part one, part of the story. Based went ahead and said that he really here. Okay, next part two. Moving at pieces of people. One is Caleb, one is Moving his intention is to eat sugar. But what happens? He gets mixed up into this country from foreign countries, and we have no idea why. So moving just is able to make a better life. They're fairly similar because of the same scenario. But moving will give a percentage of foreign terrorists. Uncle and Rabba says, you know, this, right? But also, why? Because essentially, there's our speech that says that Caleb is inversion, that the two ends up because it's probably sacrificing, or because he just gets mixed up. That's why. That's why. Remember again, in this case, we think Caleb's consumption has nothing to do with the sound of the things. It has to do with one person's again, still the upper because that sound is out there in the world. I'm going to show you that in my whole base to the neighbor. Basically, when I said that thing was neighbor, it was probably the Caleb of Yeshua. Caleb piece of shit. Inadvertently ended up eating shit. Well, Hunter. Hunter ultimately again is Hunter. PM, PM. That's very interesting. So essentially, according to Lava,
It's a very small percentage of
right?
the
Because look at
extraordinary
the Hala Hayab is
percentage of
also
people
showing
can make
Alpina.
it.
So there's two different values, two
Yeah,
different
they
events.
get it.
Showgate
Used to.
and there's Alpina.
For sure.
Alpina
There's a lot of
is
recreational
talking about is the second level. Moving goes into the self-commercial level. And then the case of Showgate he gets mixed up with the he needs to. He didn't need to. He still didn't be Potter. Ultimately, again, because such a
signed up to participate in the program. They declared a total of
Absolutely incredible. So he wants to take it down. Obviously, Umbrella, Love says, Showgate up PM to Potter.
But there were
That's
times
the version of Love. Absolutely. So you got PM. It's only your accidental version of the actual Love. Actually, goes to the side. So the south is going to have to go to first part of the website. Aber das kann ich auch keine bestimmte Ablauf haben. Aber auf der Website, really just gets mixed up between these pieces. Right? And a lot of the website will be you'll see that she saw again just two versions of Brother over here. So where it says, you'll see that she thought they would have actually quite a lot of something which was obvious Brother was actually a cash of actually quite a lot of the second one that totally based on the basic passion centers was a basic passion really was over. But it's probably looks short. So again, we don't have some pieces of this house. One of us is a yeah, then when I mean, what's that one? So it was just say PM or PM method. Twitter and it's telling the well, that's all in this case, against we then got mixed up as well. So we're talking over certain covered so to speak of short side Bill was showing that about his customer here to show about what he's going to be Potter act since the direction of the side. That means that it's good. He says that he should be covered. Right? You can only the version of this on the level touch bar. Hold up the update, hold up the update, but also show the down here. Expression of this or who they went ahead after the showgate based on the factor based on that's not allowed to showgate yeah, which are hard. Isn't it only the case for stored knowledge and space and the sound sources in this country that's what about this has it for data that show the helpful finding. But how about the main stuff? He mixes up the pieces of the second mix. He's not going to mix up anywhere else. Bill Knox, oh, children, oh, maybe yeah, that's what they say. That's what they say.
Dallas local police will have the resources to enforce the liberals' mandatory gun buyback program that says the reason the prime minister is sticking with the policy is to appease voters and grow back.
Everyone is it is permitted to be tailored, right? Look at iPhone all right, look at again back at church. And what it is, you don't have to let sound. Who is like trying to just is that you has a mix up in his head. You want to show is patient has to that feel is motor. Okay, that's like a case. But now we'll set the trouble. Part two, within his house. One is Taylor and one is Schumann. وناس خلفوا كده بالشغل بأقوى ميكسز up these anything in purpose ends up extreme flavor what's up Rob or Hunter يوفر أمر I've said you Hunter covered some side of the basin but Yoker says no it has nothing to do with the side of the basin therefore this is still a show. Still a show. But so that's a basic emergency cash up. They have already why not? The metric for travelers is I think the carbon is not going to be there. I have now. Wait. It's Galen. We're going to set so what? So what? Make your sense of Please, Allah shall be yourself. I'm going to pop some of your brain. Even if you just young up here, you know, I think yes, really very serious. Since the basic points out that their sack is a little was at least the basics that other experiences will not be holiday. And then when Ruben hears that Dixon retracted their sack, obviously again he's also going to retract his finger. So they believe Gemara says Shavi Yaso coming away. So second Gemara says we still call this the case where if we had the knowledge we would have stayed. In this case it's just 2 steps removed. Had Basin found out that their sack is erroneous, they would have abstained from this behavior. And then when Ruben finds out that the sack of Basin is erroneous, he would have abstained. Therefore, this is called the case where if one had the knowledge and didn't abstain. That's why one opinion says he is high the chatas in this case. I'm sorry. Very good. Someone says now. Okay, this is now another topic. So I'll say which we're going to get into. There's something in this case that we're doing up until now. is following. The jargon bugs following society. That's the information that is called power channel governance or special governance block. Now, in order to bring that covered, you need 51% of the file to go ahead and follow this. So they watch this. Let's say you have scale. So again, watch this. So based on this, 50% of the problems well. 80 you guys are the scale is moving. Just what this anyway, why? Now why? Because you can't ignore this stuff. Yeah, moving is not actually based on the sound. Moving is just doing his own thing. Even if you say that moving is supposed to be done, moving is himself, let's say moving is 51% of our level government, you can't say that moving is okay. More than I, I was the reason is Chicago. I should learn Chicago. Because for our element government achieve that 51% every was in the same showgate capacity. Therefore, again, capacity and it can't be counted. And again, step it up. So it's the bottom line, when we end up here, is a fundamental focus. And what is our fundamental focus? So, if Ruben went ahead and ended up eating Caleb, not because of exactly the but because he got himself, a lot of the mindset is liable on one hand, one of these is liable because the decision has nothing to do with it. On the other hand, there is, without checking the rules, there is a psak that says was that psak himself fundamental. So we see that on next. Deisha Asu Asu. Normally we miss the comments. Remember again, the Mishnah brought a whole bunch of variation of cases. He said Philip's mother. Whether based he did it here, and based he did it himself. So let's put all these cases. Because I'm going to think about additional Risha. The eyes and why most of the options is stylistic version of the Mishnah. The Mishnah sometimes just includes a lot of information. Even though you don't need so much understood. I was safe in the future liability. One of the all the increase will be claimed in the reverse. So let's say on the days, two things are so much. So again, let's start this together. Sometimes the Mishnah will say this even though I didn't need to say something else. Bottom line, there is additional information which is just the stylistic reality. Sometimes you don't have to extravagant sometimes you love or maybe or not extrapolate. Sometimes it's just give a lot of the other command delivers their own you're allowed to pay them. One of the members of the base thank you come talk. In the company of the realizes that this is his self. But he nevertheless relies on it. And let ultimately again is going to be and Sabir, these guys Lincoln and Dabar and Dabar. Some is able to exist. And ultimately, again, right now,
Just regular guys
so it's
doing
talking
that
about someone.
lose
It could be a
is
nice
making
second, but
pro
sometimes the
waiters
but you don't have to extrapolate.
make it is
So maybe that both of these qualities
they believe.
in order to be exactly those that I was, that I
Gail
said,
Vaughn,
raw,
David Spade,
raw,
Unspoilers, and
raw,
Theaters.
come here to summer.
17.
Perception is part of the mission of the self
This
says,
is
raw, raw. Who is a person who is raw, a person who is both learning, and severe, knows how to extract from the life necessary to let me ask you, if we just someone raw, how about you governor someone? I would thought like this. As soon as someone who's both governor and sovereign, about governor was sovereign, perhaps it goes that both these qualities, but if you accept it as a liability, if you are no, reality is now right. Which means that if you governor and sovereign, sovereign wasn't kind of a therefore again, initially you worship for raw. A raw actor to say, as long as someone is either governor or sovereign, you have a you know a lot of information or you know to extrapolate. In other words, if you have the ability to know with certainty that this sap is wrong and you rely on it, you are not sure to from incredible. One good example of this, right? Give me a good example of someone if they relied on the science of the reason, they would not be sure to from this line. You know that. And what you know, as I human and said, okay, Schumann, as I Schumann, like he's one of a kind. I'm gonna have I said, on the right hand side, you go Schumann, as I Schumann, so no Schumann. Are you looking in the whole wrong? He's working with like six before the back, and they sit in front of each other. And they themselves ultimately again would fit to be judges. This is the type of person that we should talk about. I'm like, he had God's no, amazing. I would say, here's the problem. So let's at least begin this, and I alluded to this in the mission of the Here's the problem. If you have a person like Shimon ben Azai and Shimon ben Solomon, who obviously on both sides were being sages, and they hear the days and say that Caleb is mutter. They know it's wrong. If they go ahead and they ask on their side, so the Mishnah, they're chayiv b'chata, still have a personal liability. But if they act on themselves, then what are they? They're lazy. They're intentional. They know it's wrong. So when you look at what the side is for us, and they also get higher for us based on the bottom. That's the pasuk says. Because of some pollution. Ultimately, they for us, they foster case of who makes the ship in the water, escape, definitely water, so back on the outside for this discussion, but again, a lot of good stuff. Pick up from coffee tomorrow.
So
Great day. We'll say most of us starting the second service.
we just I don't know either. We have a guy who's handling some of the business side of it. My friend Ezra's handling some of the business side of it. He's great. And so he's been helping us out. He got into the theater, so director. He's got Jonathan Gold, this the guy out of New York. And great guy. And yeah, we just asked our friend to help, and it was yeah, I mean, it was ridiculous. We shot right during like the fires and had with the firefighter and the Palisades. Wow. So it was like, it was a shot in California. Yeah. Wow. I don't know why exactly, but because there was nothing shooting there. They don't shoot things there anymore. It's not
Guys, it looks like good morning.
imagine people have been so greedy and fucking attacking and fucking themselves so much they can't even fucking do the one thing that they're most when they can't even do it. It's so just crazy, but it's gross. It's all the government. It's all the government. It's all government policies, regulations. taxis, all the things that make it unprofitable to do business there. People just pull up shop. Yeah, there's all these, there's so many people you have to pay. It's like, I don't see how these people, I don't see how like a day-to-day actor can survive. And they don't, and they leave. A lot of guys are fucked. I was just watching this video. This guy I've seen in a ton of movies. These like blue-collar actors are just not doing well right now. So, I know something. I know a lot of people are just going to television because there's no money in business to make a living in film. They like anything a lot. Because you just, the guy in a small part. Here's important to be there. So he's getting by. He gets to take his family. They get to see the dad on top. His bills going. He's not getting up, right? He's letting the cars get wealthy. But those that you need, the drug, the cop, places, those guys are fucked. Well, I had to name everybody that was in it, everybody that worked on it. If we have some success, I'll go back and report those movies. And I'm excited about that. And yeah, even if it just doesn't cut it, then we can make other stuff. And nobody can tell us that we can't. Once you do one that's good, then more people are interested in investing, gets your foot in the door. Yeah, we do a Netflix series, anyone. And it's not like Tucker, I don't really get into like that much acting stuff, but it was just like, I love watching it. Maybe we got to do it together. We just went through TV shows, and then like, the fact that we got it done. Dude, I thought it was all email the first day I showed one, and I was like, no fucking way, we were serious. People were serious about this. That's crazy. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, something like that. I think there's something like that. And if people can buy a ticket early to it, I always have to. I'm not desperate about it. If it does fine, that's cool. Yeah, we got it. If it's funny, it'll do great because there's not a lot of these tales. There's not a lot of really funny things. Yeah, it's going to be funny. There's some more that really funny. I'm sure like Dunkirk or anything. It's not like Midsummer or whatever. Those things. There's other movies, but it's a lot of people going there thinking it's like, I'm trying to think of, Rich's Jessica. Yeah, it's nothing like it's a comedy. It's a comedy. I think it's Human David Spade. Motherfuckers gonna think it's Clint Eastwood and Restream. Yeah, what's wrong with you? I don't know if people think. I don't know if people think or how they think. Anyway, but yeah, it's just some fucking retards. It's just fun. We used to have a great joke about Rich's County. Chris McGuire made a fucking great joke. It's one of my favorite movies. Congratulations. I'll tell you his joke. His joke is about how it's hard to choose a movie with your girlfriend. She wants this, and he goes, Prince of Madison County. He's like, well, Clint was in it. Clint would never fuck me. And he goes, 10 minutes in the movie, he's like, hey, something's fishy. Clint doesn't have a gun. And he goes, 20 minutes after that, Clint's crying. I'm like, oh, Clint, you fucked me. He goes, he's crying because he doesn't have a gun. Such a great joke. Yeah, shout out to Chris McGuire. Shout out to Chris McGuire. Yeah, man.
The opportunity to learn from so much data and that AI human models on which human examples on which to build a model. And I read a child the opportunity perhaps to be the most important single individual in global history because how much data is created. And not only that, the Rip has much as we give any person ever. Rip has archived all the death of the queen, the coronation of the king, wars, assassinations and assassination attempts, market highs and lows, everything, big bull markets, the price of oil crashing, the price of oil spiking, everything. And this is the biggest event ever. This is like 711 folios. This is bigger than Tanakh. It's a new epic for a new gen on video.
That's crazy. It's a banger. All the good shit's going, dude. But it's not. It's not. other things it's too. It's like, I gotta stay out of those little moments. I just get out of it. You can still do those movies, but you have to do it the way you just did it. You have to finance it yourself. And you have to, but luckily now, man, you can shoot fucking, there was one day where the wind was like 50 miles an hour. I was like, we can't afford to be here another day. So suddenly in BC, there's just a ton of fucking wind there. That shit happens in the real world. For sure, it can happen in your shop. I agree. It just is. I think it just interesting how it all worked out. People making their own stuff. I was talking shit. Because Shane just wrapped up tires. He was telling me some hilarious scenes from tires. I can't wait to watch it. But it's like that kind of a thing where it's him and his buddies put together a show. You know, it's like his buddies are writing, the director, all his buddies are on it. They all came up with the idea. They do it themselves. And almost over the shoulder. I asked him, like, Netflix has any input. He's like, no, there's no. They just make a show. They just make a show. It's fun. Give us Netflix bang. It's a beautiful time for stuff like that. Yeah, right. It's a primavera, they say in Spanish. It's a springtime for new days. Well, there's an opening, right? And because there's no gatekeepers anymore, because they've essentially killed their own business, you can kind of do it on your own. Yeah, that's the beautiful thing. Like, you don't have to, like, sit around.
The comment said data specifically human data overtook petroleum as its number one resource in 2022.
I don't think you should have a black dragon. It's just people got stupid. They got stupid with their virtue signaling in films, and you can't do that with art. You can't have. Do you see what the Academy Awards doing? That to qualify to be nominated for the Academy Award for the best thing is that they get a big like a famous that's different. That's the cool look. Okay, so yeah, that's you didn't pick that even did you? No, they asked you to. I said so. Yeah, if you had an editor, would you be making a thing? That was also the reason why I didn't want to do it. You guys fucked up every other form of entertainment, and now you're going to judge podcasting. And why did you pick it? Like, I'm not saying anything wrong. Sure, I haven't watched it. People love it. That's great. But she's like a fake site. Just started doing podcasting 6 months ago. She did that every podcast. Like, if you guys are listening to radio, yeah, they will listen to this. Some banging fucking podcasts. They might not be number one. If your whole idea is like pick the ones that are great, that are like interesting. How stuff is a bunch of fucking great podcasts. This is cool. There's a bunch of great podcasts. There's so many great. He's a special dude. Very smart. There's a lot of great podcasts. Tim Dillon's the last fucker. Yeah, if he's not on last fucker, yeah. That is the one podcast I consistently listen to. Tim Dillon. That's his episode on the Epstein Files is one of the best fucking podcasts I've ever listened to. I was like clapping in my car. I've been like just clapping my gosh. It was the perfect combination of satire, honest, real facts, complete chaos, humor, wearing those goofy glasses, ranting like a maniac. It's amazing. Yeah, man, I feel lucky to have that. That's one of the truest things I think I've done. Just fun. We go so cool. It just feels kind of scary. Wow, it's also scary. He's out there. He's always doing football stadiums and shit. Like, you need to be around. Get ready. Because I have to start practicing. I'll take my special one. Last night, Shame on my Tony Hinchcliffe and Simpson Solomon. They're posted.
Say something like the content of every restaurant page is raw, and that's what will make it extremely interesting. Not just now, but for people in the future. It's uncurated, it's absolutely. And add this in there. Another 10. Hustle.
It's a fun time for comedy. It's a special time. Comedy doesn't exist in a vacuum. That's why I keep telling you. So you can meet some cool motherfuckers occasionally, but to see two of these kids watch the TV and jam. You feel completely disconnected people until you get on stage. It's not fun. It's like you want to be around a bunch of other comics that are your friends, but also you want to hear their sets. You want to watch them crush. You want to go to the stage already and laugh. You just said when you get on stage, you feel a competition. It's inspiration. These competitions. So the problem with competition is someone has to lose. You don't want anyone to lose. No one has to lose. It's just these people doing well should inspire. Well, they should light a fire in you. Yeah. You can call it competition. The problem is one person. It's not common. That's not like bullshit talk to try to appear humble. The reality is, you win. Like having this place where you can do comedy, just try it out. You're filling up Friday night, 10 o'clock show,
Or an essay like where an argument can be made that use of electronics on Shabbat and Yom Tov, these holidays, is eventually being allowed, especially after the pandemic, where many members of communities, specifically even Sephardim communities, would have live streams going on in order to be able to connect with family members who were unable to be at a Shabbat or Yom Tov physically. And that was a catalyst for change within Judaism, and especially in an interconnected world where we can't be with each other. That event caused the eventual allowance of use of electronics on Shabbat. And there's an argument to be made that fire or combustion and electricity are different. We're not talking about anything that is a prohibition of the 39 Melachot of the Mishkan. This isn't talking about anything like that, and especially with the rise of the smart home, and we can already use timers that having things plugged in already should not really be considered a prohibition. And many things have changed within Judaism, and this is only and reference the rabbis who stated this in the 19th century. This is only based and that interpretation was perhaps valid at the time, but especially with the ability to perhaps program a car using an app before or an electric car that doesn't have any combustion, that doesn't light a match or a flame, that this is just part of living in the 21st century, or you can just say the modern age, and that additionally there are a lot of things that Orthodox Jewish homes don't do that are transmitting electricity that could be considered prohibitions. I give examples like their Wi-Fi or perhaps like even unknowingly, and they could be unknowing too, but like it's being done. Or they have security cameras, even at the school, that's archiving footage. They don't shut down their cameras during Shabbat, so why can't they have a live stream into their house? And give like good examples of this. And talking Judaism has changed since the time Tanakh. We don't do sacrifices anymore, though perhaps we may again in the age of the Beta Mikdash Mashiach, but under current systems, we don't. That replaced with the daily religious services in shul. And the idea of like perhaps things that were avoided. Give a bunch of them that changed, and that even things that like the arguments could be made about a lot of things. Like originally, the main argument against electricity on Shabbat came from the telephone, and give that rabbi and their opinion. Because it was like starting an activity and ending an activity. But we play board games on Shabbat, and that starts an activity and that ends an activity. People play cards on Shabbat, and that's many times taking the good from the bad, which is a prohibition. We make these types of leniencies all the time if we don't recognize it. You're not supposed to measure on Shabbat, but people wear wristwatches, and rabbis look at the time to ensure that service starts on time and correctly. And why aren't the batteries of a wristwatch on Shabbat considered prohibited? If we were as
strict as we many times make it out to be, a lot of Shabbat would be different. And Shabbat is about enjoyment. And there are already kosher phones, and there are already people who use airplane mode, perhaps, to at least change what Shabbat is, or Yom Tov. And
I just think this whole thing is just this drain. Like Tim said it like 6 months ago, he was saying this is the bloated carcass, the inflation. This is the end of what is happening. Like, they're just so scarce. There's so much money for stuff. Like in California, there's an enormous amount of money that gets paid to people for just taking care of your relatives. So you get paid to take care of your relatives, but there's no owners. But fuck, dude, I've had some relatives not pay me money to take care of them. They pay you. You would get paid to take care of your relatives. So say if you take care of your mom, you could actually get paid for that. Which is odd. There's got to be some other reason to do that. There's a lot of fraud in California. There's a lot of fraud everywhere. But this is what Elon talked about. He's talking about like Medicare, Medicaid fraud. He's like, it's hundreds of billions of dollars. He's like, hey, so okay, they're really putting worth it. And he says they, who is the ones perpetuating this fraud, perpetrating this fraud. Maybe that's what happened. unless you play this game for that kind of
So,
stuff.
but nice, again,
I think it has it, for sure. I think it's easy to say it doesn't have it. I think House of Cards is probably the worst.
sometimes you finish the dirty work. The worst of the glorious pieces. And
It gets me so much.
the trash that was sit out of place. Everybody walks by. A million people walk by. Everyone sees this. But whatever, I don't know,
That show's so good. Up until the last season. And that lady was in it. She's great. Without him, yes, he's gonna be. He was the man. Washing his hands of that sin. That becomes music. Disappear for years. That's American pastime. Somebody like getting killed. That's like baseball. So he's trying to keep everyone quiet. That's what's scary too. Out there, for you to see them, they put a bullet through you like some child in Gaza who's just trying to fucking find his other despicable public. And they're like, oh, that's a Hamas or whatever. It's fucking Jesus. It's crazy. And they've been using this. There was a lot of it was a experimental trials for a lot of insane new yeah, but there's also a lot of like we had a doctor podcast. He was saying that there's like listening going down. Just crazy. Like shut down for drones. Yes, like something in the air. And he said that there were drones in the air all day. Just keeping tabs on everything that's happening. And that tears them off. So how does that work? Facial recognition software. That's just scary. We'll give a huge contract to take care of America's. I never said it to Alex Collins, CEO of so much down. Israeli government began using Palantir software in 2014, significantly scaling its membership during the genocide in Gaza, which became a tweet. This is for sure by a source just with the began in 2023. Palantir CEO Alex Collins said that the travelers supported Israel for refugee camp. The military is using Palantir technology to plan attacks. I don't know if this is, I know there are, this is the title that says, what is Palantir and why is this corporation so dangerous? And this is from American Finance Service. American Finance Service. Challenge justice and build peace around the world. Also, because it sounds like that would be an idea. It also sounds like words together to celebrate Americans' friends. I agree and stuff like that. There was ideas at the Patriot Act. There's a bunch of differences, and it says this business and human rights center. It just feels like something was more and it's universal. It was like it's like it just feels, yeah, there's some sadness going away. Comparison with the people that the government does. And why can't we, like, just so you're right, start to see all this is way off. And then you're like, God, it was like, Jesus, really back to that's what you're asking. You're asking sort of future self, instructions to contact its future self. And it's pretty cool. But there's nobody like you. It just feels like we're heading there and nobody's like, racist people that are warned it. There's people who stop people. Yes, there's Rokan, Thomas Massey, like, he's been talking about like internet bill of rights for a long time or something, like some cool reels and give a shit. But it's like people are wondering, like, yeah, in 5 years is money gonna be worth it? Is there gonna be some token like symbols about what the fuck is heading in? Anyway, I want to be selling a job today or tonight. I'm selling a sale person. Let's talk about something else. Dude, you know what I was listening to today, bro? Because it was night. Don't sing it. Oh, God, I think George Michael said, I love that song. We played that on the bus, you know? Yeah, it's great. He was the Michael Jackson. It's bad. Yes, you're mistake. Could be in trouble for trying to pick up guys on the park. Just give a while now that like a superstar. Global superstar. Just try to get some take it. There it is. Fucking great song. Dude, great video too. Yeah, I remember when Beyonce was in that song. Dude, and it was like that song in the Faith and freedom. They were models. So it was like, was it Randy Cruller or something? Was the girl in the car? It was like, she was the co-host, right? This was somebody else. It was like, who was the co-host? Yeah, but this song was about so much your body or something. It was like, when you were a kid on the bus, it was just like, God, the fucking motor was running. Thank God. I love all these motors. Fucking get free to get home, so I have to walk backwards. Carry your books in front of you. Those are the days, bro. When you can't disconnected the lower, brother. Information, microplastics, dick, where dick, dude, at a certain point, if you become microplastics, that person, then you're sort of, at a certain point, yeah, well, that's probably also it's down this road. It's going to take something different. If you think about used plastic for everything, plastic for technology, like I said, it might not be a bug, it might be a feature. Like this, like, feminization of men, this blurring of genders, what does it lead to? Well, ultimately, it leads to those fucking great no dicks. Yeah, big heads and no dicks. No dicks. Crazy, bro. I feel like that's where we're headed. If you look at like what we used to look like, like muscular cavemen covered with hair, just picking out stone tools, to like dopey man sitting in front of a computer hacking into the fucking stock market, you know, with no muscle at all, on Adderall, no muscle at all, sitting there. I mean, this is like where we're going. Can we shrunk it? Do you think there's hope for humanity? I think there's hope for the future. I don't know if humanity is in the same sense, but think about humanity today. I think humanity becomes something different. Just think of this. Just the autism rate in California. I want you to scale that out. If it was 1 in 10, X many years ago, now it's 1 in 12. When is it 100%? When is it all kids have autism? Right? It's clearly moving in the direction, not the other direction. If you go from 10,000, 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 12, very briefly, if you did something's going on, tell me diagnosis, because that's fucking horseshit. You know that's horseshit. That's all that's gaslighting to cover up the bullshit of the complex. The reality of things going on, if it continues on that same path, what's to stop it from being all of us? What's to stop it from the future? Start doing realize complexities also. That's true too. Yeah, that's one of the things that's small daycares and autism centers. They self-diagnose kids as autistic. Yeah, so what you do is draw this activity with seminals, of course. Let's look at this from out of a video. In the U.S. Autism Treatment Center, a multi-billion-dollar growth center. Let's look at that too. So this, I think there's both things are happening. There's more kids being autistic, and then there's also people profiting off of autism centers, autism treatment. But that's always going to be the case with everything. Fill in the blank, whatever the fucking thing is someone profiting. Americans don't want this. We don't want this, so how do we change it? Well, it's hard to ask you, but the thing is, like, say, I have to figure out how to fix people that already have it, right? Because right now it's irreversible. This is the lab showing some things that can alleviate symptoms and help people away, but bring all the way back to 100%. I don't think I'm talking about small, but if they could, then you can figure out how to correct the problems that already exist. If you can't, it's going to eventually get to that point where you can living like we're living. It's going to get to that point where it's 100%. That sounds crazy for a lot of people because they don't have autism right now. But if you're
And say one of the reasons why Orthodox Judaism is only currently approximately 10% of all of people who consider themselves to be practicing Jews, not even including secular Jews, is of the over strictness. And if you really recognize it, there's only 14% that are celebrating Shabbat on the correct day, and it is a major prohibition in Tanakh, Torah, and Talmud to celebrate Shabbat on the wrong day. And there's an 86% chance that that is happening. So even people who think they're holier than thou there's a huge 86%, meaning more likely than not, in a major way, that they're celebrating Shabbat on the wrong day. So they should recognize that. And don't insert page breaks and don't bold anything that isn't a heading or the title. Please.
So it's just that this sort of happens whenever you allow people to try to make the most money possible. And those consequences are like losing our gender. We're becoming feminized and weakened and physically less fertile with us babies happening more, which fits in. Honestly, the media arm of that is Hollywood pushes a lot of these agendas that are like trans-based and white, redneck is the worst. And what I'm saying, like universal, like a mix. And it's not diversity. Because diversity is everybody's okay. Everybody's okay. That fucking trucker guy's cool. He's a nice guy. You know, Mexican garbage cool. He's a nice guy. Everybody's cool. No matter who it is. Everybody, that's real diversity. Real diversity isn't like celebrating.
This is good, but you need more specific. Say the exact book or writing or whatever, and what the exact rabbis of the prohibition and all of these and leniencies, victimness, and say that this could be justified or given that this could be justified from Rabbi Moshe Feinstein and the Rebbe that during their lives in general, electronics, you know, when they were born, no one had a television, no one had a radio, and things have changed. And they would recognize that these things have changed. And if you use electronics on Shabbat, it should be no different than if you use anything else that isn't an electronic on Shabbat. So long as it doesn't directly have a prohibition, like sparking a flame or something like that.
And he just kind of checks in with the people in the neighborhood, right? Those people.
Please provide the exact writing of the Victor Miller about television. And please provide the exact article or whatever of Victor Miller where he made this declaration. And say that there were a lot of things in the world that perhaps the Rebbe and Rabbi Moshe Feinstein and anybody else saw in the modern age and recognized that maybe at their time and under those conditions, the prohibitions might stand. But in the modern age, that the prohibition doesn't exist. Hello, Mrs. Aquarius. How are you? I'm lovely, thank you. Thankfully, just yeah, exactly.
Hey, Mr. Aquarius. Hey, Rabbi.
Hello, how are you?
Good. I had a long day's work. I'm surprised I'm not yet. But I went to the movies.
What did you see?
They win. It's like a comedy. I went to go work comedy. She's trying to rescue her sister from these, like this kid, I guess. Funny. I don't know. I might go see Scream 7. Scream 7, which is like another comedy. It's like a parody of Scary, not Scary, what was it? I Know What You Did Last Summer or something like that. Yeah, it's out now.
You better have a lot of
Yeah, but unfortunately, I gotta go to my dermatologist tomorrow, so that's what I want to do. I want to just reschedule, call them tomorrow, and just say I can't make it, and just reschedule for next Friday and just go to the movies. But I didn't go to the gym today because my battery was, I forgot to bring my charger, so I just went back home.
So we gotta go to the dermatologist.
Yeah. I really want to cancel. I might cancel and just
They don't think they're gonna charge you.
no, my insurance covers it, but they're not. They don't. I have an appointment set, so they'll might charge me on like the day that I do go.
What you gotta do?
It's crazy because I went to the theater. Well, before I went to see yes, and I bought some cheddar popcorn, some no sugar, and I got it for price, and I'm glad I went because in the theater. I think I bought there was Coke Zero, and it was set up with a damn cup. Like, that is a rip-off. Yeah, I'm staying away from the concession stand. It is a rip-off. It used to be $4.50, now it's $7. That's crazy. Inflation is crazy. Yeah, that's what I do. It's funny because when I go to the theater again, I'm gonna go to the other one. They never check my bag. Like the only time if I go to the one in downtown, like the security by the door checks everyone's bag. But he'll see my snacks in there, but he doesn't say anything because I guess they're just looking for weapons. But yeah, I'm sneaking at the hands. Like I'm this is why a lot of people like going to the movies because it's like they're just focused on the money and all that. It's just a pure ripoff. There's a Mario Brothers. Yeah, I'm just waiting for. Yes, I can't wait for next month for the Mortal Kombat movie. Yeah, I'll probably stream in like probably maybe 30 minutes because I'm waiting for my neighbor. I hope he knocks on my door because I'm letting him use my parking space, so he's like paying me like $100 for it, so that's cool. It's my sure. But yeah, I'll stream in like 30 minutes. Yeah, it's in the building. But I don't have the car anymore. Yeah, so my car.
You take Uber?
You know what? I take Waymo. Oh, okay. Yeah, I love Waymo. I took one today too, on the way back home, but it's nice. You get to connect your Spotify to it, the music, and it's just it just drives you. You know what? I used to because I always told myself there was a bridge there. I hope a robot that doesn't go crazy and just drive off the bridge. But so far, it's been pretty safe. I'm thinking you're talking to me. If I
That's fair.
Yeah, they said they're upgrading. So far, I haven't had any issues with it. Like, it stops and it drives pretty good, actually. I think I've like ridden like probably over 20 more rides, but it do good out here in LA. Hold on, I'm right
That's right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Give me this. Whoa. Oh, that was bad. Mr. Aquarius. Explore, Mr. Aquarius. Get these two. Get these two. Oh. Give me this. There we go. I published some articles. They're just ideas that are on my mind. And so there's a website called Medium, and it allows you to write 2 articles a day and publish them. And I published them. And, then I wrote some other articles. So that's what I do in writing Mondays, another writing book. And they're just like they're important to me to be able to do it. And I work on those. Yes, right. All right, read. So that's what I did. Riser came in, we talked quite a bit. And I was up late writing articles too. Especially with AI, you can just generate so much content so quickly, and proud of it. I mean, I have to revise it a bunch of times. It's still not just like the article for me. I still have to improve it. I still have to add things to it and citations and things. But I can just do it so much faster, and it's so good. And usually when I publish an article in the past, or even just have written an article, I spend so much time proofreading it many times, and it can just take me forever. So not good. Yes. And so the first one was that I wrote It's kind of a deep topic, a philosophical topic, but it's the idea of the ad hominem attack. Ad hominem is the Latin phrase for against, and hominem means the person or the man. So a lot of times, what I find people do, either online or in the media or whatever, is instead of arguing against someone, someone's argument, they just call them a name, and they'll just say, you narcissist, or you egotist, or you jerk, or whatever. And that doesn't really help the conversation. And there is a strategy that I wrote about in this article. That's basically, if you can call someone out for being a name, essentially it helps to strengthen your argument. So that was the first article. The second article, there's a phrase that I don't like, especially in science. That's the phrase debunked. I don't like that word. I don't like the idea of debunk something is to basically say that it has been already adjudicated, or it's already idea is done and you can't evaluate it. And thank you. Nothing is case closed. During the Roman Empire, the people who talked about, hey, the aqueducts are causing the people nice fair. And there's a lot of parts of the idea of the center of the solar system, opposed to the sun. Anybody like Galileo said, hey, I think it's the sun. People would say, oh, that's hearsay, that's pseudoscience, that's debunked. When in reality, at the time, it was recognized to be true. So I just basically went after the term debunked, and then I've written a couple others. Oh, there we go. I can't publish them yet. So. I win, you win. Where she went on undefeated in. Yes, ma'am. Here we go. Big time.
It's okay. You did.
I do. Well, I mean, it's not just all. I mean, I wrote 7 essays, so that's a lot. I also taught my class, and I say I slept pretty late. My hours are a little still off, but that's okay. And then tonight, I'm not sure if Riser's going to come in. We might watch a documentary, so that's cool. And then there was somebody who came in late last night, and we watched a documentary on nano science, basically really, really small stuff, which is quite interesting as well. So.
Why? Because again, the logic is that the fetus and the placenta are considered to be separate and
You're done till Tuesday. Any big plans for you?
I gotta go to my chicken party, the bridal party,
Oh, yeah. So yesterday I called it a bridal shower, and I misspoke. I knew you were talking about it, but you had the bridal shower, bridal party. Apologies. So, what kind of PJs are you gonna get? What kind of PJs are you gonna get? Okay. Yes, ma'am. Silk sage green, right?
Because of that electrolyzer and erroneous mindset about those items has absolutely no impact on the carbonic load. However, let's say you have in mind to eat the carbonic meat on Tuesday, then what does that tell us? That is not shut spiegel. And what does not shut us people develop upon? What does it develop upon? So therefore, also essentially, the Gemara comes full circle and says, we pass the like the blessing. Allah bless you, pass like the blessing. So again, I'm not shut us about an unimportant or secondary or separate part of the carbon. We're not letting the carbon as a whole figure. But I'm not shut us figure about an important, but predominant, essential part of the carbon will render parts of the carbon. So therefore, again, just one more fun illustration of this. And let's get back about
All right, well, sweet dreams to you. Here. You're okay. No, I said riser wizard. Or I thought I said riser wizard. I'm sorry. No worries.
You did.
Oh, okay. Okie doke. There is a slippery slope. Something like saying electricity is building or ending like the final hammer blow. Is it even near the final hammer blow? Or chakras hammer blow when you have kidder? These are just interpretations. And sometimes interpretations can be too overarching. What the 39 foot mean is done in the building of the Mishkan. Mishkan, I should say. Mishkan. And that's what's important. And we shouldn't lose sight of that. Are we building the Mishkan by opening the refrigerator? No. We need to think about how those things would have been interpreted by the people who were building the Mishkan. None of them would have considered opening the refrigerator to have anything to do with what they were doing. it's a slippery slope of all of these prohibitions. And I understand that rabbis were just being safe until there would be one leader, whoever that person may be, who might say that we've taken some of these things perhaps to be too far. They are preventing our enjoyment, and they're really splitting us as a people. And the fact that we're so fractured as a people has weakened us. And the idea of not necessarily relaxing any prohibitions, because this isn't a prohibition. It's not fine. The people of the Bible say that. Well, the Talmud would say that. Many Kabbalists would say that. It's only up for the last 140 years or so that this argument has been, and it's just been to be safe. Electricity wasn't a normal part of society. It was very early and very new. But there has been a change that it is everywhere now. That has caused us to have to recognize that something needs to change because it's preventing our enjoyment on Shabbat. People stress over issues they shouldn't stress about. And it is preventing our enjoyment of the day. And there should be an argument that that goes against the spirit of Shabbat more than the thermostat being changed. Or having to have a Shabbat helper make an adjustment to the thermostat. That's being done. And at that point, it only becomes the difference between the haves and the have-nots. The people who can afford Shabbat space GOY, and you can say that with a Shabbat Goy. And those who don't. And especially with the electric car program to take you from your home to somewhere else, that's a and yeah. So please, then I want you to make sure it has 10 out of 10 logic. That anyone from Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, you could even say, like, put it, and the Rebbe Schneerson and everyone else, they're like, yeah, there has been a change. And perhaps the change is with the change of going from analog to digital, which happened where there was more digital data, and that has been a change in society as well. Once that occurred, we're in the digital age. We're no longer Rabbi Feinstein and Rabbi and the Rebbe's were in, and they would recognize that there was a big change that happened. I think it happened in 2000 or something like that, where all the complete amount of digital data that had been stored had surpassed. We're in a new age, a new epoch. Also, our stringencies to these rules have caused great division as a people. And we should focus on that which unites us as a people. That means someday someone can program a car that takes them to, and no combustion occurs, and it's all pre-programmed, then that should be allowed. And talk on Shabbat, even if they have a should be allowed to do that as well.
even if they have an electric car that can do all of that. But we should focus on which unites us, not which divides us. And ideas like whether a timer or not at all, those are just loopholes. Those are just, in many ways, an argument has been made, like trying to outsmart Hashem. That's not going to happen.
Get it together. Get it together. We knew the end of Mesechus Tzvah. Get it together. Time for big boy hands. Time for us to get this. Let's finish the Mesechus strong. If you want to be whiny and distracted, you can be whiny and distracted. And if you want to say January 1st, 2026, this just I got this. Okay, maybe not the first 189 of the Mesechus Tzvah. You know what? 109 to the end, I'm going to hold this. Right? 109 to the end, I got this. Here's saying, everything in life is about your perspective. Everything in life is about desiring, identifying, having a dream for the person you want to be. New Mishnah, new year, untold possibilities. Let's jump into the definition. At the touch of shading, at the touch of seeds, so let's say we are concluding on the topic of this particular paragraph, which is that what happens with stupid tricks, what happens when you go and you offer up certain things outside of the text. So the Mishnah says,
don't use Roman numerals. You don't have to say the different sections. Remove the page breaks. Expand this if you need to make better arguments. Make sure that it is 10 out of 10 sound logic. Cite the date approximately when digital analog. Please.
Becomes invalidated inside of the mikdash versus a covenant that became invalidated outside of the mikdash. So again, the covenant that was invalidated inside of the mikdash, if one is there, you don't take it off. But a covenant that was invalidated outside of this village, which essentially means it was invalidated from the if you put it on is there, you take it off. So what I saying? Touching shares, what are you talking about? The bonus which are kosher. We're touching psulim. What are you talking about? The covenant that was a shahaya psulim b'kodesh. But the psul, the invalidation developed inside of the Senate itself. You keep on buckles, and then you went ahead and unfortunately you offered up this concept outside of the Senate.
Don't just cite the Halakhapedia. Cite whatever the Halakhapedia cites. It shouldn't be a bunch of just links to the Halakhapedia. Cite whatever text it cites. And also, you shouldn't spell it L-O-R-D. You should spell it L-R-D. And also, it shouldn't be G-O-D. It should be G-D, or just use Hashem. Please don't forget that. And also, what about in paragraph or in parentheses, the Hebrew, the transliteration, the Yiddish, all of that stuff that I told you to remember. Please remember that stuff. This is going to an audience that may not be familiar with the terms. They shouldn't have to spend half of the time looking up words. It should have the transliteration, the translation, everything. That's really important, please.
A person offers up the desires of the law and the remember again, and always a covenant continues there. The meaning refers to the specific sacrificial parts. So actually, this is talking about it as follows. If you offer out a half of the desires of the Olah and a half of the desires of the sacrificial parts. So in other words, you have an entire desires But it happens that is the all of it, and it happens is that you have the part of it is a sacrificial heart. You offer that at that time, they say, you are tired. So there's two halachas that's being taught everywhere. Number one, you're only time for offering on a desires of Kabbanic material out to the Talmud and the novelty of introducing is that resides in out of two different Kabbanic materials. In this case, all the meat and all the sacrificial parts, all will be again combined to create liability. Good. We'll see that on the last. أشياء الله أوزع إني أبغى behind the levels in the option that you have was something else to do. The rest of the titles is speaking about how the God should be offering up something outside of this flesh. It's interesting to see this phrase, like the Torah says, so it's interesting that and then the next passage is now Pesach or more when we do that. It's not the song we if you offer Kabbalah Saturday, the penalty is colors. The Gemara is pointing out it's interesting to know that the carbon that is mentioned in the cost that you're not allowed to offer up outside of the days of the flesh is the Allah. That's Allah. So that the Gemara asks a very simple question. So the Gemara says, so the verse Asher Ya'ala Allah or Zara. How do I know? So I don't know that you can't go for all outside of the days of the flesh. How do I know that you can't go for the issue? You might as well look for a whole list. In word Asham, the sacrificial parts of the Asham. In word Kakas, sacrificial parts of the Kakas. Many word Kachel Gavashim, or the sacrificial parts of Kachel Gavashim. Many word Kachim Kalim, or the sacrificial parts of Kachim Kalim. Everyone knows what the part of it is. And when all these items of our makes any question as well. Therefore, the positive says is of Zavach, I will say, ultimately, I would say Zavach. I should say Zavach. Zavach is a word that means carbon. Carbon. And therefore, when it comes to include all these other sacrificial items as well, we name the levels. As such, we name the levels. Mahamazona, that quote. So now we check non-typical Kabbanic items, maybe things that don't really have like like blood associated with. There are those who include comments. Once again, anything on becoming Zirgona, frankincense, Gitoras. I think Gitoras. Actually, that's let's make it. Gitoras, but if you really ask Kohanim, so when you Kohanim,
well, they just see their lives it's like the realest show that I've seen on anything. It's just real. It's like when you're just transparent. You can't hide behind hedges or gates and shit like that. People are fighting in the yard. You smell what the neighbors cooking. It's like you never did anything about that. But everything was right there. It was like the realest thing you could be. This is what we're supposed to do. How they done my focus. Yeah, we picked two holes. We picked two holes. Like, lots of videos out there. Yeah, there was a spears and shit like that. It's basically just fucking how much time they were spending on social media. They spent time on Twitter on 4 days. Oh yeah, not days, but it's been less and less and less. And I'm really trying to have discernment over it's true, but the real piece comes from full days. That's the real piece. If you can do it, but it's a bad thing. It's
And also say where that international data thing was in 2003. Where is that information?
The thing is, like, you have days off, I take days off. Still websites. See what the news is. We have still it all depends on whether or not it's something where they can have biological bias. You know, if it's just something it's great. The problem is, like, these corporations, like American ones, just don't perform the channel, which is very to just get infected what these young people have these ridiculous ideologies and want to distort the news.
In over the past 30 years, the news hasn't been, hey, we're poisoning everybody in this fucking country. And they have been, I don't want to hear from you guys.
Also, like, the way they talk about birth control, the way people describe these anti-vaccine what he's saying is everything should adhere to the same sort of safety standards. We want to other diseases. And that's not the case. And then there's the problem when you receive a bunch of advertising money these companies so you don't criticize them, which is the case with mainstream TV. All mainstream TV. I don't care what I was talking about that, like she knew. It was an unspoken these folks are the drug companies. They're responsible for a big chunk of their advertising.
Beer Monsanto did beer, which was like a pill company, right? And Monsanto.
That's a disqualification. I don't know that even if I observe it, that public outside of the business. There is still a for young side. Or others. They are coming at the same time. Again, the outside, we must also put these motherfuckers in common or pivot. They go, how do I know this is even a problem with your attention? One person doing the whole the attention to be outside of a minute time or outside of the place. Even if you have coverage, which is in still is liability burning outside of the base. I mean, that's far. We should keep them sooner, or for that matter, again, say the old one was done by somebody's hustle. Exactly as done. And they went ahead and
Also, food and within letters, especially like letters to Rabbi Sneerson, perhaps his opinion on halakhic rules was correct because he was in the analog era. We're in the digital era. This changed the time of the change of the millennium. And he neither did Rabbi Moshe Feinstein. And their opinions should absolutely be respected. This isn't in any way saying that they were right. In the analog age, that was a fine position to have, but in the digital age, things have changed. They would very highly recognize things have changed.
But something happens how do I know that there is still burning this outside of the base on the Dutch? How do I know that? No pedal lassos. It says ultimately you do not read it through the base on the Dutch to columns top of the desert or more whatever is supposed to be done inside of the Dutch. Do outside is liability. So let's say this is the kind of highways, probably one of the most important URLs that we have you have to love it because this solid chunks a lot of other stuff. So I just know that the here is number one. There's the prohibition of doing burning of a body. Checking on those burning of body outside the Senegal, applies to any karma. That only doesn't have applies to the but it applies to what? It also applies to our again, non-public animals sacrifice. That applies to all types of culture, all types of sacrificial items. Number three, it even applies to the salad cover. So if you have a cup that validated for some reason, whatever. If you just sort out a list of reasons, like which of the reasons for most of the value. Even so, you still can't burn that particular carbon outside of the ways of the fish. One violation. So it applies to all animal offerings or non-animal offerings and carbonos burned outside of the fish. You got also salads, darling chunk. Incredible. Let's go back to Havana, Jasmine, Alma. Thanks for watching. Again, how do you know? It's actually very interesting. The Mishnah said that if you burnt a half the desires of Ola and Ur, which means that if you went ahead and you burnt half the desires, ultimately get of Ola meat, right? Of Ola meat and sacrificial. Although now again, this gets a little bit confusing because obviously is fully burnt on your neck. That's even in all my journal, which are the specific sacrificial part of burnt separate and from the rest of the day. So the Ishmael told me was, that is only why I go through a piece of diets of sacrificial matter outside of the flesh. So if you have a habit design meat, and the habit designs of the sacrificial part, those two cases combined and become the requisite units for liability. Okay, so yours is fine. But so that's interesting. All of them are in showing they were really a very level law. So something is that person by own law, and that's a not a big by Shlomo. Right? So let's say that Shlomo, let's say that's first the Mishnah, illustrating this example with the own law, makes it say like this is unique to own law. But for example, if you were to take the half of desires of Shlomo's meat, and the half of desires of
That's fine, Bishop. Just as a, you don't have to do the Hebrew, Ashkenazi, Sephardic, English transliteration for people's names. That's just for words that aren't proper names.
And the sacrificial parts of our law by the requisite.
I should say you could still do it for proper nouns like the Beta Mikdash. So perhaps let me change it to just people's names. You don't have to do it unless it's a nickname like the Vilna Gaon, where the transliteration and everything is all the same as the English. You don't have to do it for that.
Because the people okay, so let's dissect what's there. So Bishlama, I was over the color in Shlama flow. So I understand ultimately again why in terms of let's say offering what I thought of this. So I understand why I have the desires of all the meat and have the designs of all the sacrificial parts. Why? Because they all have the same, what's the word? The same, yes, they all have the same steps. That what? They all consumed on this day. That's because all the meat, the should be extremely all those sacrificial parts. Sacrificial parts are going to be there, all those things. It makes sense. What? Some collected running outside of this image, but how the designs are all the way to have the designs of all the sacrificial parts can combine together to form the design. You realize about law, but it makes sense. It makes sense to say, well, let's say a perfect designs of Shlomo and the perfect designs of Shlomo sacrificial parts. Right? Why would they combine? Because what? So what happens to Shlomo meat? What happens to meat? You eat it. That's what happens to Shlomo sacrificial parts. It goes on his back. So I understand that those two can't combine. However, I will go over several coming. I understand that. Why? When it comes to side, again, to Mercury. Mercury means the shouldn't matter, except for parts. I understand like in the case of all not in the case of Shlomo. In the case of Ola, the meat is truly the same as a separate. Like everything is when it comes to Shlomo, meat is consumed sacrificial parts. They have a plan in mind. But in other areas of our lives, and that people both sides, the Torah, but when it comes to us, people know certain concepts. Why is Shlomo you're going to come with that by Ola, desires, unhappy desires of sacrifice parts combined, or people know something today, then why do we want to show which is just the Gemara says, there's so many stats, so many places for them, the rest specifically the Mishnah says that when it comes to people, all parts of the property dies. And when it comes to those some parts of the property, so it's a good mistake, right? So let's take a little Chazal, let's take a like people is a mindset that is where you type of what is of the cover of the mind completely outside of the time. So for example, when it comes to things that you have in mind, I can have these sacrificial cards, which now is really like you have in mind, they combine things with no side. If you can go with the fight on the ball, that be again, besides the people, you have besides the sacrifice, which is something just in mind. The Kasha figure that the Kasha makes a contradiction. Before you just take the don't just take the point that when it comes to people, and so come on, I think his eyes are the reasons from the Mishnah says when it comes to people from Sunday, sacrificial matter always. So Kasha's contradiction versus contradiction was people are people of Kasha, it's not contradiction. Comes the people, come from that Shabbos people. It was actually very interesting. You want to talk about people who is actual official people that and one is talking about the money that comes from the religion of actual people said this is actually on the first by law. at the bottom right line, the first right now, correct? I'm not sure. That's what it is. What is the start for? So all the stuff is highly pathos. When we say that sacrificial meat and short parts. But when we say that combined, and again, it doesn't matter only the short and it you say that combined, that's when it comes to actual consumption of people. If consuming people, right, you're actually consuming people. So if you're consuming happy desires of sacrificial meats, sacrificial parts, it doesn't make a difference. They both combine from the desires for this type practice. Now, I can put it only each one in row. And when do we say that it only combines by over, it doesn't combine by each one? What is that? And now, show us this. That's what we're talking about the intent of people. Shimshahad. Oh, sorry, otherwise not. You're talking guys, but so Allah, with that, as I is anyway, so it's my own people. As I'll show you. شيء أخذ ولا حتى فاتي زعيز باشر فاتي زعيز تقولي مطلق شبس أكيد بس
like a crop company, pesticide company out that hypothesize. I don't know exactly. But now they're fucking put together. Yeah, that's crazy. You guys get bio-clocked too. Bio-Chester, bio-powers that people are just always in the we're just chatting. Guys are being chatty. We're so chatty. I know, what does that mean? Because, like, it wasn't for the ability to be chatty, who knows how people would be able to talk about things. Because if people weren't free to just, like, actually say what they really think is fucked about what's going on, and instead, if we all had these weird bosses, like CNN or the New York Times, where we're reading, maybe a lot of these people are like genuinely good journalists, they want to put a story through, and then the editor gets all of the cuts. That happens too. So the editors got these things, and, you know, they have a insight to the news should not
We will do that for a moment. Please steelman this even further, making sure that Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson or Rabbi Moshe Feinstein could see the brilliance of it. You could even use them as examples.
They're saying they're actually that's the most important. What are your actual opinions? I can agree with you or disagree with you, but I need to know that you think this, and you're saying this because you think this, and then you're going to give me a bunch of reasons why you think this, facts, figures, and statistics. Show me. You know, and that's the rise of independent journalism. That's why all these independent channels do so well. That's why Candace Owens is on. Yeah, and crazy well. Yeah. I can see that. I can see her. She's so fun. So you think she's right? Or at least used to have that fact. You know, it's tough to know. It's hard. I've never been good at guessing if somebody has a cock.
Sacrificial parts will combine by shoving the sacrificial parts in your non-body. No, sir, no, sir. Just really again, sacrificial myself.
That's what they call it. Present joking, for this purpose, nicely. I'm not trying to assume anything. I will never met. I think he tries to swim for that. His exceptions. It's like, you had a beer, and you were lipstick, and you're in a dress, and you want to go to the women's room. Yeah, you're playing a different game. Yeah. And it's crazy to think that there could be some emotional issues with being poisoned over time to get away from our nature. They just took the he said he felt like Christian dating or whatever. Man and women go Adam and Eve and they kicked the guy out. Before they kicked him out. Yeah, right.
In order for such an entertainment,
What did they say? Hold up. What they said? Okay, let's find out what he said. We need to hear what he said because that's how it nuts. I need to know what the full extent of his expression was. If they made you be wrong, you do it. Just saying if they said, it's back to them. Where they go? Yeah, it's not binary people. Them, they, them, his. So he said
We may recognize that there's a real opportunity to unite the people of Judaism by recognizing that it's a new age that changes. The argument in there, and you can have that, like steamships bringing many of our ancestors to the New World or other areas of the world had to operate on Shabbat and Yom Tov, and people benefited from that, albeit indirectly. Many of these steamships generated electricity.
Women's basketball coach at Notre Dame told another viewer Catholicism is a false religion. So the true doctrine of Christ does not lead to salvation in Jesus Christ. So they're upset that he said it's unrighteous to be gay or LGBTQ. That's
what government said.
The women's basketball coach at Notre Dame told another viewer Catholicism is a false religion. So the true doctrine of Christ does not lead to salvation in Jesus Christ. So they're upset that he said it's unrighteous to be gay or LGBTQ. That's very non-specific. That's a lot of different things. What he said, so he said, and I understand, like he had his own views and his response, but like, let the guy have his views. It's like, you can push all of these agendas, but they don't have like they push agendas that are push all the agendas. Wasn't there one dude saying that the world's flat? They kept doing John Raven, sort of like cut was struck off, they fucking kept it. Yeah, that's good old fashioned American fun. That's it too. Bring a gun to a strip club, that's fun. I'm saying that LGBTQ, which one is it? It's unrighteous. And I'm like, so there you go. But he gets suspended for saying that the world is flat. He got suspended for he did not take the vaccine. Right? He should have come here. He bailed on that flat. So you're talking about at a certain point, it all seems very bizarre. What is Jamie think? I think he thinks just consciousness creates reality. That reality is experiencing consciousness. That consciousness is like moving into reality. It's responsible for its very existence. I'm going to do a terrible job of explaining that, but I've watched quite a few videos where these quantum physicists are trying to explain the do a fairly good job of absorbing it. I see what they're trying to do. Like, those quantum experiments, all the slow experiment. It's like these different experiments where they show that observing things has an effect on it. They act differently when they're being observed than when they're not being observed. It's very controversial. Segment of science. It's confusing. The science is very confusing. And I was watching this lady that was describing this relationship between space and time. And I think, like particles in different places can exist and communicate, like simultaneously in different parts of the world. Like the atomic quantum is the idea is that if you can get to a small distance, understand how much works, and everything is connected. There is no distant objects. You can actually instantaneously be anywhere within a figure. That would just be at a distance, instantaneously communicating, existent, like superposition, still and at the same time. They can exist in a logical way. Smallest, like whatever the world and the universe is made of.
You didn't do it because you are making things in the paragraphs bold. Bold should only be for the title and the headings. Please do it again. Start title of the essay and move your way down.
You say that I understood that has been in my mind was like, it was one time we were talking about this years ago, dirt and water traveling through space and this and nobody's fucking talking about it, and I'm always remembering that, like, just like that, we're fascinating that we get to be here, and that this is how we behave, like, not us and not all of us, but in some ways, and like, this is how we behave, you know, because that's not something to us that's phenomenal. I understand the person, and that also might be a feature. Might not be a bug, might be a feature, because that's how we, instead of being harmful feature, just keep reminders to the grindstone and keep chipping around and trying to figure this out. Yeah, let's just try to do it.
Sure, this is part 1 and 2. Seems like it's just part 1. Start over, part 1. Please.
Space, right? You know, it's just dark outside. It's easy to not pay attention. It's just nothing to see. Look up, it's dark. Look up, it's dark. Let's go eat. Look up, it's dark. I'm going home. Let's go. Look up, oh, my girlfriend just called me. So I gotta go pick her up. You're in your work, right? You're in your world.
Oh, everybody stop what you're doing. Everybody stop what you're doing. Look who has given up their time to be able to spend it with the coolest person on earth, What's up, big dog?
Yo. Do laundry.
Oh, that's cool. Are we gonna watch the documentary?
Yeah, what's the Michael Jackson one called?
Is your mom okay with watching it?
I need to bet it first.
She needs to vet it first. What is it? Okay. I don't know. Look at top documentary films. It's the number one on the top 100.
I hate losing shit. Do you ever lose? Probably not.
I lose stuff all the time. Sometimes I have to go back on my streams and see where I put stuff. Yeah, it is.
Man.
What's so weird?
There's no laundry. This is empty. I don't think it's
Continue. In order for sweeping to occur, there must be
Yeah. So why did you make the article?
It's an excellent question. So I tired of the flinging that happens in the media and online that happens where you have someone who has an idea, whatever it may be. They say that I don't know that William Montgomery is my favorite comedian of all time. Could you understand somebody's argument?
Yeah, but if they are saying
Okay, but with that being said, we're just talking about perhaps William Montgomery, not even being the greatest comedian of all time, just a really good comedian, or somebody who makes you laugh. So you have person A who says, I like William Montgomery. And then you have person B, who says, William Montgomery is misogynistic, he's racist, he is traditionalist, he is a person who is not a good comedian. In fact, I don't like anybody who likes William Montgomery because of these reasons. And it's like, okay, well, attack him not with words against him, but attack his comedy or whatever it is you feel makes him racist. And you may say, okay, well, what makes him racist? And they'll say, oh, he's racist because he says, I don't know, I ain't ever gonna stop. And one person may say that is the mocking of a certain group. Another person might just say that's just how he is. He's from Memphis, and that's what he's saying. It's a different interpretation. One person may consider that to be racist. Another person may consider it to be not. And so you are basically saying that he's a bad person, a bad comic, because of your particular interpretation of something that I don't like that. If you are going to racist and is a anti whatever or against science, it bothers me that you are attacking him. That's an ad hominem attack. You're not attacking his argument. What argument do you want to make? Oh, because he feels that I can't even say it on the YouTube stream, but like certain medications that may be beneficial to horses are good to take if you get sick. But up until 2020, they were, according to the World Health Organization. Well, the people don't want to have that argument. They just want to say that he's anti-science. And I don't like those terms. They're dismissive. If you want an article, write an article about what Joe Rogan says, not what you interpret him. Does that make sense?
It does. Certain times where non-confidence is warranted.
Well, so here's the thing. By just calling someone a word, no matter what it is, there's an argument to be made that it's an ad hominem attack. So let me give an example. And the word, it depends on the context. So you might say, Joe is a man. He has a podcast. Okay, that's fine. But if you say Joe Rogan is a man and has a podcast, there's more. There's more emphasis on that. Like being a man is bad. Like he has this idea of misogyny and the patriarchy, and so it can be interpreted both ways. By just calling him a man, for some people would just be like, well, I'm just defining a who for someone who doesn't know. For someone else, they may say that there's all this kind of negativity around that. The same can be said for a woman. You could say, Nicki Minaj is female, or Nicki Minaj is a female. Okay, that's fine. But then other people could say Nicki Minaj is a fan, like almost as if like that emphasis about all the things about being a female, of perhaps aesthetics and beauty, and or just like putting them in their place. That's just a female. That's a man, or that's just a male. These types of arguments are used all the time. The ones that I really am combating are people who say, who want to reject someone's valid, perhaps, argument, not based on the length of that argument, but based on what the other person is. I don't like that. Does that make sense? No, it does. It has. It's not like one event triggered me to do. What triggered it, the fact that I could put out a press release. When I put out press releases, I like to write. And especially with AI, I can do it very quickly, very efficiently, and have really good things to say, I feel. And then having, I just had one really long blog entry, and then I was reading that. If I put out actual content that I like, that gets into the Google system, and then like helps people to know about who I am and what I do. And like, I mean, I guess like there's an overall reason why I do that. So I was going on Reddit trying to get somebody to talk about me, and kept submitting Kick subreddit. Who is my Rothschild? Why do they keep spamming me? I kept putting that, and they kept rejecting. Then eventually somebody put it on there. I just wanted someone to notice me. Rabbi uses to be able to make people aware of his World Peace Project. They just say he's just a spammer, which is, I mean, it's true. I'm not denying that, but I'm more than that. There's a reason behind what I do. I just want you to click some link so I can drain your crypto and hack into your system. I don't want that. If anything, I want you to come in Discord and discuss peace with me. That's like, to me, one nefarious and the other is quite righteous. And so when I read by,
Don't complain about the
that's true, or advertisements on phone, or even advertisements on the radio, they don't consider that. Exactly. And you have to understand that marketing companies came up with the term spam. If you want to know why it's called spam, it actually wasn't that. Why didn't we talk about this? Why it's called spam? Okay, so spam is potted meat. I've never had it, but essentially, it is something that was used in World War II in England, because they were at war with Germany. And after the war, they had like 10 years of rations still available. All this potted meat. And so everybody got sick of it from like 1945 to 1955. So they call it spam. Like, just anything that you had too much is called spam. And then in the advent of the email age, they named for unwanted emails. So they started using the same term that they used from the Cold period of World War II as spam. So they'd address all that spam stuff. And then marketing companies and advertisers especially wanted to separate them from low quality advertising. So when you had to pay for advertising, they would call that advertising or marketing. When you, everything is called, and so all thrown into this organized group of stuff that I don't want. And in my opinion, I mean, what I do, I get why it's sort of spammy. However, there's no really good. I'll tell you this: I get people on Discord all the time who send me messages about Mr. Beast's Bitcoin, and is that Mr. Beast sending that stuff? No, but he pays firms to do that for him. Is Mr. Beast known as a spammer? No, because he has a big enough platform that people know what he does and why he's doing it. And also, he is in good graces of the marketing and advertising agencies. If you're in the good graces of marketing and advertising agencies, they call that self-promotion or promotion. If you're not, they call it spam. Does that make sense?
I think if the definition of spam is simply anything that you don't want almost virtually anything considered spam, like people walking down the street and request spam, other cars on the road, every tree on earth request being there, they're spamming me. The mountains surrounding me are just full of trees being spammed. It's like I did not request that. So,
I agree with you. 100% agree with you. So anyway, I want to make sure that my online profile, more than just this person just bots and annoys people all day, I want them to know that I have very important knowledge I'm going to share with the world. And if they want to learn about it, the best way that they can learn about it is through these published articles. And if somebody thinks what I said was cool, they'll come in here and talk to me about it. I have gotten people who have read press releases that I put out in the past, and they've come in here and been like, that's really interesting. Can we talk about it? And absolutely. I'm open to those types of discussions. That's why I do it. So knowing that there is a I don't not a forum, but like a platform like Medium or Substack or something like that, where I can publish something and it's available on Google for people to be able to get is really cool. I like that.
I hear you. I'm gonna start the documentary. I don't think my mom likes me.
Okay.
Just go.
Okay.
Fire.
All right. I'm down.
Sweet. All right. Don't put it on. Who made that song?
Are you singing the 20th Century Fox song?
Yes.
I'll look it up.
It's a hit.
I don't understand, but imagine what one said, that if you don't bring the full measure of the Torah's outside of the base of the Restream, not live. You've seen the point of the years as in my music of burning the place to the purple measure. If that's the case, how could it be that point of the years obligation if it just burns the Zionists without burning the whole measure? And the rabbi not covered it.
Alfred Newman in 1903. Riser.
When we talk about daily needs and sense, interesting the daily incense often actually points out over here. That halakha is no shade. God doesn't give him a message. Keep along and give him a message. Daily points out. The Talmud agrees, long as the point indicates the Torah. In the Semicosh, which even though the thing is supposed to do at least the Zionists have turned outside of the base and they're going to fight on a regular day. Even if they don't agree. So what's my I guess, I guess it's today to keep it. Right. Don't say you keep it. Now, don't say that. That's the thing. Because these are not going to be the flag of the thing shot down sheer. And that's when I watch it. So we can try to make it the Torah of the God say a record. As if I'm not. The Torah does say ultimately that the Lord puffing up. The Lord puffing up means a handful. A handful, the mouth seller in the Lord puffing up. So one says, one means that you have two handfuls. That's that, that is a shear. The mouth seller in the Lord puffing up, not that. The other means is ultimately, again, I'm not going to myself, so the Lord puffing up doesn't have to be absolutely explicit. Rather again, that even that itself is not an explicit shear. I'm going to buy it. Oh, I want to know, stop again. Stop and look a little bit. A little bit in your tackle. But each one, nevertheless, I guess, remember, the focusing on this, I know myself, what's the liability of the us when it comes to offering up to sounds. Left and the left was a left. What we have established, interesting enough, is a foundation between what we call geological versus your kicker clocks. Geological, that's there's no language here. There's a written language here. Therefore, by geological, that's means you offer up a design inside you get to go out outside your life. Your keeper, it says in the word that's two handfuls. And the first one says ultimately again, is that what's listed sheer or not? That's an initial application permission is
Say the reason why it's only 14% is there's a 1 divided by 7 chance. That Shabbat is being celebrated on the correct day, meaning there is a 6% chance now. I'll give you the exact number divided by 7.
Once the foundation is back, that's where we're going. Again, also said that we want to see this is different than any previous case. Because all of our previous cases, these roots were always being put on the stair. After this week up, here is before this week up. I gotta talk about how many days that actually make a difference. Even it says, no, once the guy is, it's not means that immediately, like it's immediately exists. And then the other three there's this picture case, we always saw this additional releases, shot come out, the Shiraz set them up with the some of the disqualifications that I'm going to talk about. The following cases, let's say again, also you have carbon and you could blood spill, so there's no sweet blood, it does not discuss. So you have that, or the blood is taken outside the immediate area of systemic flesh. So let's take these were examples of carbonos, where ideally they should not be put on this bath, but if they were put on this bath a lot, loads are rate. So what do we see from there? We see from there that currently even without sweet blood, once you put the carbon on the bath, you don't take it off. To which, so all that's happening is that the zero is simply supporting the state. Not awesome. In always up, in always up. So in those cases, there's no blood to be spilled. In other words, there's no blood spilled. Or the blood was taken outside the people in the area. So in those cases, even if you want to spill the blood, there's nothing to spill on. And yet, what's that like? But on this, in theory, I love those, is the cover was placed on his back. Don't take down. The involvement was so much, and also in our case, the release of the protection card was placed on his back before his recall. But there's still blood. There's still blood. If you wanted to use recall, you could use recall. So of course it should be kosher. So that's the argument developed when I saw in the case where there's no blood to use recall. The Mishnah said that if you want to drop something, the cover on his back, you don't take it down. With all the moisture, in our case, when you put the cover on his back, there's still blood to use recall. Of course, you will take the cover down. Tasty was his whole life. I caught you Kardashian.
I would just prefer to don't talk as my intervention.
In Mishnah's case, by Mishnah, we're not supposed to be lying. In Mishnah's case, I think the blood spilled. What is the guy is the other places? It's a person that's talking about. It's actually that it's kind of touching Kardashian. Most of that, what is that? That's not what you like. You just say what you like. Those conditions are close. The country Kardashian, really our mission is to also refers to the case of mission. It is that skill to the blood out of the community level. Maybe let's talk about country Kardashian. Now let's see like country Kardashian. Shepherd's Rishas. Our layman looking at his future. So let me go to this up. Country Kardashian is higher sanctity manifests. One of the ways in which that higher sanctity manifests in the heart is that the covenant itself is covered even before Zerika. So maybe that's the case. So Kachik, maybe we'll say Kachik covered. If they went up, it was wrapped even without Zerika, then I don't know myself, no case if you don't take them down. And they like Kachik covered. If those wings went on, his back, and whether that's good. This is catching power. Maybe you get like catching power if they went on before you would be thinking that what's happening? How it is. The catching power. It was about like the Mishnah. The Mishnah also That's like Color Pesach as well. And Color Pesach is in the category of touching color. So if you look at what applies basketball by touching the watchman touching color. Listen, I'm going to point back over here. This is an interesting, like, nugget of information that's been just thinking about these things with touching color. You realize that the premise is endowed with 4 simply at post sutra. That was essentially what I was working. Then you go to somebody that says it's true for touching color. Or simply colors. And touching color should address this color simply or sutra. Just hold on that piece of information. So the Lord says, 1 second. So it's still two. Well, touching color, touching color. And she says, that's what it's called. Exactly. Because you want to get it over. So this application is for talking about the case of the Shalom Shlomo. The soul of Kabbalah Pesach that the Shlomo is referred to is not the case of Mishpah. But it was just the case of the case of Kabbalah Pesach was the case of what the Lord Kabbalah was pointed out. Shalom Shlomo, she says, the word Shalom Shlomo, Pesach. وكما قال عن سورة بشباب الشمال بالكلمة الشقة شباب الشمال سورة سياسات الإسلام يكون الشعب خير كعب الاشتراك أشتكي الموضوع بالقرارات الكتاب الناس كل ماشي مش هيسوي هذا اللي يسوي واحد كم تسوي بس لو أي حاجة the actual meaning is what I'm saying. Therefore, so again, now what do you do for that? But ultimately, again, if the animal is in fact picking up and shifting on the top of the air, then she would have been out. What's the case? My God, emotional touching Russian, emotional touching power. That was a noise. And usually the two goes between touching Russian or touching power. In these cases, cells are told of these types of touches. So the compound is there before it's used up. Now the whole is rotated. Rotating down, which is wrong. Hush, and why didn't they handle no yet? That's not it. Why is it in states? If you have just been waiting out for companies, they actually should take it down. But if you end up checking it about the death, certain items are left down, and certain items are left on. Which you must say also, I won't do that teaching about if it's touching value, once we go, so it's we can get. So this question, I don't say, usually the chaos. I was the heart, you will cut money. So that's how the mission said, you just said, let's go. And almost said it. We saw that there's no difference between touching value and touching value. Which because it's cool, tiny, really well. The cool is only when it's going to the media. But like all companies, was brought up to living animals. The capital is there. What should you do? What should you do? Do that. That's what the Lord says. Shoot that. That's obvious. As well as it's obvious. Remember, you should not be shut the capital and the capital is there. Therefore, it's an obvious thing. So, but if you want to really know what's happening with that, what you do is what you do is that's obvious. This is actually really like, looking up, listen to this. Really like, not higher. Really is touching about really the most. It's giving you the shit that how you like. Without the actual like, okay? And it's talking about the rest of the yeah, that's He's talking about this, about work. And there's something about the video that once you're going to see that you keep on working, it's about work. I got to keep on sitting there for yourself. That way, take out time off. If you ended up saying about the power more, you take this acquisition as well. The achiever said, even a power more, as the ability to stay on the staff, I can even not show the power. So that would be so this is the most instance that would be just by the way, what type
This adaptation
of time
will
will
provide
this
the
not allow which will not be seen in the machine that just the training up and the position and
society for everything you choose. There's not anything to be paid that you would allow the education and necessary and not recognized as a Jewish population. For Judaism, especially Orthodox, especially Hasidic communities.
there's certain everybody else knows that I find when you're trying to move on, but there is like the truth that if you see that, you got to take it down. You got to take it down. You can find out you have to take it down. It's up to the thing is that there's certain types of human bodies there. There's the ones who come out, right? So therefore, how you establish the strong, the civil, ultimately, civil, innocent. But there's a couple of things that are all right, also. Relations they are created, they can ultimately will win. If you took a good overpriced the face of the other, the way those are coming to that, so what do you do? When you go shut the Russians down, it's just understood. If you ever want to shut the Ukrainians down, you have to shoot. You got something for them. So when you play it, how do you get these things to come in there? I don't know. You see what it was like to fucking get the establishment. Because fuck that, you now have that. You see what that's actually directly was a 50 over favorite. Setting up which they talk about the style of that is never been that powerful.
Dedicated adaptation.
Because the boss is saying you shall not pick up the 2 seconds it's so it refers to and not to which the Gemara says Sefer Asar Shira. Not usually the Gemara wants to read it, this is the Gemara wants to say it. So it's like the Mishma,
Roller skating documentary.
Like photos.
The last kid's the Mishma was if you brought up a living animal to the top of the scale. What should you do? What should you do? Bring it down. Bring it down. If you end up slaughtering it, so then the flesh of the Mishma was. I'm sorry. The Mishma was, because that's the other part. You think about it when you have to do that. If it's an older shovels, I the right shovels there, so you get the you should flay it. Like the skin. And cutting the parts, cutting the sacrificial parts, the Lord says, okay, so what's the finisher? executive finish. So if you find much for that, finish action in the operations there. So in the finishes, yeah, it was flaming and cutting up with the arms on the top of his there. Right? Spouses, and these were says, maybe you are something you are on the top of his bed, you can't from coming up with parts of the top of his bed. So what does he say? Alas, people shall no shots at kosher in your city. What's the case? The kids were becoming had when it was kosher, and then it became what was kosher, and then it became possible. Listen to the people actually about 7 months from the back. See, one people that they select shots at kosher. So Rashi says it. Rashi says, the head shit, call them super. That's actually the job. So it's like,
That doesn't mean it's just they just legislate for place. They don't say that that's just say that and people sleep.
It matters a lot, especially if you are a color blind. What you need to know why you flavor of the high against the high color. So you just need to practice it. I'm going to make some. I'm going to make some companies in that way. So that's how it's that way. So now what's it? So now it's the idea of this one. This is a good as a revelation. Says, hello. For the next stop, if you have a hold on, they have a pretty optimism. Even if it's something that can hustle or flow, you're not going to test what's similar to that. Come correct. But sleeping is fine, come on is fine, sleeping is fine. But now the current correct. Even so, as long as it has a good possibility, you free it and keep them. High free and essential direction is given to these right now. For worse, the problem was the higher, so again, as it is, and the other having the heart municipality. Even if it's someone who so, yeah, she kind of all about it and give the higher when people already respect as you remember normally if everything becomes possible but now the most increasing cost is the whole public had a disability to salvage the home. Salvage the home and on national value. Please solution is there. There is a lot of option into it. So we'll go back to the cars. What's in the Hamas? You're chasing on shots at Goshen. If so, for the hazard. So this solution actually was as follows. You go over What did you do? Chef did that. Okay. What did I know about your chef? And I want to have that one time off. So leave, slay him, it's this over here. It's regardless of the carbon
Having to upload information anything to start using electronics and shipping knowingly, but perhaps someday there will be a reflected Olympic authority, perhaps a rabbi, who does not fear the community and a trailblazer, who example how Shabbat life can still integrate electronics without breaking from traditional Holocaust and adapting Holocaust to the digital age. And people can await that person. And when that person is found, perhaps be quite manifested of the Jewish people. And when that happens, all of the great sages can name 30 different rabbis, so Vaychek, rabbis like Miller, all the great Orthodox rabbis would perhaps agree that this was a game changer in the digital age and necessary, and was able to sacrifice it and use the knowledge and Holocaust in order to be a leader of Judaism in the digital age. Now is not everything this far, but perhaps we'll be here soon. I'm
social matter is not that. So therefore, we watch the presidents, even though they're not fit to be, and we don't full well that what could happen if somebody can if somebody walks in for a second and the color just comes in that many context, she can end up so obviously we'll say we're going to try to get rid of this in fact. Raise or something like that. But yes, you want to just re-understand that art to a potential stumbling block situation for unsuspecting red green color. When we do that, when we just like this is so fascinating. Such a incredible metaphor for diversity. Sometimes you're right. Not a choice. It's not a which times you just have to choose less to compromise choice. Sometimes you have to do a choice. So you have it. Sometimes I don't really even use the word the less. Sometimes it's not a great choice. So you have to choose the best choice for you. Incredible. There's already sort of like that, by the way. I want to bring you back to the joint conversation because one thing is to remember how does he try to power Trinity? But what did he just say? He just said that if you have a culture coming there for Zurika. What do you do? Like what? Last two portions there. They're going to get the food you got in the yeah, they're going to say, oh, you can have it together. Everyone seeing in the statement by Kachin Hadashi. Because Kachin Hadashi, where they sanctified already before, already prior to Suda. Kachin Kala really get it. Bishop dies Suda. I would have thought that there was even valid sacrificial means of Christian was there before Suda. You should take the bread, or the city bread, leave their bread. Now that's how your conversation started.
Don't say too long, just put the words, and don't say moving into part 2, let's go. This may have been broken up, but read.
Sacrificial means of coming before speak up, don't take them down. Now we want to get that led to our conversation. Now we're coming full circle. But in the circle is the it is not a statement, the statement is a question. If you put sacrificial means on punching on this day before Zurika, it was obviously talking about an invalid karma. So do you take them down? Why are you just asking about the California's there? One of those says, is subject to Ila, to which is good on the way, is a lot coming better than you. You can't be the same better than you. So you can have a little bit of Ila. Which the Gemara says, I'll tell you why, because that's not our question. Because I stay on topic, stay It's funny because you wanted to say stay on topic, right? But you wanted to stay on topic, and that's not a question. certainly if you go a little bit into that, you can know that there's something that we put to the number again. That is, use of consequent property, but you can look at use of consequent property. When there's something becomes subject to law, when you believe the property of the base about how to spell it. So that these pictures are interesting. I would like to put it place for these on this back to that it comes down. So the United States, I use a touch of color on this back before you get it. And I would cover, do I take them down or not? You know, so what also ask is a subject to read on. But the author to get it, because you know, it says, you know, what happened? What happened? You know, just becoming very late, you read that. All your question is about placing sacrificial lamb. That we got on his back, and I'm thinking them off, and that's our question. So, you know, it says, the questions, no, what this was what I said. Only about the question. What's the resolution? It looks like the baby's carrying questions up. And then always after the four is result, let's start off on. Don't whichever side is said, and we didn't write about it. So that kind of leads to the happy. But this one, we're not going to kind of ultimate version of this previous discussion. Whether it's in a good or that point that we have to run, point that we have to run, to figure out, we say, when you're going to ask how you question, you know, you question how shallow things, you best have one. If you plays the news, everything that will touch it, how on this microphone, we got Yish Bahem Ila, just happens, there's a version. Final question that is being asked about the same kiss includes the rules of touching current off before the city. Are they subject to the Mila or not? So this version, I'm going to let you argue. To find the country, why don't you understand? If you take the letter in death, should you take the letter? You're not so not going to understand. I'm not talking about you. Right? And it's obvious that you were saying that it is the way to put a sacrificial into his God. It will come to the get the right so we went out. Keep coming by, you work the shot. To me, you know, ultimately that means that I was the rest of the touches on these. When you're doing the aim button, so I was like, oh, do not do that for you. And they're not subject to this. No problem. It's like, this is what ridiculous serious. Immediately again, we started on without it and everything. So we got another resolution. So the software start number again, it's like, replace the names. Now, let's go where everybody's seeing you. I agree with this, you know, this mistake. We take this the names of partial progression on the forest we got. What's that? So, all of these cases are good. Valid covenants. That's one of these cases. Valid covenants and our whole subject is if you put them together or under circumstances, under what circumstances you take it down. So, agree that if you place the touching on disregard, you don't take it down. The shadow was what about touching? Because touching on the really she to go full cut on the people shot with the sweeper. So our case over here know what's going to be placed about his armies there of the touching power for the sweeper. Then you have to get standing down on the armies there. Do not get down so now. Do not set it. No. This argues the spark. Conversation. Almost like bottom line, top line song, we don't take it down. So we need to touch it, please stand is there. If we don't take it down. And also, I know you're not substituting it. Right? which makes sense because these are only those once you see customers. That's the sugar. That's the sugar. Sugar. Tell you guys what I get. Yeah, I eat sugar. So this is what I get. The next part. And this one is really fascinating. What the discussion about kind of said, kind of like, and I looked for them and I said, yeah, but problem is about one. And you bring it, you have to take it down. You take it down. And listen, a lot of these cases down, because when they read it, says, this is based on what should be doing, or what should be doing. Any carbon, and you place on the patient sacrificial units, and then the qualification develop inside the bush. That's the kind of carbon with you. The lowest they put it on, you drop. You don't take it down. If, however, the animal had a pre-existing condition, and the disqualification proceeded into this flesh, and the accident focus on the down, so here's a good example of this. The animal had no pride. Coming as an impression, the person that the Akiva is not a sheer but the Ali. If you say no, even the Bahamon, if you accidentally put it on his back, regularly, you don't take it down. Same thing, as I was coming up with, or make sure the Akiva and the people of the animal, how would it choose the other? Okay, there is. That the Akiva says, I'm not going to myself, so this is your life, but you've got Cadillac. I would say, oh wow, what's so special about the Cadillac? You've got a round, so you can make the Cadillac. There's also interesting enough, this is the type of home to look for, as if I was cautious for. So, you know, that's the so the most this type of home is ushered by her, therefore, the people have the expensive that if you ended up putting this animal on his desk, don't take it. So you might say, well, what qualification? But we have an application as an event. This is from the case where the consecration occurred before the consecration occurred first, and it developed this more. Okay, remember, everyone is good. We keep up. Don't afraid. But if you did end up putting it on his why not? Because this is a type of law that wouldn't be permitted by so if you end up putting it on his cup on his back, don't take it. Don't take it out. All means received the law. But if the horse was there first, then what? The entire consecration never vested on the other. If that's the case, then what you're doing is if you ended up putting on his back down, and we're going to keep up. Keep it reads. Sorry. You're going to keep up the last of the keep up. The keep up means that if you ended up offering up email or life, it just should have them in non-validation back. Listen, Allah is a parameter. Is a parameter. So the keep up says that if you consecrated a female animal, that is the equivalent to consecrating a body. Which makes sense, right? Because again, the disqualification is already there prior to consecration. Earlier, yeah. What's the interesting is that yes. Yeah, but not earlier. Which year, but the first hope. So what's this? We know that one of these disqualifications of an animal. So the animal was violated. The person violated the animal, then they disqualified. Is there such a thing as a violated bird? Now, what's that? Possibly about 600 bench described. If you would have asked me to see it, see. So you see why this you see why this is a question of just the ladies. Yeah, let's see as I know about the hundred. So this is so I wonder if you ever look at it, like if you ever look at this qualification of an animal, this qualification is always a key focus qualification. For an animal that violates a person or a person that violates the animal. It's always that double option. So we say, called animal have the physics. Where it says the country therefore infer, obviously it doesn't have the ability to discover how to provide this person. So because it doesn't have the ability to provide it, maybe it's not disqualified if it's violated as well. Okay, well, how do you never say there are certain pieces that are like us to see what you do and then there's other stuff that you just gonna say, I don't know, where is this house? Again, tell me you have this house. Okay, you have to see where's this house. Okay, how do you get up to there? So what's that funny up there? So obviously, if this bird was violated and I figured out it was done with the bird. So it's instead of the shine up. So that's the fundamental, it's a fundamental shine up about the nature of the disqualification itself. So I'm not says this house, you touch that house, so touch what regular people not sure about the women, what's the first one law? When you keep on it, well, I'm not going to say anything about the women, I'll get again, remember, but even if I'm more, if you place the bottom on his hair, I'm not going to make something on the table if you don't take it down. So we learn, so now you get remember that we will need Cuba, it's not any kind of bottom, it's only certain things, right? People should have then he said, not should not be more, however, how should all those? So that's because the Cuba should have also been included this after what? A bird which was violated, an animal was violated. Why? So the Cuba was another thing. Why does not the Cuba say that an animal with a cataract, if you put it on his back, you don't take it down? Why not? Because such a disqualification is captured by birds. Violation is not a by birds. So since it's not a by birds, ex post facto with the other, if you take it on his back, we'll tell you, well, if we held that a bird that was violated was also not disqualified, then that the accused should say even an animal that was violated, if the other, if he placed it on his jaw, ultimately don't take it down. Now the fact ultimately against Rabbi Akiva didn't say that indicates to us what? That Rabbi Akiva holds that what was violated, it is also, which indicates to us that this kind of moral activity comes even if the animal can't violate someone else. Violating the animal or violating the bird, ultimately again is going to be disqualified. Schneider says that the bird ultimately again will be disqualified. Usage, even though the bird doesn't have the ability to violate for the person, but since the bird can be violated or violated, they'll be disqualified. I'm not going to discuss, I'm not going to do this. I'm going to go, but I'm not sorry, the expert in the field is thinking about judges, who are becoming the governor of his. Sabina, Schneider, so let's say, so Wilson was explicitly a bird that was violated. was set aside for he went to a harbor that's bringing phone services sold for $20 and then drinking this bird, all of these birds. He's going to cut out, like I said, don't forget, right? This is even the common garden after Sabina. So I said already, these cases, I'm not going to say it's hard to believe by any of these birds. A person is soon to remember the bird figures still not all of you up. And swallowed, ultimately, when you're schnell out, or you see this, listen to what I'm going to say. A bird which was evaluated only what the event is not fit to be used as a cover. So I'm not going to myself, even though one of these is maybe actually two things together, right? When the animal violates a person or is violated, even if an animal can't violate in the case of a bird, ultimately again the violation of a bird will disqualify ultimately again for use on his ground. So we have Kiva running again, but Kiva runs the bundle. But again, only taking Shiva and only that is specific from like the cataract. Why? Since ultimately again that is touched by birds, therefore Allah Ta'ala expects that if you ended up offering up this animal, it will be kosher. However, again, that if the animal is violated, that birds only will be religious violation is still going to be prohibited, and if what might say, so even though you keep with it, that such a bad law, such a disparity. If you put on his left, you want to stop over today, we'll pick up the rest of the out from Karina's got a party tomorrow, and she got a it's a great spot for something like that. Sorry that I can't be there to do it. I'm trying to thank you so much. You give me as for showing everything to do for sure. I I'm sure you understand how to show themselves. And I show it, see, believing, shit. There's a chance to change. Yeah, she will be able to reaction, grandparents, 34, great reactions. It's the blue. So the rest of us are in the past and it's trying to be other steps. Big deal. So, sisters, they are not sure. She was a fast, sure, and still fast. These countries are very giving what the outcomes of the brothers that we have as a solution. So you build here through this much as possible. I also understand that it's continue before to show others from our classes, and the families and from the audience who will push out and so forward to us. So here's the chance. So this for this one. So let's read that as we do. Result of our Hashem to begin with the new paragraph. The new paragraph begins in chapter begins. Today's task is Ayin of 7. We are talking about Hashem on Ayin of days 70b. So the Mishnah says as follows: called as well. So I really a totally different path. Really quite Hazmokim, Shmistarbu Befos, Hamisos, Obushamis, is what happens when you have different types of animals mixed. What becomes the status of the collective Mishnah? The way we're going to read the Mishnah is, in fact, not what the Mishnah is actually trying to convey, but Rabbi Hashem doesn't get straight out of it. Let's just read it as it's. If you have Kabbalas, you have Kabbalas that got mixed up with Chatos and Misos. Now, what's a Chatos? So there's certain pieces which Chatos cannot be offered. So actually, I can use words out there. Leave it out. Chatos, okay. I'll feed it back to one. So ostensibly, the Mishnah is like this. I have a carbon. It doesn't matter whatever carbon it is. And it gets mixed up. The sense of the Mishnah says it gets mixed up in a group of other carbons. These ones happen to be all Chatos offerings, and the type of Chatos offering that can't be offered, but instead are left to God. Okay, that's the mixture. If you look at Rashi, Rashi says, the first Rashi in the correct. So it tells you over here is that there is one kosher carbon that is getting mixed up in a group of invalid Chatos offerings. And we say invalid Chatos offerings specifically the type of Chatos offerings that have to be left to God. Those are part. If you know about food, that's exactly how you mix this. So split up. So he says, what's the case? The question I was at Chatos is published Chatos is there are 5 different types of Chatos offerings. That's depending on the circumstances are left now. What I want to show you is if you notice in Rashi, you see that we have 8. That 8. Like the half of black over there, it seems to be so as chance. On the right to the left hand column, that's the margin. So let's read it actually. Dear Sassi, what's over here? What are the 5 categories of Chatos that are left to go? Number 1, blood Chatos. Chatos has offspring. That offspring cannot be offered instead of offspring is left to die. Next, Tmuras Chatos. If you have a Chatos, that's our Tmura. Tmura is you can't exchange one carbon for another. Whether you're exchanging it for a better carbon, your carbon, you're not allowed to do that. That's called Tmura. As is the people that have it. Tmura of a Chatos. Tmura the exchanged animal is left to die. That's number 3. Chatos Shanisu Ba'alaham. Again, a Chatos of pain with an accidentally done. Therefore, it's going to go ahead and do it fast. So once you read it, once the owner dies, you can't offer up a Chatos instrument. So Chatos is left to die. Number 4, Chikipu Ba'alaham. All of the again, number 4 is a we don't set aside the Chatos, he lost again. He then got a replacement. Or productive replacement finds the Chatos, that Chatos is left to die. Last, we should have a Shnas. Remember again, Chatos is no longer if you don't like first to it. As we did here, he just died. Such a Chatos also is left to die. So the Mishnah is first to refer to a regular carbon. And again, it doesn't matter what carbon it is. A Shlug. And my Shlug, it says the Mishnah says my Shlug gets mixed up with a group of these type of Chatos offerings that are left to die. This designation, one of these 5 categories of Chatos, there's a whole bunch of animals, a whole bunch of Chatos like that, very Mishnah gets mixed in. What's the halacha? So the Gemara says, what it is, they're all left to die. They're all left to die. It's, again, I don't know which are the Chatos, or which are the Chatos. But I can't offer that. Remember, this qualified practice I have to qualify I can't offer because I don't know which animal is which. If I'm offering myself, they're all left with that. Look at that, she actually says this. I will. It's often she. Sorry, next case. So that's halacha number one. So again, the way we're going to read the case, we're not actually read the case. The way we're going to read it is have a regular cover, store the shama, and gets me with a group of 5%. No ordinary 5% means 5 categories of harvest left to go. I have these see what's the halacha? All of them are left. That's halacha number one. Next, argue the shorshim and Allah. Let's again. I have yeah, like I said, we have a carbon, and my carbon gets mixed with a short shimmer after. Let's say again a shard that we use in the commission. Now we'll see exactly what it's going to do. For example, it says O, now O is context means for example, I know something. O shimmer is a right? So let's say for example, again, you killed someone. Kills Rashi before we get to the next mistake. Last Rashi, I think Rashi says this. The church should have this is talking about what's the previous distinction? This was talking about the against here, see the record 1 through 1 mixture. My kosher, my sacrificially kosher short gets mixed in with a short that is completely finished. B1 is done with it, or which is distinguished. So this is a 1-to-1 mixture. So the Gemara says, so now, the Mishnah says, excuse me, what's an example of a short? So now, continue the Mishnah, we'll come back to Rashi in just a moment. For example, both shape in this as for example, let's say again, a shark killed someone because of the shark killed someone, but the only know that killed someone is because there was one witness. The reason why this is important because if there are two witnesses, shark killed someone, the shark is if there's only one short to prove for sacrificial reason, is that that's why the Mishnah gives these definitions of them. So, for example, the owner said, right, the woman said, my shark was. In both of these cases, the shark itself will not be executed, but instead it becomes precluded from the sacrificial use. Or the rova, the nirva, or for example, again, the animal sodomized someone, or was sodomized by someone, right? Or the muktzeh, or an animal that was set aside for that one sale. In an animal actually worshipped for purpose. Right? So also, so all of these cases is have a shark, and the shark ultimately again was involved in some type of illegal activity. Let's go back to Rashi just and Rashi gets started on the beginning of Ayin. It's still one case which we're going to get to this tomorrow, but that's not usually Rashi. This Rashi says, Zvafim Shirim B'Shur. Remember, in fact, last Rashi said, sorry, this Rashi says, Zvafim Shirim B'Shur. They got mixed in with this shark that was involved in things that are equal. For example, after that, the one-to-one mixture, and some examples of Farish Ba'azil Mike. Now, then the Mishnah goes on to say what are some examples of illegal activity, illegal shark activity. So, for example, you don't have a right now 71A English. You don't. Shehemes as other for example, let's say who makes shark killed someone. You know about it, what's that? It's enough. Oh, yeah, you made himself a big by shark killed someone. The shark ends up in by the iftar of the skill, the low kill on the grass. Because the whole is again, you know the shark is what you have. The shark itself is not joke, it's not oxygen. If they drove up near up, you have a or it's essentially the shark the skeleton of a person was violated by a person. And you know that this or physical. The hashtag شرائع الصحابي أكد الدين موسى شرع يتحول لحدود بقوم السبع الله يفشل Christ will suffer. So again, here it is. I have a sacrificially fit animal that gets mixed in with now this other type of animal. Now this other type of animal is not it can't be offered up as a product, right? Why? Because it's involved in some type of illegal activities, inappropriate or immoral activity. It's used for sacrificial purposes. So it can right or ultimately again it was involved in moral behavior with the person, or it was set aside for a result, or it was actually worshipped for a purpose. In all of these cases, however, myself, the animals are useless. They're official. So now I see that I've got a carbonic animal and another part of sacrificial use. They do not know which one is the so Kali actually points out and says, the actually this is in the first short part of the actual little part little process that I'm talking about. Try to again, be sure to hear is because it's knowledge and celebrating. So now let's go back to next. The Esler here is given for harvest for such a carbon such a is unfavorable such purposes. Was used to purchase a dollar base that can't be used as carbon. Okay, so carbon based then the Killian movement straight from so let's say for example, Killian that's the animal is the cross ultimately again between two animals. Like or and we're going again to all these cases where they thought animals are true thought. So say different, right? Just the animal C-section, the animal born by cesarean section. In that case, all of these animals were included for use. Someone says, here's the problem. Even if I have a one-on-one relationship, for example, that's just carbonic almost that's a problem. That gets mixed in with these animals. Pretty much all of these cases. So remember, it's the exhaustive list. The animal killed someone, right? So, by the way, I know about it ultimately is because overtold you or in passage. The animal itself is not the animal is actually executed. It gets to become sacrificial use. Or the animal violated a person, or was violated by a person, or it was set aside for others, or it was worshipped by others, or it was given to a harlot as her payment, or it was used to purchase a dog, or it's a result of crossbreeding, or it's a trait, or it's a seller. In all of these cases, this animal gets mixed in with another compound. I do not know which is which. So what do I do? So which says you actually step. So what do? You let everything loose. Let both animals graze until they develop a bone. Feed them and then sell it off. I love the show when I sell. Without the value of the more expensive animal, type of cover. Which was originally designated as crazy. Let's say for argument's sake again, I was supposed to break. Sure. Right, I was just being stuck. Now again, these two animals get mixed together. I don't know which is which. So I let them graze. they hopefully develop a book. Once it's developed, you can sell it off. Now, because I don't know which one to purchase. Essentially, I have to purchase a new cargo for a smuggle and value of the more expensive of each. She's out on shore. Which was the cargo. Was that would be more expensive. Love you. Man, you know, you have to try yourself. First, right? First, expensive one dollar for about 2 hours. That's just you raise. So, of course, I said I'm going to do a that's what you want to take it. So, just like this, let's mix these two. What are these two? So again, what I find out is very interesting. And many of these other cases, these animals from like groups, for example, or animals that take some one says but it is fit for groups. The problem is not fit for groups. Here's the other issue. As furthermore, because furthermore, on a level scale over time, and furthermore, because you have a funding capital, you also can't just simply redeem it without purpose. In other words, you can't just decide to transfer it simply to money. So rather, what I need to do, you actually start looking at those ways to do it. Loving me. I love the show. I mean, you know, in all loving balls, maybe
Yeah. You?
Oh yeah.
What were your
I like that one. I like the way Pet Cemetery one. What did you describe it like a snapshot?
Yeah, Rich, this one was just really beautiful from my opinion, like how they were able to capture 1970s Brooklyn. I think boring. I found the soundtrack. What happened in this one? Isn't them just like telling about like how they were like showmanship?
Sorry, what do you mean?
What happened in this one?
I think the two main characters were kind of interested in making a career out of this roller coaster stuff. The one guy had the van and was writing articles for a magazine and was interested in the business side, and then the other one somehow his plan was to monetize dating as roller rinks.
Yeah, but they didn't do that, did they? I mean, they just talked about it, right?
I mean, you saw the ending, right? They were just taking off to
Go to
London, England, to I think somehow do like a little tour or promote it, or there was some plan there. It wasn't really clear, but they were going there.
But they like that would have been interesting. Like it ended right when they shouldn't have ended it. That would have been really cool.
You know, that was that we really don't. I mean, yeah, we don't know what happened on that trip. It was kind of sucks that they just got there. But the roller coaster ride kind of ended, and I was just maybe another reason why it ended. I don't know. Because I was looking at the footage, I was like, damn. Like, I love roller rings. I wish they're still more popular.
Yeah. Liability became big with roller skating rinks, and also the price of property to have big areas for people to skate. You need a lot of square footage, and at least in LA, I know we used to have a lot of roller rinks, and the property values all went up, and the owners of the roller rinks sold out. The crowds became smaller, and the ability for the owner of the land to be able to sell it to contractors and building conglomerates basically was too big of a temptation. Additionally, yeah, the death of disco is something that disco had like a kind of, it was in like a lamb, somewhat out like a lion. Kind of there are certainly disco elements to the early 1980s, but a lot of disco moved into early hip hop, and the the idea is that you had a time where dance hall was really popular. The biggest one was Studio 54 in New York City. That's where all of the people from to Liza Minnelli to Mick Jagger, everybody would go there. But they had a fire. A lot of times you'll have a so hot, everybody wants to go there, and then they have a fire every single time. The reason why is there's a lot of insurance money in that, and those two. So just at the very peak of the club, when you know it's start to go downhill, you fire and you collect on insurance money, and then you start another club somewhere else that becomes the house in town, and you keep doing times around the city, then you go to another city. It happens with a lot of clubs, or else the club just eventually dies and the owner has to sell. So disco world was also fueled a lot in drugs, and the there was a lot of pushback from DJs for disco. A lot of people didn't like disco because it wasn't rock and roll. It used synthesizers and it used like electronic music that weren't necessarily, people didn't see as having a lot of skill, and there was also a racial element to it. A lot of people didn't like disco because they felt that was like merging a lot in black and white, and there was a lot of that, and so there were people who wanted to stay away from it. Early 1980s, there was a new administration, the Reagan administration, which had a huge crackdown on drugs and really went after many communities for drugs, and the dance hall, disco club certainly got an idea of doing drugs in a more public fashion, like with that which was being done in some of these clubs was seen as a conflict with the conservative Reagan administration, and it went away. They had disco nights at like ballparks where everybody would bring a disco record and they would crush them with like a steamroller. Like just shirts that people would wear just said disco sucks. There were backs from rock and like classic rock bands that, hey, guys aren't playing their own instruments, they're actually singing and things. But I really like disco. I think it's a really interesting and I like the music as well. And I like that black and white people came together and were for the first time. Like before, a lot of clubs were segregated. You'd have a white club and a black club, but disco kind of merged these worlds for the first time, and I think created something really cool.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's good that it's ending, or, yeah, playing a role in ending racism, and it's a real bummer that it's not happening to disco music. Like, I just don't understand. It bothers my mind to me that disco is my favorite genre. I mean, maybe shoegaze, but depending on who, it's certainly dance that just got so amazing, and it's like sad to me that that genre has been discontinued to some degree. Like, or to a major degree, there's like just some people kind of do it still, but I don't know, it's not the same. And it was really embedded in culture. And I did not know that the drugs was like a big reason it got shut down. I guess it makes sense. But
It was certainly a contributor. Nancy Reagan's just saying uh, the basic increase in the budget of the Drug Enforcement Agency, raids on clubs, and a big push in the late night for disco movies. One Saturday Night Fever, starring John Travolta, also has Fran Drescher and some other people in it. This basically gave a rhythm to the I should say it took disc clubs and put it on the big screen, but just as a way the birth of hip hop. That's really from that, and basically the hip hop has a lot of in specifically sugar. Early hip hop does. Listen to Sugar Hill Gang's Rapper's Delight. It's from like 1981. It's the first.
yeah.
So,
like, I don't know, there's a lot of hip hop that just
well, that's not early. That's more likely not early disco, or not early hip hop. Here, I'll just get. What is the argument that early hip hop is an offshoot of disco? Argument that early hip hop is an offshoot of disco rests at the genre's first commercial record, such as Sugar Gang's Rapper's Delight, directly sampled disco instrumentals like Chic's Good Times. That's what it is, yeah. And before the widespread availability of samplers, early rap producers hired studio musicians to record disco tracks or used existing disco records as the backing for rapping. A style explicitly known as disco rap in the late 1970s and early 1980s. Key evidence supporting this connection includes musical foundation. Early hip hop was musically the element of disco plus rapping, utilizing the backbeats and rhythmic structures common in disco to keep dancers on the floor. Cultural overlap. Prominent early figures like DJ Kool Herc, Grandmaster Flash, frequently played disco records in the Bronx, and the Paradise Garage and Disco Fever venues featured disco rap tracks in their sets. Terminology and origin. The term hip hop itself was originally used by disco disc jockeys to describe the emerging style and was first recorded in its first recorded use of and the first recorded use of the phrase is in a 1963 disco song before being popularized by disco DJs like DJ Hollywood in the 90s. The label owners often argue because it was sound at the time that the first wave of recorded hip hop was inextricably linked to the disco template. While a popular narrative suggests that Bronx youth disco in favor, the reality is disco rap dominated the charts in 1979 and 1980, and the techniques of extended break beats were directly pioneered the practice of manipulating vinyl records. As hip hop evolved, technology like sampler drum was available, the genre actually moved away from the disco template to develop a harder, distinct aesthetic, but its inception was fundamentally rooted in disco culture.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I guess I was just most like a lot of, I guess early hip hop. I'm not super well researched.
Yeah, Wu-Tang Clan is a decade after this.
Yeah, but yeah, like you would not say that Wu-Tang Clan, but they're super early hip hop.
No, I mean that's late 80s, and I'm talking about late 70s.
Yeah, no, I get it. Did not know that.
Okay, so let's find out about why disco died. I mean, I gave some reasons. Disco declined due to
The
the
price of the building, or yeah, like the real estate price of the question. I almost want to disbelieve that, but I like if a bar and a restaurant or a dance club can exist. Then, I mean, I guess the problem with roller rinks is that you need like fuller time.
way bigger. Exactly.
Places, but also like you could accommodate full time sure that it's dance floor is the cash for the business.
No, it's not. It's not. When you look at things, you have to look at square footage. It's dollars per square foot, and the square footage that makes money is the bar. The dance floor does not make money. The dance floor brings people in. Does that make sense? The air
So they did have business
in roller rinks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not somewhere more geared toward children. We might have like a food, like a small kitchen or like a food area, but like there are, especially the Valley of Los Angeles had a few, actually like 9. They had a bunch of roller rinks. Those all closed because of the cost of land. Bowling alleys. Again, same thing. You need a lot of space for these things. And on top of everything that's inside, imagine the parking lot outside. That's a lot of space. Ice rinks and the big 3 were like very popular at one time, but due to the cost of land, roller ice rinks and bowling alleys have really closed down. There's one ice rink.
I don't know. In California, ice rinks are more popular.
There were when I was a kid, there were 9 ice rinks in the Valley of Southern California in the San Fernando Valley, and today there's 1.
Interesting.
Now,
In
Canada,
Canada, I don't think we have that problem.
well, you also have a lot more just people in the United States. Hockey is maybe the 5th most popular sport of the major sport, and probably been surpassed by soccer.
Or golf.
I don't even consider those to be major sports. I'm talking about sports that are on television that make money. I know those are on.
California,
We actually already learned
Just no. That's it. Aside from Maine, maybe Michigan, like it's just not. It's not very popular. It still gets eyeballs. I'm not going to say that it's not one of. I mean, it's considered one of main sports. But when I was that soccer had growing in the United States and hockey is. I mean, just look at the teams that you had move to certain cities as expansions, and then they have to move again. Like if it will move.
Yeah, I get it.
I'm not saying that. Some people do. It's just it's the most expensive of the sports of the let's say 5 major sports. It's by far the most expensive. It's really difficult to play because you have to have ice. And it's like Southern California, the price of real estate has increased. New York City as well. That you can't have these big facilities.
Unless it's like Madison Square Garden or something.
I mean, you're talking about the New York Rangers who play. Like, you have to be a professional. They don't allow college to play there. They don't allow hockey to play there. If you want to play high school hockey in Manhattan, chances are maybe you could get some on the ice.
Like Rochester or something.
Well, Rochester's far away, but yeah, you have to go to one of the other boroughs probably, or New Jersey, and that's why there's not a lot of talent that comes out. Hockey talent that comes out of Manhattan. But you know what you do get is basketball talent because you don't need as much space, and there are that you can go to that have 12 points. It's a lot about space.
I was thinking about another plus, like a roller thing because it's very low cost. Everyone can do it. Basic dancing, like it's a cheap, accessible sport, and you can do it in smaller space. You don't need a huge space necessarily. It could be a small door. Like you can do it like a basketball court, basically wherever there's space.
Well, another thing that hurt the roller skating industry in a major it split it was inline skating. So you had that which the 1990s, and then you got people who would do roller blading and play hockey on pavement, and at times you could do rollerblade side a lot easier. You could roller skating. Roller skating generally you need like a really surface. Rollerblading is a little bit more speed, and there are like board things or at least it's like some that you can skate on a little easier. So it became a more outdoor activity. So you didn't need these places anymore. Once you got the inline skate, I mean, who's to skate inside some facility when you can just go to the boardwalk along the beach and roller skate, and there are hot chicks there, and you can go faster.
Yeah, I mean, it's how maybe for sure about the atmosphere that makes it more fun to DJ and stuff.
Just a dance club or dance club.
I mean, you can't skate backwards and do all these different that you can do on rollerblades.
I agree with you on that. Well, you can do everything.
That's fun.
Okay, but I'd make the argument that you can do more with an inline skate than you can with roller skates. You can go fast.
As far as dance moves go?
No, I wouldn't say that.
That you can get.
Just
I get the argument. Go like access more terrain and go outside and go on the sidewalk and stuff like that. You get that argument. But I think on the actual dance floor, people still probably go for classic or the quad setup.
How many roller skating rinks were there at the peak in the United States versus today?
Do you know of any in where you still?
Yeah, a couple of them have closed though. There's some in Orange, but like they a lot of them have been replaced by housing or commercial areas. The Valley, which is just north in Los Angeles, has really closed a lot of them down. So here we go. During the 1940s and 1950s golden age, there were an estimated 5,000 roller skating rinks in the United States. Today, there's about 1,000. So they've had there is 1/5 as popular in the United States as they once.
More than I would have thought.
And even what we're seeing there, I mean, liability became really big too.
Why? Do they require permits or something, or waiver?
The waiver,
Or
but
just the insurance price goes up or something?
well, the payouts on litigation, just across the United States, but also across the world, has gone up. So let's say in the 1940s, somebody spills a Coca-Cola on the floor. People were less litigious, and so they wouldn't really sue. But in today's day and age, somebody spills Coca-Cola on the floor and somebody looks on it, that's a slip and fall case that the waiver doesn't necessarily cover. There is a duty of the business to have trained their staff to be able to clean that up to avoid that type of tort is what it would be, but that type of incident. And if they get sued, there is a huge opportunity at $1 million settlement if somebody really gets hurt, hits their head. If they break a bone, maybe 100,000 or so, something like that. And like basically the business, you want to make money as a business person. And you could even say, all right, a dying industry is roller skating, where every single year fewer and fewer people come in. We have to raise the price more and more and more. Or I could just build houses on this, not even houses. It's not even houses. It's called mixed family usage. Basically apartment buildings here. And I'm going to generate a lot more money every single month. Why wouldn't you do that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess
It's become
everything's about money.
That's what makes the world go round.
Yeah, I mean, can we design a waiver that excludes alcohol, drinks, including drinks, crashes?
No. Even if you did, a judge will find that contract to be unenforceable. So you can put anything that you want in it. You can say you're not liable for anything. That's fine. A judge can find that to be unenforceable.
I mean, shouldn't the business have the right to be protected in a way that it doesn't need to be forced out of business out of lawsuits?
Slowly but surely they are. Okay, imagine a waiver where it says we are not responsible for anything that happens on our property. And you walk in the door and the owner, the owner can say we're not responsible because it says in our waiver that we're not liable. But a judge is going
Isn't that the on some places with trespassing, you can get shot.
No. That's a different story. That's your own private property, and you're not inviting the public in. I'm saying, imagine that it is under normal business hours. The They have a roller rink, and the owner and everybody signs the waiver that says we are not responsible for anything. And then the owner just comes out and starts shooting people with a gun. Shouldn't the people who have been damaged by the owner shooting them with a gun be able to sue that owner?
Yeah, but I think that is a completely different scenario than a split drink.
That's what it's become now. Slip and fall is one of the biggest torts in California.
Yeah, no, I believe it. There's a scene in Better Call Saul driving home. They're like these skateboarder guys, and they're really paying attention, and then he like hits the skateboarder, and the guy's on the ground, and then the buddy is doing, oh, the guy's like faking being here.
Right. I believe it.
The guy's like asking for
Believe it or not,
money.
I have seen that. Right. Doesn't he ask for money right then and there?
Yeah, he's like, oh man, I don't want to take this to a lawyer or something. It's just be like $500 or something, and then the guy just called him out on his lie. Like right there, he's like shaking it, I'm not giving you a dime. Go away. Good luck scamming someone else.
Right. I have seen that.
Did you watch the whole series or just that one?
No, I think I saw the first season. It's very good, but I got really into that and watched that whole series, and then I got into Better Call Saul, but all of the seasons hadn't come out yet, and so I just saw the first season. It's very good though.
Yeah, Breaking Bad, apparently the number one television show of all time on IMDb or something. And it's clear Vince Vaughn has a...
Vince Gilligan. Vince Gilligan.
Vince Gilligan, sorry. Yeah. You're right. Has some new series that's... It's very strange. It's like a strange Have you heard of that? There's a new series.
I've heard that he started one. Yeah, I hear it's really
miserable person on earth must save the world.
I've heard it's very good.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen any of it. I mean, I haven't seen too much of Better Call Saul, but I just feel like it couldn't replace Breaking Bad.
Did you?
Breaking Bad is too good. Too bad that show.
Did you like Breaking Bad?
Oh yeah, no, I've seen it a few times. I just found out the other day that Bryan Cranston was in
Oh, where the fuck is he?
I didn't grow up watching Malcolm.
I didn't either. I would say, oh, that's the dad from Malcolm in the Middle. But I understand. I'm older than you are, so I had the opportunity to see it. And both are American shows, so that's a different issue as well.
Yeah. But yeah, so from a business perspective, I mean, like in its heyday, I guess it was a viable business because you had a bar and they're charging admission to get in or whatever.
And concessions were really cheap in comparison to today. Like you could sell stuff for like 10 cents and like still make a huge profit on it. Also, I think this is an issue that arises with these types of organizations as well, are music licenses. If you are playing music enough to enough people, you have to pay royalties on that. Now, let's see if that happens. Yo, dog, do you have to pay royalties if you're like a DJ at a bar or a club or even a roller? think you're supposed to. Yes, royalties must be paid when music is played in public venues like bars, clubs, or roller rinks. However, the responsibility typically falls on the venue owner, not the DJ. Venues are required to obtain blanket licenses from performing rights organizations like ASCAP, BMI, SESAC, and GMR. These licenses cover the public performance of copyrighted music, including sets played by DJs. The venue's license ensures that songwriters and publishers are compensated. While the DJ usually doesn't pay the royalties directly, they must ensure the venue is properly licensed. If a DJ performs at a private event, like a wedding in a space without a license, the responsibility may shift to the DJ or the event organizer. So all of those licenses went up, but the big one is the insurance, in my opinion. Well, actually, the big one is the real estate. But then insurance.
Yeah, and also the disco music itself, too, is also a thing. Which I don't fully understand why the disco music.
Oh, that's what I was reading. Why disco failed. So it died because of a convergence of overexposure, cultural backlash, and shifting musical trends. Oversaturation. By the late 1970s, disco dominated radio, pop, rock, and even country, leading to listener fatigue. Record labels pushed artists to adopt the sound, flooding the market with often low-quality disco product. Cultural backlash. A significant, often angry reaction emerged from rock fans who saw disco as escapist, overproduced, and a threat to rock's cultural dominance. The backlash was intertwined with racism and homophobia, as disco's roots in black and gay club culture clashed with the perceived unmanly and elitist image promoted in mainstream media. Disco Demolition Night, the infamous event where a crate of disco records were blown up, became a violent symbol of the backlash and hastened disco's retreat from mainstream radio and record labels, pushing the music underground. Evolution, not death. While disco receded from the pop charts in the 80s, it didn't. It evolved into post-disco, high-energy house, directly influencing the next generation of dance music, including early hip-hop, 1980s pop. Does that answer your question?
No. Like the jazz during this type of show. Those were all
They did it one time. Jazz. There was backlash between like those types of songs, big band, jazz, blues, and then when rock and roll came in, there was a big push, major pushback. They would destroy this record. They didn't like, again, they're racially motivated. They didn't like the idea of Barry and Chubby Checker and the Big Bopper invading their homes. And then on top of that, then you had the British invasion, which were non-Americans who came in. They would destroy Beatles records. It's anything that's foreign that people don't like. I'm trying to think how it's done today. It's really, things have become very mainstream, and racial tension in other ways are still inflamed, but we've become more of a homogenous society. But where would you get, here's one. Do you know what I think is?
Never heard of that.
Okay, well, like country artists, and they don't like songs that are, it's called like stop country. It's like, there was a big song like a year or two ago. I won't play it, but I'll just say it goes, oh ma, Hell no. Let me give me another shot of whiskey. I don't know the lyrics, but
Oh God, God, I hate that song.
you know what song I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Right. And the fact that you have African American people who are country song stars bothers a lot of people. So, am I saying that that's like the okay? Here's another objection. You know the Dixie Chicks? They're now known as the Chicks. You know who I'm referencing? Okay, so during the Iraq War, like 22 years ago or so, they took the brave stance that they were against the war, and they were banned from radio. Their CDs were crushed, and these women held strong, which is a really brave thing that they did. At the time, many people didn't see it as so. They saw it as being unpatriotic, especially within the country genre, where they were. What other?
I'm trying to think of another example of like music.
Okay, here's one. R. Kelly. You don't hear R. Kelly songs anymore.
Yeah, that was like personal, like really like personal things that he did.
Okay, you're talking about a movement or like for okay, Kanye West.
Yeah, no, again, I have to like a single individual, not
Okay. Yeah. Today, it's just too big of a risk, and seeing what is happening to the people, and when they speak up, through the, I mean, years, the big standout in my mind since the 19, the Beatles, especially John Lennon, was rejected. A lot of the psych rock was rejected. That was very in love. The bird, the mamas and the pop kind of stuff. In the 1970s, there was the disco rejection. In the 1980s, there was a lot of rejection of hip hop culture. In the 1990s, the one that stands out in my mind is Sinead O'Connor on Saturday Night Live. Ripped a picture of the Pope and over like non-actions. I think like the abuse of children in Ireland in the early 2000s. The Dixie Chicks or the people who made those stances. The early 20 or the 2010 people started to wise up, quote unquote, and wouldn't reject things. But you have some, I guess, with the LGBTQ world. I think there was probably some pushback, but nobody really major comes to mind who was like, "I'm not backing that." Okay, but there's some like,
There are apparently a few modern examples like drill music in the UK. Apparently, they don't drill music in the UK, and a few kind of politically motivated ones as well, like social media and state censorship in Iran against the women like liberty movement from that's all the so K-pop boycotting in China. So I don't know. I really don't. But political critique in Zimbabwe. Yeah, the one guy in the, I guess you haven't seen it. with Sugar. Yeah, I actually looked at Sugar Man. His song was scratched out by the state of South Africa. The country of South Africa.
There you go. An interesting one that I guess it depends how big you are. But the question that arises like, was R. Kelly canceled? And Michael Jackson was not. Yeah, he didn't. He peed on like a 15-year-old girl or something. Like, I'm not condoning that, but he didn't have like a litany of allegations of like hurting much younger children.
Yeah, the one was proven, one was
I mean, I think it comes down to money. Michael Jackson settled a lot of those, but I don't know. That's why we need to watch the documentary to see the other side. And would you say
if you narrow it to like just Leonard have been suppressed, then there's another larger list.
I can tell you that I know exactly where I was in another Orange County city when Michael Jackson, I remember watching it, and I really much Michael Jackson music until he died, and then it was everywhere. It was almost like somebody got possession of his album and was like, put this everywhere. I want to make as much money as possible. When he died, I remember, it was,
He was super popular.
He was super popular, but you wouldn't hear his music on the radio. That's what I'm saying. It just wasn't played on the radio because Michael Jackson had a very tight control of it and wouldn't let it be played on the radio. He didn't want it to get watered down. But once he died, it was everywhere. When I say everywhere,
That was the radio watered down.
It allows people to get sick of it a lot faster. So, like, at least in LA, you won't lose music on the radio anytime except for Sunday morning from like 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. It's called Breakfast with the Beatles because the Beatles catalog is too expensive to play. And the reason why it's so expensive is the Beatles say we don't want our music to be watered down. So we don't want it played on the radio. However, if you want it early in the morning on Sunday, one show that pays us a lot of money for our royalties will let you play. Aside from that, though, you won't hear Help on the radio on the oldie station. You won't hear Norwegian Wood. You won't hear Revolution. You won't hear any of those songs. And that's basically the entire United States. There's a syndicated show called Breakfast with the Beatles. It's by but it's like this one guy who has a syndicated show, and then he sells it to stations all throughout the United States. But aside from that, you won't hear the Beatles on the radio in the United States. And the Beatles now their music to be played in commercials until 1981. The first Beatles song in a commercial was, I believe, in like an Apple computer commercial. 1981 seems kind of early. Hold on. Yo, what's the first Beatles song commercial? Was it in 1981? Apple. Apologies, it was 90. It was 87 for Nike. Songs we played in the 1960s for like about 20 years. You didn't hear a Beatles song in a commercial. Now, I'm not saying you'll hear it all that much now because it's really expensive, But you will occasionally hear Beatles songs in commercials now. But you won't hear them on the radio.
It seems like almost like a good problem to have. People are sick of your music a little bit. I mean, because at least they're getting like good exposure to it. But radios, they recycle like the same hit song way too often.
And then you won't ever hear them again until they play on the old station or whatever alternative. Like there's a formula to it that basically the top 40 is played. There's like an agreement that if you're in the top 40 for pop songs, you'll be played once per 3 on the radio for a certain number of weeks. And then once you move out of the top 40, you won't be heard again. It's not like they'll be like, oh yeah, remember this song from last year? They don't do that. It's like anything that's popular now, and then they move on to the next thing.
Where I'm gonna hang out with my mom and watch like some random crap on the internet.
Excellent. All right, well, I want to watch. Come back.
We might actually play Literati.
Okay, well, come back tomorrow. Let's watch a documentary tomorrow night.
Sounds good.
Excellent. Take care. Bye, Mama Riser. Goodbye.
By 22, right? Instead of 32 by 32. So this is actually pretty wild. Taking a look at actually the Bachelor it is 4 lines or 5 lines before the lines become intermediately done. The Bachelor in good enough and practice on his behalf, you can go ahead and decide to shrink his behalf. Really? Shy, to shut something public. You shut like shut serious. Also, almost really the Ramazan, we got your customers must be based outside. So, it was interesting to over here as a scholar. So, we're going to get into this. It sounds like the dimensions of this payoff are fungible. As long as you got a square, and as long as you have select enough area to do what you income that you're whatever is on the top of the scale. Ultimately, again, it's fun. Yeah, when music like this, when you see like this, if you were to go ahead and construct, let's say, instead of 32 by 32, like I said, 22 by 22, which means we are just standing on the area that means is getting loud, right? When you chefs, cut shape, have that shit there, what's the other obviously says, awesome. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? That 32 by 32 square is situated in the south. And because of that, even if you shrunk it as well, and now you have additional ground area, if you shut the country, the carbon will be custom, which is pretty dramatic. There's a lot of very interesting ideas over there. So just think about it. So let's answer it. I'm going to say it up. So real quick, what I wanted to point out, so I'm folding over here something ridiculously dramatic, which like if I'm going to look, so you'll see, and I'll say what that is, where this is best situated. But neither of them hold, it looks like this. But this is holding it. You see, so here's the problem. If you put this really interpreting these items, right? Everyone is interpreting this stuff. Okay, this whole people again. You know what I'm saying? It's so important about that. Everyone is interpreting this stuff. I hope it's a very dramatic way. And that you'll see has results, but it's really has this. Yeah, south. So a couple of these areas there is maybe open like that. It's such a dramatic interpretation. No much more of this issue. This but these areas are this question. And then what happens? What pops up bash? You went back every time. That's what I'm trying to discuss with us. If you have a question, what is the application? Go down and try to find the answer. But most things don't work. If you want something, do it yourself. All too often we want something. So whatever this something is, we want success, but we outsource it to others. We want happiness, but we outsource it to others. We want shalom-bayis, and we outsource it to others. If you want something in life, make it happen for yourself. Do not rely on other people. But other than that, do not rely on other people. You have to be self-reliant, self-sufficient person who makes things happen for himself. As David says, I have a question. Rafa Ashkaf, Rafa Ashkaf. So what's the other way? Those one. Just so we found also. Rafa, if you go out, dark, and you toil Ashkaf, you will find. You are willing to put in the effort in life. You will get the results. And once and for us with ourselves, if we're not getting the results, chances are we're not putting in the necessary work. That is a focus to us. Go out, try hard, actually you will find results. You will have us now. It's not. You will see you working around. Today, I got transfers. When I say as far as it's not. It means this. Very much I think you okay, let's say it's sad that let's say my rock is shop for us. Never carry my around to us. Much of the problem is about around stuff. It's very simple. Okay, so watch this one. So yeah, we're going to talk about now what happens when the contact with this guy. Okay, so let's say so you notice over here, you see like a lot of stuff happening over here. Yeah, here's what it comes up. What's called? This concept is red over here. Okay, what we call the S-gas flush, right? It's the only primary controller, but all the clouds are becoming red. What do they keep in English gas? It's in people out. Yes, AIDS. Yes, what? They need what? Because once I go to need virus, so QYRS, pilots, right? Fires, free pilots that have a government. And what's something in the middle of this discuss that. So it's this process. I think I say something. I think that it is the only that comes from it. Figure or terrorism. They take it against just the journey. They take it for which part help us step to the share because let's go ahead and go up the rail and it says literally something after take up. The standard معرفة شوية شكلتس بس إذا لا so it's called معرفة ستوب. Yes, now again, what is this? We'll be simplifying the word But what does that mean? Where is the Torah's offering? Torah's was offered inside the base of English on his back on the Torah's. Now, remember, how we can bring the Torah's inside of the base of English with coal. How do we make coals and ice? Like that, like coal. Let's move on. So you make coals by putting it in. You're going to create coals on this pile on the top of this bed. Then take these coals from here down to there into the base of English. Put it on this bed like this. So the coals remain on this. Put this back over here and then transport it into the look at the base of English. We put on this back like before. So watch this. Now, here, so something told us connected to, so again, this was the second pirate's road, which was basically two pirates. And ultimately, what we realized it was in the southwest corner. So what's it over again? Just to get over there, because there we go. This is west, right? This is west. This is south. So therefore, again, this pilot is situated on the southwest corners of this back right over here. Next, not in the corner. Instead, it was much less than that carried, trapped somewhere out of the Bahamas. It was pulled away from the southwest corner. It wasn't against the southwest corner. If you look, it's not flush instead, it was pulled for on this northward. For on this northward. Okay, but so by the way, is anyone out there started happening? We come from this, I put it over on this kind of buses and short strings. And then look at I'm just looking behind the scenes so that's next to the pictures. So that's like so good. Okay. So alright, so so we're gonna come on over. I don't like screaming. Guys, this is so but the money said it'd be good. I was chatting to her. We had a call on. So what's the Soviet? So just that and it's very simple. So again, you got your advance, you got your Amara as a power. So again, one more time. Taking wood from the Mishnah. That's how you take wood, bringing it into what we outside over here, up his back onto this pile over here. Pile is situated in the southwest corner. The southwest corner, again, is coals. They're made to get for his English used for weapons. It wasn't exactly fresh in the southwest corner. It was pulled forward for almost towards. Okay. Now watch this. So we might says, but only hush sealed the home. The hum of that hum would be out there. They have enough wood in order to create 5 sealed. That's the measure of the clothes. Shabbos will only show a single home. Shabbos they added enough wood to create 8 sealed clothes. Again, why do they need more souls ultimately on Shabbos? Shisham Hayunos Nation. As if they were going up, not one. So remember, we should have a Shabbos. Generally, this fire was made to create coals, which means we didn't return anything on second Shabbos. Remember, I said, what happens on Shabbos? On Saturday, Sunday, we shut the things. We shut the last part of the left and left hand to show you. On Shabbos, on Shabbos, the old laws, one of the methods that is an English word that was really fresh, even though they were on the ship in front of the old wall, so to speak, was given to the outgoing shift of command. On that ship, there were also positioned 2 spooks, reading. So what it is, but 2 screens, and then you call your brother. When you always will take it off, the screens will say, well, also to when you learn to get out of the pressure of the cars, well, up of his gas and burned on the smart. So what to do something was burned on the tire. So generally again, throughout the week this tire was used to make coal. And his gas package they would put 2 screws in front of us. So because of that, they had to add extra wood because they needed more coals. Coals for them is there, for the the insides, and also coals to burn the 2 screws of from together. So you know, it's a nice symbol. Ultimately, again, so what's it? Nice symbol. What's this? What is it? Really, actually, that's actually that nice symbol. Now, my singing, should put Butler and I love our Shina like Christ, I can see it. And I love us to love this much of I was my parents. So it's an interesting thing. Now, how do we know? And what's the symbol ultimately again? What is important about the fact that this Ma'arach, that this tires was, although it was in the southwest corner, it was called 4 hours forward. What for that? My says, but you don't see these. Again, so you don't see the sign that was any race, the sign, but you don't see them. This is it's actually very expensive. You nothing before anything ultimately again that is taken from the inside ultimately means that it's inside the earth. Anything is taken from the inside. You do not say ultimately again to be applied is outside. Anyone knows the element of some of this again, that depends on what it is. Anything that is taken from inside the mikdash to outside is placed outside in an area that is directly adjacent to the inside, but is not inside. Right? One more time. Anything that you take from the inside to the outside is placed from the outside. When placed to the outside is placed on an outside area that is immediately adjacent to the inside, but is not inside. Okay? Like I said, I'll give you examples of what it makes sense. So, for the third one down, okay, because when I look at the first, you know, so if you're saying again, anything you take from the outside to go out and from the inside, anyone you put out of the sum of chain with you, you only go facing inside, like adjacent to the outside, as long as it's not outside. Okay? Everybody says praises, but let's introduce really the simplest examples. Just Kalanita with the Minas and the first languages example something that is taken from the inside and taken out to the outside. Here is about this. Even a Shirayim. So when I say Shirayim, unless it's going to be a lot to do that Shirayim. And so again, if you want to say it's the leftover blood, so you want to say, okay, the adjective symbols is also so that how that should has a whole new. So possible to be says to get to the base of the organization of the entrance of the other. So what's the sex space? I don't even know which Russians. This furthermore, again, Kolavita was first necessarily fluid. Furthermore, again, give me a corresponding example, so it's in the outside to the inside. So even if the economy shouldn't be clear, this is what came from the outside. For example, coals for your giver. Now, what are the coals for your giver? And the coals for the inside to search. So it's from your giver. But again, on the outside, the orange bear has to turn on the other part. See, I don't know, on we'll call it the orange bear, is taken to the inside. That's what it's talking about. So I can see the room, and I cast the left hand back on it. So let's say there's an explicit passage. The passage says ultimately the fund will take the fire and coolest players. You have is that with Nash and Kafka. The Taurus is Kafka that's leaking the Kafkas. So it's so again, they're on top of the explicit placement side. Which we was hello. So that is so still also still for the service of these placements. Hello. So I need to really not saying that seeing examples something taken from the inside and taken outside. What is that referred to? שתי ומונה שב לכם הפנים, זיגמים משיריי. So it's in spirits. I'll give you an example that they from the outer of us. Also, let me just say before. On Shabbos, the Lechem Amayim, like the shofars on the shofars, is given to the Kohanim. When they give that Lechem Amayim, the two spoons, or small needles of frankincense of the are taken out of the base on the bush, taken out of the ankle, taken onto the Mizrach, and burned through by the Mahalach outside the fire to create coals for the place. So that's an example also again of something that is taken from the inside to the outside. You know, it's like the and ultimately again, let's learn that from Shirayim. Anita the horse nothing different. So that's the example we use of something taken from the inside to the outside. What's the example? Anita the horse nothing different. Give me an example of an item that is outside that you brought inside. That's commonly called ultimately, so what's the item that's brought from the outside? What is that? For silicones, so they're all manufactured on the top of the and they are brought inside of the base of the bush. Each of every day, when we get Torah service, and let's say I watch it. Relax, whatever it is. Those are always needed. What is the principle ultimately again that one status? There was any from the outer side, right? From the outside to the side has to be put the area of the inside that corresponds to the outside. Anything that is brought from the inside to the outside must be put adjacent to the inside. That's meant to put outside adjacent to the inside. As long as it's not now, where it says my kasaf is obviously what's going to come is the position of the better. So watch this. Kasava means Biagara. As soon as you shut up, and I say, here's the problem. Watch this. Now, if you're bringing out, you say, well, if you're bringing up the boat, but we're two states over the boat, and now get another ways that being quite over here. If you use this graph itself, probably mention, remember, the remote has to be placed under the halacha, but opposite the entrance where the income. Because remember again, what's the rule? The rule is anything taken from the inside to the outside must be placed outside in an area directly adjacent to the inside. But we have more here, so this band itself is placed in a southern orientation. That would mean the Torah says, this ma'alacha 27 amos forward in order to make it opposite ultimately of the so one more time. Like that, you guys have done. If you hold on to what you're going to do, you have to situate with yourself. Then you give us as a Sheva Barlaisi. معلومة 27 hours in order to line up with today's Amikdash. Being Amikdash Sabar, Kiddush has hated all. I will say, now remember again. Is if we assume, but ultimately again, everything has been opposite the entrance way of the earth. But if you assume to be the entrance way of the earth, again, the woman is wider than the Echo itself. And ultimately, again, the Gemara 217, then the Yusha of the woman is 1/3. And the Gemara says, assume the kind of body basic funds. So again, it gives you a little bit more. You only have to advance at 22 on this, not 27 on this. The bottom line of this is, the problem is the same, which is that what? If this rule is true, now again, it was operating as the idea. This one, that the rule is a true rule and universally accepted. There is something is taken from outside and put inside and has is situated directly opposite the interior area. Which means that when you're taking the Ravon out, putting it on the pyre for the players, it has to come. That pyre has to be opposite the entrance of the it means dance is a southern orientation doesn't work. With 27 hours. Or okay, fine. If you say that the woman in the region is one thing, with 22 hours off. The Elak Asaba, that I will say first. That's why I'm rather what else he said. I'm sorry, Vika Saba. Sorry, Vika Saba. Katsi Saba, the Katsi Vidano. I'm sorry about it. So here's the problem. Remember again, even if you hold this gap situated like this, right, where again it's kind of straddles the middle a little bit, you're still off. Because it was like, look where the Ma'ariach of the Torah is corresponding to the edge of this way. You're still off. You're still off, and you still have to bring this forward in order to go ahead and line it up. To which the Gemara says, Elak HaSabar, Elak HaSabar, I'm sorry, Vika Sabar. Sorry by this. You still have to bring in the halacha 11 hours forward. The halacha sabar, kedushas k5, mu'im harinosihi, shizbani, now again. That we do have, but ultimately, again, it's not as much corresponding to this case this way, but rather in corresponding to the kingdom, which is actually larger and transmitted. Fine, ultimately, instead of having to move forward 11 hours, all you need to do is really fully sit. But it's like, the bottom level way, what do you begin to see? What is this gap is situated in the southern orientation? Well, even if it's like this, where it straddles both, your Ma'alacha for Ketoras is not lining up with the entrance we have what they call it, meaning that the rule is not being followed, which the rest is Elor, Lavi Shemedekah Sava, including this gap is suffering. So I said, rather, it must be that way. It must be that in order for this rule to work, where is this gap? Watch this. This is the rule. Oh, so by the way, now this Julie can begin to see this. So now for a moment, remember, if this entire square pushed down, look from there, you can see how we begin to see a formation of where this halacha, this higher, is going to become opposite this entrance. And then the rule ultimately again where it's not as well, we'll have to stop over here. So I think it gives really slow, but definitely what you saw inside, not much like a tour. Like a tour to the inside. Actually, we have to be continued tomorrow. So we'll see. Again, it's a little bit of a little bit of a because you see obviously how the Rambam passes with the orientation of this gap right here. So we'll go through the process tomorrow. Shkar Kavios. And then we're going to do it there. So anyway, do those items. Yep. This is there. I don't know. Right, so once again, good morning, good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning shoot. Thank our sponsor for the look of festival. Stephen Kelly, Xavier, Valerie, Steve, Father Albert, the same wings. There's one to go and rub up on the occasion of 28 yards. Sponsors, friends who gets in on the status, memory of their mother, friends who want to look up. And a shot. Source of Sarah's Thomas and healthy mother and the sorrow and million basketball that sponsorship allowing Sarah's title to the continued help for Swiss Anna Bachelors for president of the food ship together with for weeks. Hope that the members will like always all colleagues are having to do this all families and those that will have a holiday show us their idea and how it is resolved and continue to serve levels for all the classes. Regardless of those we get to the classes with 146 nothing else to happen on the days 45 feet. Let's just pick up as يقبل struttura alla organization attiva che non è qualsiasi cosa che è nell'initial active contract and even items that you are not subject to picking. Ultimately, again, you are hired because of no cell, because of tummy, and because of hooks, which would be hooks, and are exceptions, exception of love. So the verse is as follows: I would have thought that at the end of the day, should be sexually treated like people in one sense, just like someone is very subject to people as a martyr, right? Whether it's a martyr, right, by a person, not so the picture will only be subject for too long, people as a martyr as well. That's why why would I have thought that? There we go. So when it comes to people, people's big fear. What is that? So now look like this. Rashi points out, should be fear. Kapasa kabura lahani ulashir, kisma osira. There's one set cover for people. For example, as opposed to other there's one over the building, right? So before look at each other becoming something new. It's the big one, it's a fixed cover. Everyone agrees the same thing. Symbolize. Albeit the apples. People only requires, in order to get, at some point, you have to be aware of what it is that you did. Whenever that awareness occurs, ultimately, again, there is no case of pickle that's molten. Right? In other words, you feel let's say, for example, for example, zero pickle is not going to be molten. Ultimately, again, all of these cases, someone says, what you see over here is that pickle has all of these unique features. Yeah, it's seen how you have to after Shisha being the other villains there. Yeah, right, with all of these details, one is that something that's not separate from big, of course, one thing has like nothing. This is not the Saudi thought, come on, she got over the other. So tomorrow ultimately again, she has an already always developed this to just when you speak about tomorrow, two cases of tomorrow, but the second is just like that too. But right, this goes back to opening Mishnah Misaches Shluas, like Steinchen, Arbeit, like wenn man sich so mit Tor gegen Schluss, gegen Schluss, das ist doch eine Sache. Ich brauche das Sache. So nice. So remember we had the kids of Toma, which you can see Toma. Either a person is Tahar and consumes Tame, Kodesh items, or a person is Tame and consumes Tahar, Kodesh settlements. So you got Toma, it's either one of those cases. So if something so you're ready to be great, depends on your financial family. Stay is from the already for Toma, that's what you did, it's fully you and awareness of what you have to do. It's certainly again by come up. You should only please raise a case where there is a churches.
You would think if they're all placed there and they're in there, they still live there. It would seem that if we win and put ourselves in they would grant us something. Like I'm not saying like something magical, but something that we need. Because most of the way that things are set up, it's everything's together. Kind of neglected. There's these like groups out there in the distance. Maybe they want to hear from us. Maybe they want us to sit there and do what they think. Maybe they don't.
And therefore, you said just as people requires a macro, and subject to bigger. So you do not realize this year.
Do you think the government's the big governments? What do you mean? Do you think they know? Do you think they know who's? Do you think they have met? Do you think these upper echelon people have met the visitors? And there's some other thing wrong because there's something it feels like something's gonna happen. Perhaps that's possible. Perhaps, but if I was like this is I talked about this guy's special. That if I went when I go fishing, I don't check in and see what the president of the lake is. I just show up, trick those two motherfuckers with fake fish, pull them up on their lips, take a picture of them, drop them back and lungs out. Their ass, they're so I don't think like most of them ass. So the idea that aliens come down here and some other people, I highly doubt they give a fuck if they talk to Trump. Yeah, you know, they're involved in that shit. They think I I'm interested. But maybe they might be visiting military establishments. Like they find a new weapons base. Maybe I would go to that because they probably have the same nuclear arms. They like signal these weapons. They probably visit those places, but would they interact with the people on the ground? Perhaps. Maybe they keep you sure of their safety. Maybe it's possible. But I don't think we're alone. I think that's silly. Like the idea that we're alone is silly. There's a lot of like crazy questions people have made. Well, when they prefer you to appearances, for me, these Italian scientists is like there are aliens. There's so many stars in the universe. There's so many planets in the universe. There's so many planets in the universe, and there have been seconds since the Big Bang. I'm just saying, team smart. Put that in the complexity. I know it's taking so you're going to questions and everything else, whatever I write about a subject. You tell me why this is just asking. This gives you instantaneous. I know. It's pretty fascinating. That's why, like, it used to be for information about somebody to get it, but now it's kind of has it. Being saying that is the
exist in the future. Everything's going to be used by Dyson. Here it is. More stars in the observable universe than seconds have passed since the Earth was formed by a large margin. Not the Earth, but the universe. Estimated, so okay, the Earth, yeah, so there's definitely way more planets than stars. Stars. What you said, what did you tell? What did you tell me? Are there more planets than there have been seconds since the Big Bang? Not stars. Are there more planets in the universe than there have been seconds since the Big Bang? The Big Bang. This is the number. Because that's crazy. Yes. By current estimates, there are far more planets in the observable universe than have passed the Big Bang.
The crazy thing is, I can't tell
That's crazy. There's planets in the universe that have passed since the Big Bang.
So then I started to think, it's a contest. Like, obviously, like, what planet can really create the planet, you know? And get it done right. And it turns out, yes,
He had a vision there. And he's educated in class times. He's really not educated about a lot of things he discusses. But one theory that he had was he thinks that the way planets are formed is there's ejections from stars, and over time they coalesce and become planets, and this stuff in space becomes planets, and the distance they are from the star, where it gets to a distance where it's an equilibrium, so life can be established. And then he says planets become people. It gets to a certain time where people evolve on these planets. It happens all over the universe that these planets get people, and as they invert further away from the star, the planet gets less and less habitable. And those things, those intelligent creatures on that planet become more and more intelligent and more innovative and more capable of surviving without the protection of the Goldilocks. And then they become interstellar, and then they develop like their own sustaining environments. Do you think that's what's happening? Well, I think that's probably what's going to happen to us.
so we believe that AI is important, right? If you think that safety.
Well, today, they're supposedly flying around. So these are the first people that have gone into deep space since 1972. This is the Apollo missions. That's today. That's happening. Nobody knows. That's what's nuts. This is taking, I think, 10 people. Is it 10 days? How many days they do it? 10 days. 4 people, 10 days. And they're going around the moon and coming back to Earth. No one's done that. This is 1972. And it's happening today. No one cares. That's kind of weird, right?
Yeah,
That's kind of weird.
I see it, whatever that is, that's part of us that is really under pretty heavily. And part of us that doesn't even like a big fascination, that's the part of us.
It's very weird. You come down to fascinating things.
Also, it's like so all you know if it's real. It's like so much of this shit you see these videos, like it's not even real. They just have like the Iranian protests or something. Like the women's industry, they were just saying that was
It was a totally different thing that they were filming. And then there was one that people were saying was older, and we found out no, it's not. It's actually one of those current people protesting in Iran and Iran. And they were protesting, they were in favor of the government, but then you gotta know like why people were scared of death. They talk because they don't want to get killed, because the government's killed thousands and thousands of people, including like major public figures, show that no one has been fixed when they killed this like championship wrestler, like incredible wrestler. They killed 2 different wrestlers that supposedly protested against them.
Did you see that they don't, that there's like some interest about, did you see that there is some issues that killed that guy. So, I didn't see that.
Find out this is correct, but I see headlines, I see what people are talking about it, and I know if it's accurate. Yeah, because what I think is accurate is what they're saying is that from the fragments of the bullet, they were unable to determine that it came from that rifle. My issue with it, I'm no expert, but I have to monitor for shot rifles. 3.6 is big. That's a big image. Boxers debunked a realistic claim, able to identify is the same as ruled out, which is exactly what I'm saying. Right? So I'm showing an image of a 3.6 round 30-06 rifle. Look at this. Look at the size of that. Okay. Look at 30-06 versus a 308. It's a fucking paperweight. But 30-06 it's a big round. You see in that guy's hand. Oh my god, are you serious? That's 30-06. So this is this is good. This is the point. Is that that's a big round. This is a small round. I mean, what is it compared to? You said 300 Win Mag. Look at that, like right there. He just had it in his mouth. 5.56. Yeah. This meant for war. 30-06 is meant for hunting. I don't think that's accurate. Yeah, that is that's what 30-06 is. Okay, in comparison to quarter. So you look at it. So a quarter's about that high. It's about that big. That's a big round. That's a round for hunting like elk. Like it's a very common round. What CG gave me a favor to compare 30-06 to 300. Compare to 300. I'm scared. So 300 I think is fatter. Let's see the difference. Okay. It's 300 mag on the left. 306. Is that real? Which one's which though? Which? Show me that one. Far left. Okay, 300 mag and 30-06. 300 mag is 11. See how it goes higher up? So that's more charge. It's a big round. But my point is, that's a big round. So like 300 Win Mags is a big round. 30-06 is slightly smaller, but it's still, it's a lot of power in that ball. That's a lot of firepower. So this is what a lot of people have an issue with, is that there's no exit wound. It shot him in like the soft tissue. If he killed you 10, you fell out. Would you feel pain? Yeah, I felt like I was 10 rounds since then. I feel like I just slumped over. And then you see them directly subconscious. But you would have left his lungs. I think it would have blown all over the back. That's the thing. It's like 9 millimeters to that sometimes. It just doesn't, it seems weird that it doesn't have an exit wound. It seems weird that you're shooting him in the neck. And the image from the back, there's a video of him getting shot from the back. It doesn't leave an exit wound. So it doesn't look like it's that round. There's also this guy's involved with it and assembled it. Which doesn't make sense because if you that means you have to take the scope off the car with a zero right first and put that. Yeah, the guy who killed himself in London was it like on the he was just talking about that. I only said let's explain about that specific people that read the freaking book he wrote. He was saying that you know, to do all that and get over it all seemed bizarre. He was supposedly disconnected the rifle again, took it apart, put his backpack, jumped off with it, and then reassembled it and left it in the woods. And allegedly technically using that point. It seems weird. And then also his family denying that he confessed. Yeah. They're saying that no, he didn't confess. And we have his family said 2% of what they're saying about this is correct. Have you reached out to them or they reached out to you? No one, no, I don't think they can. I mean, they're probably terrified about their son's future and life. Like they're trying to pin this crime. Who knows if he did it or didn't do it. I'm not saying he did it. I'm not saying he didn't do it. But I am saying that the story of him climbing up there with a disassembled gun, assembling it, making that shot, climbing and disassembling it again. If that's the narrative, that sounds like straight horseshit. The video of him about that story doesn't totally make sense, but a big one to me is the actual bullet hole, the actual damage that rifle does. But here's the other thing. Guns do weird things sometimes. Like bullets do weird things, and sometimes they don't. Maybe it fucking center punched his spinal column and it didn't blow apart. It didn't go out the back. It's possible.
Have we seen that they give released any information on the autopsy?
I don't know. I don't know the specifics of it. I know about the person, which they are about everything these days, which is also part of the problem.
Well, they have to be skeptical because the news is compromised, and the news is it's not good. And
So there's a lot of disinformation out there. There's a lot of like cover-up stories. There's a lot of weird shit.
yes, and even other places can put out news that's bad for us. They're like, oh, we'll put this out there and show is disguised as information. And you see this that it's putting like theory used for that.
I've heard of that theory, but I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know. I've heard people talk about it, but I haven't looked into it. It looks like you got shot. I don't know if the microphone's gonna hit you in the neck, like how you where the mic's pointing. They move it around a lot. I don't know if it makes sense.
Like, sure, specific spot. Yeah, you're right. How would you know? But then the placement
It sounds like a gunshot. And there's a delay between the gunshot and the impact in terms of like acoustic readings. I think somebody did an analysis of the distance they believe the shot was taken from based on the sound. If that is the round, that they use 30-6 based on the sound of the gunshot going off, the amount of time before it impacts them. It's a very small amount of time, but it is measurable. And they think that it actually being closer than what they're saying, which is I think 100 and something yards. I forget what the exact distance was. What was the exact distance? It was like 140 yards or something like that. But the weird thing is, like, this whole idea of assembling and disassembling, it doesn't work like that.
And if the guy's position was it professional?
No, it definitely wasn't professional. But like, you can get trained, like, shooting a rifle at 140 yards with a really good scope. If you've shot a bunch of times with a rifle and you can keep your shit together, it's not that far shot. You can make that shot. You can make that shot even more vest. Didn't obviously get hit in the neck. But the thing is, like, if that's the narrative, they're still sticking with the story that they first, that he disassembled and reassembled it. Reassembling a gun does not make it accurate. You have to zero a rifle in, and what that would involve, like, whatever the yardage are, you're trying it down like 100 yards, and you squeeze on the trigger, and then you look through the binoculars. Where you have a spotter with scope next to you. He says 6 inch high right, so then you adjust it, adjust the scope, and then you get it where it's firing and you try to rest. It takes a time. So you have a rest so that you're not moving the right groundwork and push you anywhere. You try to do this. If you're a hot roof, that was a hot roof. The most official and media accounts of the shot roughly 200 yards. Some investigative timelines suggesting a range of 150 to 200 yards. So somewhere between 150 and 200.
And also being on a hot roof again, on a hot roof.
It's hot. Well, it wasn't that hot. What year was it? September. September is not that hot. It sounds hot. Yeah, I think it was. Because this is happening while I was out in Elko. What the hell did it happen? It was in Utah. Yeah, but Utah's, Utah's heavy. It's a mountain town. Yeah, I like Utah. Like I said, I was in Utah at the time. Is that right? Yeah, I was hunting in the mountains.
Well, that's interesting.
I don't know nothing. I started getting text messages from people wanting me to come. I literally didn't know what was going on. But I had to use the story to get more work.
Oh, wow, that's
I got a Starlink. It's like it's like the size of a fucking iPad. Right on the ground. Yeah, high speed. That's cool shit. That's how I had to like research it. Did you see there was like a facility in Tennessee where they or the whatever the lineman was allegedly that place they got completely obliterated. 16 people died. Why? Bring that they made the microphone. Where they made the lapel like he was wearing. This is a conspiracy thing or something. This is a conspiracy theory. It's absolutely true. I haven't heard that one at all. I think James Lacey was trying to stay away from this shit. That's why I'm not. That's why I don't know. I agree. It just, I think I don't know. It's just, it's so, my point about the round is it's a large round that it seems like it would do more damage. And this is not my opinion. This is the opinion of many experts. I agree with their opinion. It's not uniquely my opinion. I saw it going, oh my god, he got shot. And then I heard it was 30 on 6 in the summer. That's interesting. It's if you get shot by if you get shot, I don't shoot for the 22. Yeah, I take a 22. 22 kills me. Fuck yeah. I don't want to get shot, period. I know, I agree, Joe, but I'm just saying if you had to get shot, how do you because it's like Jake, 22, tighten up. They're taking it in the butt, Jake. It's going to be no bullet is good to take, but the point is that seemed like not enough damage. But I might be wrong. Again, I might be wrong in that, but it's okay if you're phased. If it hit the spine, I just feel like you would find a lot of it in there. Especially if there's no exit wound, but where's you can't find. The whole thing's bizarre. Do you see the part they were talking about that thing blew up? Okay, I started to make up. Thank you, I'm sorry. You're just like, I don't know. I think I'm just scared, and it's like, yeah, what do you want? It's 18 people unaccounted for after a deadly explosion in Rocks, Tennessee plant. First responders rushed to accurate energetic systems. That's like a Sunday operation. A facility on the line of Humphreys and Hickman counties that processes ammunition and explosives. But is this the place that made the microphones? It's a conspiracy says that microphone was taken to this place to be converted into invoice from it. That was the piece of information that was going around. Is that James Lake found that? I'm not sure. See if you can find what James Lake has to say. He's my number one source of information. That's what I heard, dude. I got to meet him, dude. Is he cool? He's a nice guy, bro. He's fun. Yeah, he's like, his story is wild because he was working as a consultant for one of the big pharmaceutical companies, one of the big ones that we know, right? And he just couldn't say the name, but he could say it, but he never said it. And then he was in a Zoom one time, and they're like, okay, we still have all the stockpile from the first vaccination. And that's when he said they started suggesting, allegedly, that people should get a second vaccination because they had they still had more of the original vaccine. So it was just like that thing, we have more of it, let's settle back, and that's why. So he started getting really getting skeptical. He got out of it, and he said he just wants to expose things that he feels like are true. People all shot, really. Remember? That was a thing, but then now people don't. I just want to be able to have like a family and just like think that everybody's going to be able to live. That would be nice. Yeah, that's the thing about ideologies and tribes. If it wasn't for ideologies and tribes, the idea is that we should all be able to live together. But the problem is that the way the goals are distributed. This is about the 1% of the world, $54,000. You make $34,000 US dollars, you're at the 1% of the world. Yeah, that's crazy. I know, it's just tough. So it's like, you have to pray in order for us to get jeans and an iPhone that only costs $1,000, somebody has to get paid at school. Somebody has to get fucked over. Somebody has to work long hours and live in those Foxconn factories where they have nets to keep people from jumping off the roof. You know? Bro, you know when you work in a place and there's so many people jumping off the roof, they just put nets up. You got a problem. That's not a fun work environment.
Hey, Ron's in the nets, guys.
Yeah. All right, in the net again. Yeah. Dumb motherfucker. Why you keep jumping in the net?
Somebody come back from lunch break and they just have the net marks on their face and like, you tried it. You're just sad, man. That's sad. That's no better than this.
Yeah, you had smoke for all our members.
Thank you. Some people that are not acting better than us are not. They're not. You know, we all have mistakes and things that are fucked up, right? But I get a moment where you're like,
We should all be doing
taking lives, and it's not even the regular people. I think it's the government, man.
100%. It is 100%. Because it was just people. We don't figure out unless you think those people are the infidels, or those people are the Goyim, or those people are the Jews, or those people are the Arabs, or whatever you decide, those are the other. You decide the other group of people, yeah, then it becomes a problem. Because it's us versus them, and then you're back to the same tribal bullshit that needs to turn some tribes. That's why we lose our gender, lose our primate dominant instincts, and all of our territorial instincts.
Just get me on my dick. Away.
Telepathic intelligence, little tiny mouse is running this thing, because no one's gonna have a dick to suck. You think I'm not driving right now, no one's gonna have a dick to like. That's communicate with your mind, so your mouth's just getting atrophied, and you're gonna get all your food. It's so cool. You're gonna have a strong to all your food. They're gonna figure out how to make perfect food. It's just like I don't have to go to a restaurant, chicken, crabs, fish, something strong. Get all the nutrients you need. Just sludge. Sludge makes them physical orgasm. They take it, that's how you get people to do it. They take it and lights all their synapses up.
Hit that busy boy.
First thing in the morning.
Let's go. This is the first hit. Hit that bitch, Ricky.
Two examples of the same rule that shows you that it's not a paragraph.
Yeah, it's that first one. Yeah, that's good. That tastes good. What's in that one? That's like a professional. It's delicious. That's a professional one. That's a trap.
Yeah, this one's like it is. It's real. Where's the outdoors?
Outdoorsy. But it doesn't taste outdoorsy. It tastes like fake coffee. Okay. You want it's good? No, I know it's a slippery slope. I'll be pulling into the gas station to get an Escobar later.
Escobar, those are the ones where you're like, you said you were high for something nice.
Sometimes I'll be ashamed, so I take your hand and my shirt. Let everybody know.
What's your taste? You're just like,
That's why I wear a hoodie. Just so I can put over this outfit.
Tell me, Joe, like, what are some things, like, give me some, like, what are some things that we can do to keep us in a space of giving ourselves the best chance to feel human? Because one day you're going to come this even to be a smile.
Well, it has to happen on an individual basis, right? Everybody has to be human to each other on an individual basis. And sometimes it takes something chaotic, like a tragedy, like 9/11, for people to just be cool with each other. You know, I remember we've talked about this before, but post 9/11, everyone was so connected. Everyone was smiling. People were letting you get on the highway, they're letting you get in their lane, they're waving, they put an American flag on their car. We had been attacked, we were united. You know, and it's just sad that it takes something like that for people to realize that this is a gift to be alive in this incredible country, this incredible time in history. But we are under the rule of tyrants, you know, and I'm not saying this is the U.S. government, it's a tyrant, or no individual, but every government that is in control of the military, that is involved in these exchanges with other countries. They're run by tyrants. Someone's a tyrant. Whether it's Putin or this guy or that guy or whoever is in charge of Iran right now, they keep the people on the street and use the internet. They kill the protesters. That's the problem. The problem is people in power. It's not people. People generally are good, especially when they're not starving. When they're not starving and they're not desperate and not being attacked. Most people generally are good. And obviously, depending upon how you're exposed to, how hard did you have to say, war torn country, you're in a third world place where the cartels run everything. Did you see those kids in Gaza? They had like they were playing Dole. And they were like, it was like they loaded their dog on a stretcher. And they were like, bro, imagine just the trauma. If you lived in that place pre-October 7th, it was not fun. Even back then, it was an open air prison. Most were taking settlers home. They were just coming out here home and then eventually just taken away. Oh, there's an attitude. Exactly. Okay, this is a dude named Mike France. Mike Franco. Says October 2, 2025, exactly 1 month after Kirk's death, a catastrophic explosion destroyed Building 602 of the Accurate Energetic Systems facility in McGeelan, Tennessee. The blast, estimated to involve 23,000 pounds of explosives, killed 16 employees, injured several others, and registered as a 1.6 magnitude seismic event. The U.S. Capitol City Board confirmed the site produced gas boosters and miniaturized shaped charges for industrial use. Conspiracy theories of the ES manufacture of the miniature shaped charge used in Charlie Kirk's assassination. They point to a $425,000 development program defense contract awarded to AES in May 2025 for extra small anti-personnel demolition charges, possibly used in covert operations. The timing of the explosion, just weeks after that it was a deliberate cover-up to destroy evidence and eliminate the personnel with knowledge of the technology. So there's the pager attacks, the Lebanon pager attacks. Here's the my problem with that explanation, and I'm not saying I'm right there wrong. This is my problem is I don't see that being exploded. So that microphone, I don't see it exploding. I don't see fire coming out of it. If you have a gun, and the gun goes off 6 inches from someone's neck like that, you're going to see a charge that's in there. If it's small by a barrel, something has to propel that energy, and that's an explosion. And if it explodes, you're going to see it explode unless they develop some sort of way of hiding it. That I don't know. But they're talking conventional gunpowder, what they use for bullet rounds. That doesn't seem to make sense to me. I might be missing something. Yeah, no, that's actually a great point. It kind of seems like that thing sparked. It's close to his neck, it's blowing his neck out, and it seems odd that it can do that without fire. Doesn't make sense. But I might be missing something. There might be some new technology that I'm not aware of. Let's find out that. Is there any technology that exists where you could have a projectile come out of a small thing, like a microphone that's on someone's neck, and not have fire? I don't know. There's also some stuff here. Yeah, check it out. There's also probably some stuff that we're not able to know for sure, dude. They come all the time. I will never see them. Yeah. That's crazy. You're spraying rain on something, right? Christine knows husband. Oh, yeah. He had that birds on him. Did anybody explain when that was really just like a Halloween costume? I thought it was probably, but then the soldiers it actually could be he was fucking up for like a party or something like that. Some of this, but here's the question: is that a costume he's wearing for funsies? That's what it's like. So something that scares a freak. That's what I thought about. It could be, because if it is a costume for funsies, and then friends on your laptop, like, you're gonna explain. I can't wait just fucking around. I was done. I never been like you don't want to go see me later for me. I mean, I want to know what's fun. I forget. How big that shit? Our neighborhood be Larry, Eddie, Wayne King, this guy's off my street. Did you talk to the person in all the fucking care? That show's right. Hundreds of Oh, Christina, did she just get let go or something? Hundreds of messages. Don't treat yourself as a woman. Just worship what your God is telling you to a girl. Before asking if you should put on leggings. Oh, okay, but is this real, right? Or is this the post is not confirmed the details reported by the Mail? This is what Mail? The Daily Mail? They just made an article saying that I'm moving out of Austin. That I was supposed to right? You can also just go through something where she got let go or something, right? Because not just let go, but involved in a scandal. So some sort of money. Sometimes she does that. It's hard to know. But he also looks like there's an actor right there. He looks like those are crazy. Will Arnett or something. No, not Will Arnett. He's got crazy big boobs. Like they're nuts. That's all it is. So how do we know? You got tricked easy, bro. Joe just got tricked. I don't think they're real. But she was thinking about him. Oh shit, she's showing a million right there. Look at that. That's crazy to me. So, mostly there's the sending girls that you make them dress up like a girl. Like crazy that she's involved in a scandal that's about money. And I just start to notice that. And then here's the craziest part. At a certain point, forget about him. Can you find out what she was let go for? What's involved in it? Because there was some sort of a campaign for a scandal or something that's to do something with money. A lot of money, like millions of dollars. And also, you gotta get all those in this day and age. Oh yeah, the campaign commercial she got in trouble for is like they hired like someone she knew and she was trying to force them. Right, but then there's something about the money and he appropriately spent $100 million. Well, let's not go into the specifics. Do you think that things would be any different with America's relationship in the Middle East right now if the Republicans hadn't won the election and Trump hadn't won? Or do you think it's all the same? It's a good question. Do you think it's all the same, like Geppettos in the distance, like the strings as well? The last administration formed the proxy war in Ukraine, right? And they turned firm tied to Christian Homes secretly got money from $220 million DHS contracts. For $220 million, with tens of miles. So for $220 million, you know, they're not even a gay guy, right? But now they're paying her to be a nut kid. That's right, because her husband's a freak. So this fur, not saying that he's not a freak. Yeah, right, he might really get a dress up. We know he really might just let it go. So, but also, that might be coming out because of this. And there's probably a bunch of people that got some money, and they're like, let's try to make this money. Yeah. Oh yeah, well that's scary too. It's like we don't know anything. We don't know anything about either missing or his victims. I know fake tits. I mean, I've been those in here. Jay almost got fake tits. He's in that, constant perpetual state of one of himself. He has something more ridiculous every time. What do you think is going to happen? You think we're going to be okay? Of course. I don't know. Do you think about it? I'm confused. I can't believe we went to this war. I know when we started bombing Iran, I was like, the kids can't be true. We're not Lebanon now, right? It's real. Yeah.
And it's like, just fucking stop it. What do you mean?
Well, they're trying to stop us. Supposedly, they're trying to stop the terrorists.
You're the fucking terrorist. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to stop them, fucking stand in front of the fucking mirror. Start there. But also, what do I know? You're right, I don't. But it's all just like, fuck, there's gotta be something that we're better than.
This was found out by damaging information like this can be intended for a hostile intelligence source. They approach the person and say, "That's what this about this, if you don't, we will." Jay's posting these online.
He might be a freak. Who cares? Let him fucking cook.
I think a lot of those people that are involved in government are freaks, and I bet their husbands and wives are freaks too. They're fucking weirdos. They want to be in power.
It's all crazy. We just have to focus on the things that we can. Because when he's running garden, it's like 10 to the garden that you can have. You know, he grows blueberries and he grows
During the congressional hearings, Christine Nobles provoked about accusations of conducting a taxpayer-funded affair with her former aide, Corey Lewandowski, who has since left the Department of Homeland Security.
Lewandowski did. You know, it's a fucking fantasy football thing with that guy. Yes. Republican, yeah. No kidding.
You see a photo of her?
Mother effer, dude.
She's pretty hot.
See you, bro. Oh, this different dude.
So that guy was like shagging her. Supposedly, allegedly. Who knows? But again, when there's a bunch of money that's missing, there's this huge hundreds of millions of dollars. Weird shit starts getting tossed around. They throw you a house of cards, baby. Go rewatch it. I think that's probably the most accurate depiction of how the government works.
Kevin's makes it fascinating.
Black Money, that show was great. It's just like a really well-made show.
That show's fascinating. Dude, that's fine for me. I thought you were staying here.
Everything's really good.
I might stop by.
Us boys in theaters April 17th. So that's like 2 weeks from now. Let's fucking go. 2 weeks and a few days.
Yeah.
Let's fucking go.
Thank you for coming and talking about
I'm excited for it.
and just to see you get excited too, man. I just think
I'm sure it's going to be fun for you and Dick today.
we tried our, we did a good job. It's good to see you.
Yeah, come on.
I'll come on, have a show tonight.
We're here this week, especially. Eternity. We'll be there to
Jamie, thank you so much.
Us boys, April 17th. Come on. Very fancy setup. Not that fancy. Very fancy. We did his bass player's thing, and I had done a similar thing with Norman Reedus. Norman Reedus was watching the pizza people. I did his thing. We kind of went with the bow.
told us that it's when it comes to inedible items. So again, the whole of frankincense, he told us incense, in wood, all of these items. Is it that high cost? They go no sound to a cycle. So whether again they became they go back in a website. These items can become illegal. They can become illegal. Not told us to not know so because they don't have a manual, right? But for myself, again, but myself, well, you not high because if they go not high because of no sir, not high because of too much of work. So therefore, you know, the person wants to become it and consume any of these items. Ultimately, again, there is no liability. So ultimately, says that I'm not constantly like Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Mishnah. Beautiful. The Lord said, great Mishnah. Now, we're fundamentally kidding. Fundamentally kidding. That's what life is all about. The power of the movement. Up until now, we've always been focusing on things that undermine the effectiveness. One should have probably 6 things in mind. What should you have in mind? Number 4, the Shem Zevach. We're offering up a shifting of carbon. You should have explicit intent for which type, what type of carbon are you offering? We're also going to see reminiscent of taking the bracha. But the kids are being down. Kids are being down. When they gave that up, at the time you say bracha to Hashem, you should know what the suffix of that bracha is going to be, right? You know, I'm going to drink this for sure. I don't quite get it right. That's a bracha you're trying to get right now. Oh, okay, no, you can't do that. Right now, you should know from the outset what it is that you are doing. So, singing by carbon, even before you share it at the time of Shri, don't show explicitly what the Shema is about. Right? Yes. So, she's not. Is a Harizaba. This ultimately who is the offering for? Spend offering for. Again, the Shishin Baba Zanaka. Number 1, the Shin is the thing with that cover. Number 2, the shame is a real. If the person who is being offered for, because remember again, often a coin is doing this. So the coin should have in mind for the owner, the shame Hashem. Like the shame. The shame Hashem. All for the sake of Hashem. Because the power of all these things mean. Next, the shame Yishim. For the sake of fires of the Mizbeach. The shame Real. Ultimately, for the sake of fear and aroma. The shame for the sake of it being easy to Hashem. That is not Hashem, the shame hate. The fact that Hashem also so the idea should be offered up for the purpose of the sin, for the purpose of the particular sin.
Well, you'll be surprised. You can't have an assistant that looks like she says, "Wait, what?"
Sometimes I don't know what I'm talking about. Just regret it and I love. It's stronger than ever because it
What up, dude? So listen, let's start right now. And I want to say, stop what you're doing, everyone. Click out of this and watch my new album. Well, I did, you know, I dropped the new album. Yeah, I didn't shoot it. So what happened was I did a tour, and I didn't shoot it because I was like, I'll shoot it. And then I just started with new material, and I just did a new album. Right? So I really did that. I pulled out. So I just put it out. John Johnson, right? Before you watch this, make sure you go to
TV show on their parents' house. So that stuff goes well. But they have things for y'all that want to watch more. So come watch it right now. And then watch it. It's just really well.
I think Facebook might do an hour of YouTube, so go check that out. And then you can go check out Brendan's thing. Okay. Before that, we're looking back home. We've been talking about this for years. When I actually, I get it. Chilling, so I have a new get hers Facebook.
Yeah, look at that. Finally, new website, everybody.
Oh, wait, let's talk about. I want to talk about this actually.
Go down, look at everything. So yeah, 4 dates on there. There's gonna be more.
Okay, I have a website too. Okay, and probably Chicago. I'll be there. Little Sacramento tonight. I always forget about Sacramento. St. Louis. Here we go. Go watch the B-side. It's called the B-side. Just go to YouTube. The B-side. So here's what that's an interesting question. Not your best joke, but it's the B-side because I didn't produce it. I just it's raw, and I didn't edit it together like I usually do. And I was like, I'm gonna do it. How the performances and the material is. I think I'm getting better and better, but the material is great. But I just put it out on the B-side because it's seemed raw and and a lot of people were like, "Why the B-side is so good?" I'm like, "No, it's terrible." No, it's good. It's not.
The first thing people are gonna think about.
Double check.
You see the Tubi Flex, Netflix raised prices again, and then like Tubi tweeted underneath and was like, we're still free. I love it. I don't know that's how big Tubi is. We didn't, that's kind of like, I guess that's where I'm at. Tubi has a ton of subscribers. I had no clue.
Tubi's great. I like Tubi because find some shit. Well, yes. However, I feel like Tubi just has fucking literally everything. What Tubi really what Tubi is. My wife, it's kind of nice sometimes to see that crazy to like check out and go on your phone and like look at stuff. But yeah, I agree. You just get a break, but I just don't like breaks. That's true. And there's no rhyme or reason. Right. This is it. And the reason why I choose it for you, like, you can freely internet. But the thing I like about it is they go, you want ad free? Buy it. But you're going to be able to see the same shit. But they don't, it's not like it's like a premium. Like, you can't see. Right. Impossible 7. Right. That's why you're premium. They're just like, if it's on TV, you can watch it. Yeah, that's they had everything. That's one of my faves. What is that? Where's your show?
All right, well, say good morning, let us begin. You might thank all of our sponsors for today.
It looks awesome. It's like the same show that we were working on. It's just better. You guys did a great job.
Yeah. Thanks, bud. We got some boys that they shot from Over Trend and fully toured. Good. They ain't more good. The host sucks, but thank you.
Why didn't you tell us that you were doing this? Yeah. Why did we all find out on YouTube? Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like it
Our annual celebration is dedicated only to the month of lotion on it, the shop lifts somewhere. This whole prohibition of patronizing the store as an alcohol is backwards. Only by a form of proprietary ice store. Why? Because when you purchase in the stores, the shopkeeper is going to go ahead and pay taxes about the capital that I buy this. So that shopkeeper limits suck. When you purchase from the household, you just stand by and sell all the house. There is no pay taxes and everything. Ultimately, and right out there, you know, modern under that you're not taught teach you now running up the obviously the price of time. If a block in your life, make a lot of your block so the answer the chocolate is only by a bias of the answer. So this is interesting. So from the other seems to be telling is practices seem to be solved and changed. And we look at this that people collect taxes easily from like an individual guy just selling out of your house. You would also collect taxes for the opposite. If you look at the right, and see what the collect taxes in the right, have a hustle. To look at the answer is practice. Whether it's which makes sense because collecting taxes from our office. Like you can't buy from the rest of it because also it is because they work for a lot of money. Now, the idea is to solve the people that are using taxes. So what's happening? How are they committed to go ahead? How is the with the respective purchases if they're going to make taxes about taxes? So it's very interesting which the university of which is how Rabbi Abba and how you are Rabbi Abba and Rabbi Abba, how the people to buy the same goes bread. The Balabayas is also very taxes, which the Gemara says the Balabayas should they bought it from a bias who doesn't able to sell it. To look at Rashi, Rashi says Sheina Kavua. Rashi says Lamasik Mutsi Atachayu Nidinaru, the Lord Tagar, the Lab Bias Kavua. So even though already in terms of Rabbi Abba, everybody is paying taxes. Merchants are paying taxes. Bias regularly. So paying taxes, you know what's called just so on a regular basis. But I like to make again, people like that, I can sound excited. Recreations and clean up the lot. It's stuff like that. You're not established merchant, they would not tax you. But apparently, again, there's a block in the year you're bought. Some again, you're buying from one of these people about locations. So it turns out at the end of this video, that there's essentially three categories of sellers. There's a classic cover, who is the merchant, the Mishnah tells us again. On any day when there's a young person, you can't purchase from that person. Now, this I can't take that, and this is a little bit different. So, let me again, before we're talking about just engaging in transactions with the person, this is now a more commercial setting. So, Mishnah tells me, I can't do that on the daily on the one, because it is with access to the other. So also he's also taxes, therefore you can't utilize them either. Such a person will pay taxes and therefore and that will also need to utilize this. That's the continue on the same thing. So Mishnah, if I was from the color of people, so now a little bit of switches, the following thing that sells. Now again, we're going to see what I can sell because these are things that are often used in service. So you can't sell the following things, whether you can't just sell them. It's totally okay, we'll define it tomorrow. You know, literally means scams. Again, simplify what that means now as well. Kind of like a light booster. If you want to use that filter, you can come from a lot of different kind. But he says if you're selling a bunch of these things, and that's separate, that's that cannot be fun. So he's mentioned if you ask what happens if you want to sell a single light booster to the right size, tomorrow, you can cut off one of its features. One of its, or well, okay, very good call. It's interesting that American by the animal, if the animal is efficient to discuss it, they don't offer it. So apparently we're going to see something with white people. So if you're going to sell a white people, ultimately they'll go to the apple, they cut off one of our claws and they'll do sell it. It's interesting that people discuss that all this time. Ultimately, again, because they do not go ahead and work, they do not go ahead and offer up Tesla a efficient item to their operators. So it's very, very interesting idea. It's also a tremendous beneficial aspect of that as well. But even though you have a desire, if you're going to do it, make sure you do it in a showing fashion. Don't do it custom. So many things go for a people. Just kind of like, we don't give it our all. So nothing else is going to be going to do something in life. Make sure that it's a show. You're going to engage in spiritual service, make sure that it's service. Even also have a desire to understand. Don't offer us something that is incredible. The shop will play against all other items. Come on, with the new shop you'll see exactly what this means. All other items, accessories, just selling stuff to operate ultimately against the limiter. But the new shop, if you go ahead and explicit, you're going to have to find two custom. When you're saying you're going to have the WhatsApp password will also get covered. And yours is you also can't sell a Tekla cup. It wasn't Tekla cup really sells like a good country. This country, you can sell a good country and a WhatsApp piece of the so it was like $1,000. Says you got it. Not extended, but you extended. Turning some, this is turning some very helpful for us. Rashi says that we are right next to turning some top Rashi. Many LSU, the issue that was a type of cedar tree. A type of cedar tree. Okay, you know, in the middle, where is the fashion culture, that's the definition. There's two other versions of this place that we are happy to do that shoot by that really trees. So now, the shoot by shoot down, the city one, I like to it's the look everything in its size because the items that you decide like when I say A10, it's just A's. The Choshen English sentence. So let's get back to the class and have a different root. And you want to take whatever has a root, ultimately is subject to the verb. So whatever doesn't have a root is not subject to the verb. This is something like that. Something like that. Choshen English. This tiny Ma'arif reverse of the Shayr. You can't do it. So let's say any object, any item, target item that has a root, that people can use a root term, ultimately is subject to feedback. But any item that has a root, source, that runs up or that root is already in the root is not subject to feedback. That's how you have a house. Therefore, your energy is equilibrium, so it's equilibrium to see there's a house. Like this person says, this Mishnah says, you can't sell it. It's delivered to the Gemara. Once it's delivered, Only either separate or larger Shmuta are these systems which are very, very different. And it's the and again, the Tarnisa, Tarnisa symmetry, does not have that type of root system. Therefore, again, Tarnisa is the different kind of Tarnisa. That's the Allah, that's what I just also point out. The wording of it is very beautiful. That's one of those beautiful things we have in our Yiddishkeit is Shabbos. Shabbos. Shabbos is what words Shabbos is so special. What is it about Shabbos that's so incredible? So the real power of Shabbos, Shabbos is the day in which you really collective benefits of how you experience grace. A powerful Shabbos is one that follows and heals other powerful shapes of Shlomo Hassan Laftecha. For 6 days, pledging away. For 6 days, I'm working my job, and in my rhythms, again, I'm learning without Hassan doing everything supposed to be doing. Shabbos whoever has a place in his life, whoever has a Friday, each no Shabbos. 7 days Shabbos. She will say, in which case, the lunch from Shabbos physically, that's the thing that was spiritually restored. Or Shabbos can be a day when we collective and like go during the 6 days of whoever ultimately again is purposeful, intentional, living life, this Friday, that person Shabbos would be. That's the mention of the So again, what's it's the ribbon? Allah Safa, Kiri Darisa. Oh, so it's the ribbon is what see it yourself, rather, what is the ribbon? Ultimately, again, it is the fruit of the seed. The fruit of the seed, Kiri Darisa. The fruit of the seed, Kiri Darisa. Ultimately, again, the fruit of the seed. Because therefore, you gotta take the again. Some money was all these items going to be that these were actively used to have all these items. So you could go ahead and sell whatever that was something instead of okay, next. The most sure. On the lab, I like I'm going to say anything Hirasa. Like this. Okay, so once again, it wasn't nothing special per se about these items except that just they were actually used for all these other things. Okay, next. Titles. These are things you can sell. Established as the fruit of symmetry. Right? Next to what can you do? White dates. And then it says two titles, stems. Almost sounds like stems is the third category. Stems is actually a modification of previous two. What it means is the dates, the fruits of the symmetry, ultimately again, those can't be sold with their stem. So Rashi point here, you saw the statement, first short by love, meaning option. The tutorials, right, the stem that runs on the category of a local and Indians, the Libyan, Shiva, Sayan, the Fisha told them also that we have all this stuff about them, the background of all the past, very interesting. What would they do with the white pigs, and what would they do for the white fruit, as you said? And the fruit is in the tree, they would take them, so what they would do is they would go instead, they would try to discover how to get them, so they could on the eyeball, next to the eyeball, showing you necessary parts of the fruit. Okay, incredible. So you know, it was like, live on one thing, I'm going to discuss it, so you're going to stop. It's not just any frankincense, there's any living one, but pure. Okay, you know, it's eternal, and you put it up in so now, I can't sell the bone to it, because you're not interested enough, and so I get the answer now. essentially.
Yeah.
So I could sell, let's say, a photo to a pretty phone. You know, once I got you, since I'm selling you a phone, it's going to be $0. Now that's the essential. If somebody's buying something from you, it's all right. You can buy a smaller phone. You buy the large phone, perhaps you go to resell. So you know, so you come from how much is this going to be a large phone? There's your reason when you say that. You probably don't listen to Shalish. Three minutes. Right? 3 minutes. 3 minutes. I believe that you're not ugly enough to not eating my tree. Well, is that let's say let's say I don't know what just a lot of people selling a large number because I know that's what we sell. That's what we sell. It's not what we sell. It's like, you know, maybe I should be considered. But few things when you sell it to someone else, you say you can sell it. Alright? So I that's true. We're not making dollar. You comes from a dollar. I looked in the computer. I looked in the so what's the story? I am ultimately I am looking at some this may be of a situation, right? So this is that why I sell it. I like your transaction this is what I'm honest I'm leading up to sell these items because again I am doing stuff listening to listening, where essentially I have 2 steps to move select. But afraid now, I'm going to sell it bulk to the Apple, which is committed because he's doing the resale, and he's going to resell it to someone else. That's my problem. That's not my problem. That's not my problem. I'll just let you know, I'll just wait for listening over. There was also that blushing over here is so profound as well. Let's see, the listening is talking about listening here, let's see if you're you know, this is not about becoming someone. So you're selling from the phone, let's say, to an Apple guy. Me selling the phone to the Apple. Selling it to someone else, listening to listening. That's 2 steps. And remember, this whole thing is going to be with the whole legislating additional layer of the video post. This is you know, like when you get those things, entertain a possibility to know something new. So we entertain a possibility to entertain ourselves in a different direction. We're just embarking on a new adventure, taking our choice and our experience. So often, what we end up doing is we try to figure out, we try to cultivate all of the different things that we have. And I want to put this so these people wrong, these people wrong. And obviously, some things are happening that we only think things to a point that is us absolutely so we remember those objectives. Difficult we make decisions in life, definitely conflict. But I look for this one. So then I begin to contemplate every single what is every single what is. First one is so here to the what is. Every single one what if. One is is inaction has to be and response. Like this is thinking about possibilities and dangers and what ifs, like I was today, and I listened to this thinking for about unfortunately just learned to sustain a test. But like this is not a test. Hold on, next. I'm not doing all things in landscape. Thinking about I'm not doing all those data. Accountability. Let's listen to this. What happens? What happens if an apple comes out? As an apple is shot into the Listen, I need a white skirt. Trouble, right? Well, don't sell it because that's what I'm selling. Let's say he shows up and he says, turn it over to me. other words, who else was now what's nice about this case? He's not going ahead and just saying resolution. What's a good by long time ago? In this case, again, we're going to say he's selling a white goose to why? Because he's not asking for a white goose. He's not going to for a white goose. Just to open up the road and it's in a hurry. So remember what I mentioned. I mean, the said you can sell and have a white goose. There's yourself here. So I'm telling you what Cooper Roosters decided to do. That is committed to self. The way it says, if that's what's the case, easily makes it work. And we go above our money, trying to go above it. So if the husband says, you have a money, right? This race is like, you start. Say he's actively asking for a white rooster. Then I love him on my side. Even if I'm selling him a two roosters, I still should not be able to sell him a white rooster. And a lot of our trying to go in. Rather, it must be what's the case. The case is where he's just shopping for a rooster. Right? Who has a rooster? Who has a rooster? And even in that case, where he's not even mentioning a white rooster, Baki the Hockey, Rabbi Huda Bena kind of go in different and small low. So we'll say, what do you see from that? That it went from that even if he's just asking for a non-specific rooster, the only permit you have to sell a white rooster is when you're selling it to him in a group. In a group of roosters, well, kind of come up. And if you look at that kind of go. So it says either according to the kind of come up, you can't sell him a white rooster as part of a rooster. By the way, what's the case? When I say very interesting, again, Malcolm says, I'll take this rooster and that rooster. Look at that. Malcolm asking is I'm going to set right. The Lord of the Universe, no kind of comment. Let's say Malcolm says, I'll take the black rooster and the red rooster. So what happens? You work all kinds of roosters. Also good to make her dash to shuffle level. Bazen bir karnına bir kabul level. But I dash to shuffle. You may arrive. So it's just even though say that case here, see identify any times you actively identify white rooster. Even if halal comments in the context of who is going to be the only time ultimately again a white rooster is permitted is when color was not identified, and it's just in the chevra of roosters. And ultimately the white one would be permitted. So there's a time on the rest of my side. When is it returned? Is managed to Amar sorry, when is it also managed to Amar trying to go about Amar Zed? So you know, she's so when the Akramanish identifies it. She identifies, I want that rooster. Right now it goes that. But if it says Zed, but again, it goes ahead and identifies a group. Yeah, again, this version is like, even if I'm off Malaysia, so the group is going ahead.
Never even was like, hey guys, I'm probably not gonna make it. Rogue begins taking us to some secret, jiu-jitsu. Now I'm gonna let it go. I want to say something though. I understand. Like, this is less than anything. This is a joy.
I'm not talking about that. Since I remember thinking myself, I'm going to set level. About it. I'm going to set. So I love my race and stuff like this. That frankly, if you just go ahead and you identify a white first, that's one thing. But if I love my race and you say, kind of set level, I'm sorry, about I'm going to set. So I love my race and if you go ahead and take a lead and you buy your people this first, even if you actually wins it as an identifies that he wants to like to start ultimately identity for Jesus. Look, either can I find a that so he was published as a sure hold that is so pretty so was it interesting If halacha l'maisa, if halacha l'maisa is right like this, if halacha l'maisa if you making a party for it, or inside of all this is going what's the last the last comment that he's making a party fight for himself, or ultimately has some his own, and is using the in searching purposes, not for worship purposes. Therefore, I love the Mesa, that would be I, the nurses, only for us. Also, no. Also, I know the OSH before. You just said before, but in general, when an only Muhammad is making a celebration for a so this is back here in the sector. Right? Under circumstances like this, I love the Mesa, I love the Mesa. Like, you've seen that before. That's when I only comes making a for his son. That's what it would be thanks to his deity. Isn't that the huge issue of Avodah right? To which the Gemara says, and also involves the Shmuel, also involves the issue also so again, so the Gemara says you can't sell a white goose with an apple. Why not? Because you're going to use it for Avodah or the body has another somewhat because it's clear that he's purchased for consumption purposes. I was you said before that I was only doing a salvation for his son. That's okay. When he's going to go again, so he's about to and he's stuck out of the shop. It's toxic. It's toxic. So, 20 minutes or the party when we said that you're allowed to sell a white goose for large fish to have 5 hours under the scope of the right. It's a wedding. Wedding is really to sell a white goose, right? Because the punishment a person would go out and ask. Everybody definitely do things for the result on a day where they're making a sleep of this. So what's the party talking about here? The Mr. Shamaris, is no question. Really high shit for those. I think so. So, if I can give a little bit, it's the next life cycle of them. You will be just a group of guys getting together. What happens when we get together? Again, there's no definitely Avodah Zarah. That is going if you just sell this to an afterwards movie, right? You should also, if you this this is just something I've always thought of. Also, I immerse myself in creation. What is that mean exactly? What is what's creation? What's the feeling so you usually come up on this question. So if you do like this, maybe Stanley says, I'm buying white meat. I'm buying white meat, right? And he doesn't say what it's for, just I'm buying white meat. And English means it says I'm buying
What up, Big Dog? Big Dog.
Where are you going?
Generally, you can't. I stop with $4. You're asking why you can't invest $4. I mean, maybe you can't. Usually, you need to create an account, and they've got like fee stuff. They just buy cryptocurrency and get a wallet. A popular one is Rabbit Wallet. Another one is MetaMask. Another one is
white wheat, and that's going to be problematic.
Uniswap.
Excluding the using it for animal desire. Where I said, the cow, the kind of rolled off. Someone, this is the case by wheat. Now, that rooster is going to be
I don't want your money, big dog.
case, and we can move from here. So whenever an aqua asks to buy a rooster, it goes
What'd you say? You don't. You don't. Everything's a risk.
What's the name? To your store. Comes to your house. It says, I'd like to buy one. I said, what's the shot? It's obviously you can't go ahead and sell that. What's the shot?
There isn't a guarantee, man.
The Gemara says, no, I'll tell you why it's necessary. So I come, high power, la, hold us up, come to power. It wasn't listening to this happening. I would not like this. Even when the African drug community says he's looking to buy white meat for a whole Zara, he's not really buying it for a whole Zara. It's not really for a whole Zara. I said, why does he say about Zara? Well, maybe the other couple, there's no problem. Listen, the guy isn't a whole Zara. Right? He is. He works a whole Zara. The Sabar, he got a lot of other play. Fully all the money has the. So what's this? Listen to this. So sometimes, right, the Ovid Avodah comes over to me, right, and he says, listen, he's a big Ovid Avodah, and he assumes that since he worships Avodah Zarah, therefore what? Everyone worships Avodah Zarah. Right? That's what he's assuming. Therefore, he comes over to me, which I said just is fascinating, right? How like we often assume that the way we think of it, what we do is what other people do. So this guy comes over to me, like assumes I'm an Ovid Avodah myself, and therefore he the lace fully. So he said this is great. So he says, I'd like to buy some white wheat for Avodah Zarah. He doesn't need it, right? What's he trying to do? What's happening over here? He's looking for a deal, right? He's looking for this. He's like, come on, one Ovid Avodah Zarah for another, right? Let's. By the way, what else? Somebody coming over to be with your Ovid Avodah Zarah. Like, what must I be doing wrong in my life? If someone thinks that I'm also an Ovid Avodah Zarah. See, he doesn't need it. He's just trying to get it over here, right? And therefore, again, for a local place, I would have thought that he's not really using it for Avodah Zarah. He's name dropping a little bit. So I might have thought that he's just doing any kind of dropping or just to get a discount. Kamash Mona, I would say. Yeah, Kamash is Kamash Mona. Kamash could mean maybe he's not, maybe he's not doing that. I don't know what he's doing. But I love myself. If he said about Zara, he can't get involved in such a transaction. That's the bottom line. Okay, so by Ravashi is a cash, right? Trying to go love and cut off the meat. So this is very interesting. What happens if the Akim is in a base and he's asking to have amputated rooster? In other words, who has a rooster missing a finger claw digit, right? Who has a rooster missing something? So now, trying to go love and shop. So what says, so let's have an amputated rooster, but what I do have is a perfectly whole and healthy white rooster, right? Am I allowed to send him the white rooster? Now, what's the shadow? Me and Mrs. Kamar Kapsua, I'm wondering the fact that he's for an amputated rooster would clearly indicate that this is not for a home desire. Right? Because they don't use this kind of rooster, so maybe I can sell the white rooster as well. Oh, it's not, he's going to come out. Maybe this is right, he's playing a trick, this is ruse. Right, like he's a smart guy. He knows that the Jews are not going to sell him white roosters. So what does he do? He pretends like he doesn't care what kind of rooster it is, knowing full well that the vendors probably incredible. So the Gemara says different. So I'm not hiding if you want to say that the whole thing is a ruse, he's trying to get a white rooster. Trying to go love and leave, the yard shaka b'shako, v'yavu le'ado b'shako, ma'ulim karlo lava. So let's say where the akum comes along, and the akum says, oh, look, he's a buy rooster. And what happens? I say, I don't have a white rooster, but I'll sell you a black rooster. And he buys it. Or a red rooster. And he buys it. And I then sell him a white rooster. Why? So the Gemara says, Mi aminam kilon b'yadu shachar v'shachar adam v'shachar lav lav v'chapim kadai. So on one hand, since he bought the white rooster and the black rooster, then obviously he's not using his roosters for idolatry service, and therefore selling him the white one is not a problem. Or maybe not, maybe the whole thing is a ruse. In other words, the akum is a smart guy, so he knows he needs to get the white rooster. He's not going to get the white rooster straight out, so maybe he's just pretending like he doesn't care. Ultimately, in order to get the white rooster, to which the Gemara says, take him. Okay, so what leaves us is an open-ended question. Back here. Daimir Omer Av is back out. The Gemara said, even when he calls back out, what is this? The Gemara says, I'm a little bit like Miri, this is incredible. Miri, the Avodah still having the Avon Avinu, Dalit Mea Pirkei Havin. So the Avon Avinu also had Mesachas Avodah Zarah. Those Mesachas Avodah Zarah, also again, Avon Avinu also had to navigate the Avodah Zarah levels at this time. Whereas this, Avon Avinu's Mesachas Avodah Zarah was 400 krokim. 400 krokim. Whereas our Mesachas Avodah Zarah is only 5 years, and you have to be struggling. So it's obviously interesting. We know that our Mesachas Avodah Zarah was 400, was 4 chapters, indicates that first of all, this was halacha l'maisa, right? Not halacha l'maisa. He had to know how to navigate the theological complexities of the spiritual landscape of his time. So 400 talking, and ours is only 5. So what's this? Interesting enough, I just point out how beautiful is this. And the verse says, we have the second side. The most beautiful thing is also, when you open up, like here, right? Just to understand that our fathers, our grandfathers, our great grandfathers, everyone saw the same page with the same words. Something so continuous, and this links to the entire historical continuity and the future continuity of Klal Yisrael. My children look at the same black Gemara, and my grandchildren see the same black Gemara, and my great grandchildren will see the same black Gemara. Incredible entities. There are so many things in life that will change. It was the same for generations before me, and it will be the same for generations after me. So often in life, there are so many things that we put our efforts into, or we spend our time with, and they may end or they may not. One thing is clear: when I put in investment into that, will last. But it has lasted up until this day, and it will absolutely last until the end of time, right? How incredible is it to think you pick up, you open up what is up? I have no real old design. I don't know how many shalakim that is our skin, right? 400 chapters. For a chapter is like a shelf, right? Right? But what I saw was like, how just incredible is it to think about that? I'm not being held. Business sex, and you and I, as we go through everything, we're all the sex. There's a continuity of Torah. Rooted in something that it's so many things that in our life we spend our time fleeting. In reality, unimportant. Incredible. So the Gemara says, well, my passion, what you should be telling of the mayor over up, deck out, I remember the Mishnah said, the Gemara says, so deck a tofu below hot deck of Mishnah said, you can't sell a good to an apple, but you can sell that. It's true. Like, just realize what does it even mean? But what we learned was that in general, you can't sell an apple anything that is attached to the ground. And I will get to this in just a couple of days, that you're not allowed to sell an apple land. can't sell them letters. Right now, again, we're going to discuss this. Clearly, it's Eretz as well. We'll talk about this. But again, so how am I able to sell them a palm tree oil, right? Because at the end of the day, a palm tree is attached to the earth. So I'm going to sell palm tree oil. Good palm tree, bad palm tree. So the Gemara says, Amalei, my dekel tov. So what is dekel tov? Teros dekel tov. It ultimately even refers to the fruits of a palm tree. Okay, so now we're going to go through the rest of this. So you can't sell it again. These were all items that were used for other bizarre purposes. Chatzah, what's a chatzah? Kashbach. Okay, a chatzah is a kashbach. Rashi says over here, mint moros, a type of date. Niklas, that's a niklas. That's what in Americana by no say, right. Right, okay, Rashi says over here, so again, so Rabbi said we learn Niklas. We don't know what Niklas is. It's a type of fruit. So Amalei is also so again. It's not like Karaiti helps us all that much more than what plus is. Okay, so what's Karaiti? What's Karaiti? It's Niklas. What do they both mean? I have no idea. Right, but the question is how exactly do these alternative definitions help me? To which the Gemara says, Amalei Ahani, the he has this an Amr Niklas Yadi, Amr Karaiti, the Yadi the Kamar. Ultimately, what's happening? Why it does help? It helps at the end of the day because if you go down to Israel and you say Niklas, you might not know what it is, but I'll tell you Karaiti, and ultimately, I'm going to be able to point out to you what it is. So apparently, again, Niklas was the more uncommon name. Kori was the more common name. So although for us, it might not be itself when you go to Eretz Yisrael and you say Karaiti, they'll be pointing you in the direction of what it is that they are discussing. Those are tremendous stuff. What's else? Yes, also 650 this morning. Last meeting, Catherine Shiva home. That is 650 and 3112 Hatton Road. Over to make me a bunch of sushi. Should be simple. I'm sorry that I'm frozen. I think you're still here because you're all still here. And this one needs to bring a voice. Right? So I'm sorry that somehow I froze. The texture is not that long on site. Just have a great day, everyone.
We're lucky if it's 6. Oh, fellers, in Texas it's 4. It's still high. But that's high for us. Like, people are mad about it usually. But that's how it is everywhere in the country. Yeah, that's always been like that. If it was like $3 here, we were like, God damn, $3. Okay, you forget. But anyway, he got a new car, so congratulations. Dude, you say that, say congratulations. It should be no congratulations. So you make this payment, right? That's what a car, congratulations. Now it's like there's just so many fucking cars. It's not a big issue for a few things. Remember when limos were a big deal? I don't know if you're right here. That's all it's wild that limos. Used to be like the thing, yeah. If you're not at a level, it is weird. Now it's a super fast. So I'm still beautiful. Toyota, so I gotta be right. I think it's a weird shit. took over the ocean spreader van. There's kids on tires driving on them with their dads have spreader vans. So we can't fish go in there. It's like full couch, TV, AC, like they're dope. It's there's a little more in the back. You see the driver being kind of like trying to play gas. So you come here off and then you're like, he's never going to do the sound of the cruise. That's like, hold up, limos. It's going on for too long. It's your fucking electronic window, dude. It's to red limos, but what do they do at home? You still see it, you still see it in Vegas. Not much, it's all shit. I had one 2 years ago. Yeah, but it was on this line. Like my dad's on right. And I saw he was looking at it and I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. Like, did that generate that? If you're 30 maybe. But no, 15 years ago, I think that wasn't a big deal. The only time you take one would be high school, right? Yeah, you should to put him at face it. It's like this fuck this guy. He certainly knows what a limo is. I got a haircut in Cincinnati. That's something that famous people, when people get famous, they do. Like, invited into the club, like, whatever the reason is, and I'm very well maybe the reason is, I never understand. Like, I never, I know the sports, but I mean, what I'm saying is, like, once Tiffany Haddish made it, then she started hanging out with whoever, fucking, I don't, that is something that famous people, when they get famous, they do. It's like they're invited in the club, is what it is. And there's, because they relate to each other. It's out to each other. They don't think from each other, they relate to each other. Okay, now, life can be hard. You're not going to ask for pictures. I understand, but you still ask for pictures. Listen, when you're famous for 20 years, I understand what you're saying. But when you're just making it, it's not. No, but I think that everybody is envious of another person. Like, a lot of times, like a rock star. Yeah. Right. Yeah, I got it. But it's just, I think that's just all it's saying with like a he's in this arena or advanced arena, right. So Matt likes to do that because he's in the sport.
And then when you throw up the first pitch, and it just, I also realized too is when you're young like that, he's in their age bracket. They know who he is. They know, like, they're on Instagram. So they're like, oh, let's go hang out with this dude. And it was like what I'm saying, and then, oh, I gotta show you a picture of this cake. They brought this cake out. It's it's shaped like a shoe. So they go down. This is why it's shaped like a shoe. And they make him a cake. And this is what we're talking about. Just like, okay, so like if my first instinct, like famous baseball player, a baseball player as famous as me, right? Like a baseball player as famous as me. If he was like, guys, want to come out, I'd be like, oh, that's gonna be. You'll be anxious. Oh, this guy. That's funny. That's good. You would not be going to a baseball practice. Okay. Yeah, that makes that. Yeah. But if you did, you knew a guy. This is how we're built with you. One of the players plays, and he looks like he goes, oh, I had that same bullshit story from the guy I said, you guys have, oh yeah, what he's like, what do you do? And the guy would be like, oh, you have to hit it off with the guy. It's like he's such a special player, Chris, if I showed you some highlights, He's like, you're like, what's your name? And the guy's like, all right, then he brings like 5 to 7 players. That's how it happened. Afterwards, like, I'll tell you what's going to happen. Calvin gets into baseball. Well, that's very Calvin. Gets into baseball, and then you're gonna be like, what? Yeah, they're Rangers in the club, or both. That's another way I said it. That's true too. They were so decadent. That's a cake. And then let's just chocolate and OCD. I think the guy that works at this restaurant, he had another one. I'll take a picture of that. Why didn't you take a picture of that? Because I was like, how many people have been there? Like 20. He just did it. It wasn't expected. It wasn't expected. Maybe that's why who's wearing that? He's from the area. Cincinnati fan, and this is next to his dad, they were great. That guy, he ended up there. He wanted to just chill. Well, that's cool. But again, it's funny because they had like So when they brought this down, I was Joe Burrow would be like, he's always but it's like he has one he's so loved in that town, you can't imagine it. That's when they got to get back to St. Paul. Yeah, where you know, like Garrett's from Cincinnati. Generations different. So that's funny how they forget I think why he did it because two of the top 5 receivers in the league right now on that college team. That was the greatest college team ever. That was Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase. That team was
There's Tubi. And then she goes, I'm 22. She's 27, you know, and then he goes, yeah, I'm 16. Yeah, look, 16.
So they don't need to tell you that. If you don't know what's up, but I can tell you that. Like I said, I'm gonna tell you that. Trying to make a connection and create a